Nestled in the foothills of the North Georgia mountains, welcome to Atlanta Motorsports Park Karting Complex for today's round one of the 2024 Championship Series. I'm John Matthews, joined by Steve Newbold and Michael Lane. Steve, this is the start of a promising season here at AMP.
Well, the weather's looking beautiful today. There's slight wind. It's going to be a gorgeous day for racing.
All right. Well, we do want to start with an opening ceremony, so if you are here on the track grounds, we ask that you please rise and remove your hats. Dear God, we just thank you for this day that you have given us, a chance to enjoy the hobby, the passion that we love, and that is racing. We just ask that you keep each of the drivers as well as the staff and the crews safe here this afternoon. And I lift all this up in Jesus' name. Amen. We ask that you remain standing for the playing of our national anthem, the Star Spangled Banner. Well, it is almost time for racing here at AMP. Current temperature is 64 degrees here in Dawsonville, Georgia, under mostly cloudy skies, but the skies will be clearing today and temperatures rising to 70 degrees. A lot of rain yesterday. We kind of dodged a bullet where it looked like the forecast was going to be terrible this morning, so we have caught a break here in North Georgia. I want to welcome in the third member of our announce crew, Michael Lane. A lot of great things have been happening at AMP over the winter, so here we are ready and set for round one of this championship series.
Thank you, John. I am so excited to be here round one. It feels so good to be back here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. 160 drivers on track, tying our record. We were talking earlier, trying to get maybe one more card out there, but I guess it wasn't going to happen, so we'll just have to settle for the tie today.
Now, Mikey, I think you should be able to suit up and go take one of our brand new carts that we have down in the field.
Yeah. Well, speaking of new carts, they do offer arrive and drive rental carts here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and they have new rentals this year, SODI carts. SODI carts available for arrive and drive. We see a few carts rolling out onto the track. We don't know if this is a feature setting up at this point, or
I believe this is our first heat race.
Or we do call it a pre-final. You can see the carts working their way up out of the S's through turns 14 down into 15. Earlier today, drivers had a practice session and then qualifying to line up the pre-final that we're about to see here. So this should be the LO 206 Junior pre-final. It will be 10 laps. The way these drivers finish in this race will determine their starting spot for the final later this afternoon. They want a true side-by-side start, so let's see what happens in our LO 206 Junior. And
looks like it's been waved off.
Yeah, I didn't see a green flag there from our starter, Hunter Hulsley, and you can see they're going to cut back around through the jelly bean. So we do want to welcome those of you that are watching on Kart Chaser. Thank you for joining the stream this afternoon, and we hope that today's presentation is as good as what we saw in the closing rounds of last year. Steve, these drivers getting after it literally every single corner, every single lap, especially in this LO206 junior division.
Well, our hot corner today is probably going to be corner 2 with that 40-story drop into a hairpin 40 stories back up. I mean, that's a tight corner. Oh, it's 30. I'm sorry.
No, three stories, 40 feet, we've heard.
I always mess that up.
30 stories is quite a drop.
A plummet. And we hear another false start. So these drivers, we just want to have them side by side when they get to that starting line. LO206s, those are 4-stroke engines, so they have a deep grumble out of them. We'll see. Oh, a little contact there at the back of the pack. So already some action here. You can see one of the drivers reaching over, pulling the cord. That means the engine stalled. He's trying to restart. So already a little bit of chaos here on our parade lap, Mikey.
Yeah, and with the junior class, I mean, we see this often. The younger drivers sometimes have a little trouble getting, calming down, getting it woe down to get a green flag. So third time's a charm here, hopefully.
And if you want to think of the age range for juniors, think middle schoolers. I believe it's 13 to maybe 16. We have the official rules in front that we'll look through later. But think of these as being middle schoolers. And the green flag is out. Hunter Helmsley brings us to full song here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Already getting a little dicey coming into turn 1, 2, 3 wide.
And there's that signature turn here down a 3-story drop into turn number 2. Make a quick U-turn and the drivers head back up 3 stories into turn number 3. And then they'll sweep by turn 4. This is our vantage point in the building right there. Through turn 5, then the drivers head downhill into the kink.
Looks like most of them have sorted themselves out.
A little contact there.
A little contact in the kink. That kink right there is really only enough room for one car to get through. You'll see drivers try to challenge, go too wide. It's not something that can be done.
It's not fun going 2, 3 wide through there, especially in LO206. I mean, they are a little slower than tag karts or shifter karts, but I mean the racing is honestly in this division, LO206.
When you say slower, these might hit a top speed of about 65 miles an hour, but being lower powered, they almost draft off each other. So if you're familiar with NASCAR, this will be a lot like Talladega where they have the restrictor plates on. It's tough for one kart to pull away from a group of karts hunting them down, and right there we see Talon Laney leading lap number 1.
I think you make a great point with the Talladega reference. I've always thought of these as almost like restrictor plate racing, but with karts. You'll see this entire front line stay together for most of the race. It's very rare that you'll see a leader or a group separate unless there's like an incident or something.
So it looks like 5 pull away from 3. There you see them all on the screen. Do want to give a mention to the rest of the staff helping with the production today. Our executive producer is Will Rigdon. Our director for the afternoon is Michaela Denny. Ethan Denny is serving as our producer. On cameras, we have Blaine Helmsley and Christian Kwiatkowski. And we have a couple of drone pilots with us as well. Right now, you're riding along with Daryl Cannon, a.k.a. Killboy.com. And Jeff Farver will also be working on the topside drone.
Now, it's funny that we mentioned Talladega because last year in this division, I was working Victory Lane reporter. And I had somebody, well, it looks like we got a caution going on in turn 16.
Now, they do have local cautions in this, so the drivers just have to not pass where the local caution is, but it's not a full course caution, so we'll remain green as we're seeing some side-by-side action up the hill deep in that pack.
Back to what I was saying.
Okay.
We were doing an interview, and one of the drivers did a full-on Ricky Bobby impersonation, and it was one of the best interviews I've ever done with a young driver. And these young drivers are the future of the motorsports, and we need them. And it's just great that they're able to already have such presence with our broadcast. It kind of helps them branch and grow out.
Absolutely. And as again, this junior class, you can think of it as middle schoolers. So these would be ordinary kids during the week. They're sitting in class. They have homework. They have tests. On the weekend, they get a chance to come out here and do things that their classmates just can't do in other sporting events.
And you have shots like this from the drone so far away. You couldn't tell these are middle schoolers. They race like adults, even faster than some of the adults.
Yes. So once again, Talon Laney is your leader 2 laps into this pre-final. So this is our first race of the afternoon here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. If you'd like to find out more information, you can visit the website for the facility, atlantamotorsportspark.com. There we see the field like a snake slithering through the kink and down the back straightaway. towards turn number 9. This is a braking area, usually a good passing opportunity, but for right now, Steve, drivers seem content for the moment to just follow in tire tracks.
Well, at the moment, we're just in the pre-final. We haven't got to the final where it always gets dicey in the LO26 division. I like to call the LO26 divisions the LO2s of mayhem because they are side by side, bumping, racing, pushing it all they have just to, a top 5 finish for these guys is immaculate.
Well, to be in the top 2 would make a huge difference where you get to start on the front row of the pre-final. Once again, Talon Laney leads. Meyer Lewis is in second, Luke Corman third, Ian Patterson fourth, and Javier Soto rounds out the top 5. Mikey, we'll see a lot of new names to us. We've mentioned 160 drivers, and some drivers move up in class. We've recognized some familiar names, including Laney, Corman, and Soto, but we're going to see some new names, or at least some drivers in different classes that we're not used to compared to 23.
Yeah, in my opinion, it's one of the best things that AMP has going on here is just the amount of classes and the wide range of the drivers. And like you said, yeah, they're going to move up classes, some familiar faces, some new faces. Seems like every year this race series just gets bigger and bigger and expands.
As our top 2 almost pulling away, Talon Laney getting a bump from Meyer Lewis. They're going to head down into turn 14 to 15. That's a braking area right there into 16. Another good passing opportunity. But for now, Lewis just content to ride the bumper of Laney as they come around to put lap number 4 into the books.
You see the cross flags indicating the halfway. So 8 laps for the pre-final. And then I want to say it's 12 laps.
12 for the final. That's correct. So they'll swing by our vantage point here in the command tower. They go back up topside. These drone shots don't do justice to how much elevation change this 1 mile track has. The lowest point is just past the kink. They'll wind their way slightly uphill to turn number 9, but really, Steve, it's that signature drop into turn number 2 that we even let the rental carts do that. So it is really a harrowing descent into that hairpin.
Now, my very first time on this track, I did not expect the drop to be as hard as it was, but boy, is it fun, especially at full race pace.
Well, when you look forward, there's simply no more road in front of you, that the road drops away that quickly.
Your stomach kind of drops if you're not careful. Some of our shifter carts can actually get airborne right there.
I have seen photos of that as well. So top 2 breaking away, maybe a pass for 4th and 5th there. Ian Patterson fends off Javier Soto for this moment. And we are now, I believe we're 6 laps in here. Do once again want to welcome you, those of you viewing on Kart Chaser. Thanks for joining the broadcast here. Once again, I'm John Matthews, joined by Stephen Newbold and Michael Lane up in the booth. We will have a 4th voice joining the broadcast a little bit later, Chris Conowall, who is our intrepid pit reporter.
6 laps complete here, and we'll see the front pack making their way through the S's. It's still Talon Laney and Meyer Lewis, that first 2. They've kind of separated away from the pack.
Now, the pack that looks to be, 5th through 7th, seems to be stacked up and moving, actually. Looks like they've got a slight draft trying to catch the driver that's in 3rd place, Luke Corman.
So a little info about these LO206 juniors. These are for drivers age 12 to 15 years old. They run a Briggs & Stratton LO206 engine with a yellow slide. Their minimum weight is 320 pounds. Mikey, there have been some weight changes during the year, but I really have to wonder, how much does that matter to the drivers? I think they'll just add or remove literal lead weight to the carts to get to that minimum.
Yeah, if a driver is under or overweight, they can add or remove those. I think they are just literal lead weights.
Yeah. The advantage here, honestly, in my personal opinion, is for the bigger guys. We carry momentum through corners a little bit better than some of these lighter guys. We stick to the track a little bit better.
All right, so great battle here. 4th through 7th is Javier Soto, Ian Patterson, Aiden Courtney, and Ryan Sukina battling. But up front, it is our top duo, Talon Laney and Meyer Lewis on your screen. Once again, Lewis content to just watch the back of that number 48 as they come around to put lap number 7 onto the book. So we have to wonder, will Lewis be content to ride in 2nd, or will he try to make something happen in these waning laps?
You mentioned the way they finish here in the pre-final is going to set the order for the final. So you would think logically the first 2 would be content with just staying on the front row here, but LO206 Junior is kind of it's known for having those aggressive passes even in the pre-final.
I'd say logic goes out the window, but there's no windows here in these karts. But you're probably right. These kids want to win. They want to be able to go into class Monday morning and brag to their classmates as we see our leaders swing by. Leon Robertson putting him a lap down. Once again, Lewis pushing Laney up the hill to turn number 14.
Now, if I was to pass, I'd probably wait to the last lap and pass just about right here. And, you might think that's crazy with that being a tight corner. But the run that you would get with just momentum, you're going to be able to just glide right past him and take the air right off the back end of him.
White flag is out from our starter, so that was 9 laps in the books. Let's see what Lewis might do. This could be a passing opportunity down into turn number 2. Maybe takes a quick peek to the inside, but our top 2 sticks together. So the next best passing spot, Mikey, will be down the long run into turn number 9.
And we see it a lot in L206, those backstretch passes pulling out the last second.
There he goes.
There we are.
So a little bit of a slingshot as they head to turn 9, a slower kart ahead. They both squeeze to the inside, so momentarily 3 wide. Meyer, Lewis, your leader, but the crossover from Talon Laney, he seizes the lead back. Stephen, you were saying they like to pass in turn 16. We've seen crossovers there as well, and then a side-by-side race to the finish. So let's see what happens here. Laney leads Lewis by about 6 inches as they head to turn 16.
He's going to swing it probably way up. He's going to go wide.
Laney goes wide, and Lewis does not seem to have an answer. So our opening race here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, Talon Laney comes home as your winner in the LO 206 junior class. Meyer Lewis in second. Third place, it's going to go to Ryan Sukina, Luke Corman fourth, with Aiden Courtney rounding out the top 5. And once again, this will set the field for the 12-lap final later in the afternoon.
Talon Laney was just almost a textbook example of how to just keep the lead, and then when you lose it, retake it. He knew that if he just kept his composure, the way his car would be in position to make the crossover move. You see a lot of drivers get flustered once they get past right there and will stand on the brakes and lose momentum. He knew he could just kind of keep it going, keep it straight, and take back the lead.
Well, viewers, you can see all of the trailers, all the tents set up. We have a record field of drivers here today, and this is all for round 1 of the championship series. It is a 10-race series that will stretch from today into October, and something new this year. It was an 8-race series last year. We're adding 2 more races, so it'll be 10 races. And Steve, I'm glad we don't have to keep up with this. Drivers get 3 drops during the course of the year, so they accumulate points. Their 3 worst races don't count. I'm glad we don't have to keep up with the accounting of what races score and which ones don't.
There is no way I personally be able to keep up with my own points. I'm glad that we have a scoring system here at AMP that's top of the line.
Well, our drivers are going through tech just to make sure that they weigh the appropriate amount. And I see the 4th member of our broadcast crew down outside of Victory Lane with looks like our top 2. So welcome to the broadcast, Chris Conowall.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on the broadcast. I'm here with our top 2 in this race, Talon Laney, Meyer Lewis. Talon, let's start with you. It seems like you were almost working together, but Meyer at one time overtook you. Tell us how the first run went here, the first race of the championship series.
Well, we were just trying to work together and break off from the pack so we can just battle each other at the end.
Yeah, and Meyer, at one point, you did overtake Talon. Tell us what we can expect then. You're working together in the pre-final. What can we expect in the final?
Yeah, so we were just like pushing each other, just trying to get to the front. I mean, kind of just trying to get away so we can kind of just battle each other. I mean, once we got 3 wide going down the back stretch, or the front stretch, it was kind of hard seeing, trying to pass that guy while we're trying to race. But I think we did really good together, and we worked together well.
For sure, for sure. So since it is the first race, I'm going to get a little, where are you from and where you hail from, how old are you, and that sort of thing as we get to know all of the racers in this championship series. So, Talon, tell us, how old are you, where are you from?
I'm 13 years old, and I'm from Sevierville, Tennessee.
Excellent, Sevierville. And yourself, Meyer?
Well, today's my birthday, so I'm just turning 13, and I'm from Alpharetta, Georgia.
Happy birthday, happy birthday. Who do you guys have here in support of you?
Yep, my grandparents.
Your grandparents, I'm sorry, your aunt and your dad?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Well, happy birthday to you. And Talon, thanks for coming down from Sevierville. We'll be looking for you guys in the final. Any shout-outs as we turn it back over to the team in the booth?
My dad, Cole, and the aunt people that are working on my go-kart.
Excellent. How about for you?
Yeah, my mechanic too, and like just my whole family for coming up and just watching me race.
Okay, all right. So you heard it here, folks. We got a birthday boy here. And taking second place, we got Talon in first place. We'll look for you guys in the final. All right, fellas, back up to you.
All right, thank you, Chris Conowall. Down in Victory Lane, we are back under action. Our second race of the day, it is our LO206 cadets. They have taken the green flag and they scream downhill into turn number 2, and they're side by side for first and side by side for third as we get underway with this race. The cadets, these are the same basic engine. These are for drivers age 7 to 12. Think of it as elementary students. They run a different slide, so they don't get as much horsepower.
Pass for the lead.
But they're also light as right away, right off the bat. You're right, Mikey. Side by side into turn number 9.
I believe that's Lincoln Massey going for the lead.
Lincoln and Bowen Green, two familiar names from last season. And it looks like they're going to cross swords once again in 2024, not wasting any time.
I mean, we're not even a full lap into this race, and we've already got 2 decent battles for position, and, we're just getting started.
We'll get a confirmation here when they come across the line, but I think you're right. I think that was Lincoln Massey making the move to the point.
I had a chance to speak with Lincoln on Thursday on the Champ Motorsports show, and that is Lincoln in the lead in his blue and yellow kit. So we'll see if Bowen Green's able to dive to the inside. He cannot. So once again, this is a 10-lap race for our LO206 cadet division. Same 4-stroke Briggs & Stratton engine that we had in our juniors, just a little less power available to the drivers. As they're going to scream down the back straightaway here, Massey opens up a few kart lengths. It's the biggest lead we've seen of the day so far.
I mean, the gap between 2 and 3 looks to be at least a second and a half, possibly 2 seconds.
Now, it was interesting in his Victory Lane speech, Talon mentioned trying to get with Meyer to just pull away from the rest of the field. That's where you'll see a driver reach back and sort of tap the back of their helmet. Hey, and what they're saying is, hey, let's work together and pull away from everyone else. Of course, I think it's that Darrell Waltrip co-opetition feel of you're going to work together until you're not working together at the end of the race. So you can sort of break away and then just settle it amongst yourselves as we see our top 2 drawing away from the rest of the field.
Well, if we're going to do Darrell Waltrip quotes, are we going to start talking about the vortex theory?
I was about to say the same thing.
As a meteorologist, I can. Looks like timing and scoring is showing Bowen Green in the lead there, and by the number plates, it looks like he is the leader because Massey is number 7. It's a narrower card as they're going to go side by side down the back straightaway. So it is Massey to the inside on the brakes in a 9. Will we see a crossover? Not this time. So swap of the lead, although Bowen Green looks a little antsy there through the S's.
He was able to make that move early enough to where he was able to steal the preferred inside line as opposed to the previous race where he had to go wide.
Lincoln Massey has joined with the Wilbite Racing stable for 2024, so he's learning a lot from Al Edwards. I imagine we'll have Al in the studio a little later in the day. Once again, we're enjoying our LO206 Cadet Pre Final.
3 laps complete. We're going to follow our leaders here in turn 2. That iconic turn 2 as they'll make their way back up in our view in front of the tower. And, I mean, almost nothing separating these 2 drivers. Almost look like they're bump drafting up that hill.
Now, something we have noted in past races here, the gearing that the drivers put onto the kart can really make a difference. These are a 1-speed car. There's no transmission in most of these classes until we get to shifter. So the gear they pick, do they want low-end acceleration up that hill out of turn 2, or do they want the speed on the straightaway? And sometimes what the drivers pick, you get an interesting contrast where one driver's good in one segment and another driver is dominant in a different portion of the course.
You see it a lot in all the classes except for shifter. You're right. Where certain drivers are faster on one part of the track, and it creates this real dynamic where you'll have a driver get out to a lead and then lose it, and then they'll catch back up and lose it again. And
speaking of lead here, you can see our top duo has opened up a huge advantage back to third place. Emma Schumann, Ryder Thompson in 4th, and Ryan Perez in 5th. So these karts getting around this track in about 1 minute, about a 60-second lap time. I believe the field record might be in the 57 or 58-second range. I'm not certain today is a good day for records on course, but that's not going to hold these drivers back from trying to get the most out of their kart in every single corner.
Yeah, I mean, some of the way these drivers drive, it's like they're going for the record every time.
I believe that's our first two coming through the S's right now.
Yeah, our top two had already dropped out of the bottom of the
This is
picture.
third,
so
fourth, and
that's
fifth.
third, fourth, and fifth. Emma Schumann, for the moment, holding off Ryder Thompson and Ryan Perez. Something else we might see today, viewers, some of these drivers will have multiple karts here today. They might run the LO206 class, then they might come back in, for instance, the KA class. There's different age ranges, but some of the names you will see at various points during the broadcast.
I know, yeah, for example, we'll see him here later. Danny May, it seems like he runs every class.
Jose Garcia is another one.
one of them, yep.
When he runs main track, I swear it's every other every other race he's in, whether that be his Miata or E30 or Downforce or.
Yeah, I think if they race bathtubs around here, Jose Garcia would find
Oh
his way to
yes,
get in it.
yes.
Hey, Jose helped me this morning. I thought I was going to have to take the shuttle, that we have so many teams, so many people here, I was going to have to take the shuttle over from main track, and he happened to pass me on one of his little e-bikes, and I said hello to him, and he's like, there's one more spot up here, so I was able to get one of the final spots.
All right, shout out Jose.
Yeah, thank you, Jose. He will be running in the master classes. Some of the classes that you'll see today, there's actually a race within a race. We may pair the seniors with the masters. This class is just the cadets, so it is just 7 to 12-year-olds.
6 laps complete here in the Cadet Pre Final, LO206. Still riding on board with our 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th place drivers.
As the leaders go through the kink entering the backstretch.
Yeah, they're already headed off down the hill. If you want to keep tabs on the timing and scoring, you can watch on the side of the screen, or you can, on your phone, check out the Race Hero app to get the live timing and scoring here from Atlanta Motorsports Park. Well, I do want to give a mention to some of the other people helping make the race possible today. Our race director for the day is Trent Ellis. Jennifer Seabrill is taking care of our timing and scoring, and as I've mentioned, Hunter Hulsley is our chief starter. And there go our top two. You can see the advantage they have. The rest of the field not even in the shot as Lincoln Massey continues to lead Bowen Green. 0.17 seconds the difference that time around as they head up the hill.
Doesn't look like they're going to be caught anytime soon, unless, they really have to start getting into this race here and slowing down. But as the laps wind down, I don't think there's any time.
I've always wondered if fuel consumption is a big ordeal here, especially if this was an endurance race.
I mean, I think for these short races, it's not an issue. Although, I'd imagine you would want to set it up properly so that you have just the right amount of fuel.
Just the amount of weight.
Yeah.
It is a weight thing where these carts are so light. A fuel could be a couple of pounds that will make you a little bit slower. As you can see, the sun is peeking out through the skies here in North Georgia, so a beautiful day on tap. Spring is in the air as now Lincoln Massey opens up a little bit of an advantage, maybe 3 kart lengths as they come around to score lap number 8.
As we'll see a slow cart in the way. They're going to catch him here probably in front of the building as you see him cross our screen right there, followed by the 2 leaders.
And then a long gap back to 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So we'll focus on our leaders. Lincoln Massey leads Bowen Green down through the kink. You do see the one slower kart. Looks like it's going to give way as our 2 leaders fly past. And for the moment, Bowen Green not able to make that 3-wide move like we saw in the juniors. So our top 2, a safe advantage. So now we'll see, Steve, will the entente come to an end? Will our top duo realize they have a big enough gap and Bowen Green can start throwing caution to the wind?
Well, we'll see in just a second.
You can see a great battle further in the pack. I believe that is 9th, 10th, and 11th. Our leaders probably won't catch them as they are getting the white flag this time around.
Yeah, I think you're right. Not enough time to catch up to that backpack. Well, I say that, but they're
moving.
Closer. They're moving.
13 seconds is the gap back to third place, so it's safe behind for our top two, as there we see Bo Stowers, Luke Rower, Hunter Wilson flash past, and there goes our top two down through the kink, uphill. So will Green make a move here into turn number 9? And he's holding off for the moment. So a
there
late
goes.
move in turn 9, maybe surprising Lincoln as they're battling through lap traffic. Bo and Green moves to the front.
Bowen Green with a great move. They're going to still stay.
Oh, here we go.
Lincoln Massey looking to the outside. He's looking.
He's
now he's on the
inside.
inside, which is going to now turn to the outside, side by side into the final turn.
Into turn 16.
Slide
they
job,
go.
baby.
Green on the inside, and Massey's going to try that crossover.
Side by side.
To
Side
the
by
stretch,
side.
to the line. Lincoln Massey has his hand in the air, exuberant for his win in our LO206.
Lincoln has
Cadet division.
consistently pulled off some of the best last lap passes in the last corner for the past 2 seasons.
I mean, he's a closer.
Yeah. So I have a new nickname for Lincoln. You are now the closer, Lincoln.
I always love when Lincoln Massey gets up here. He always has such a good attitude. He's so positive, and he talks like a racer. I don't know.
Well, as I said, I was on the Champ Racing show this past Thursday, and Lincoln was one of the guests. Charles Head and I got to interview him, and we talk about these kids just being regular students during the week. He had a social studies test on Thursday and then had a chance to get out and get a little practice. Some of these drivers have done some races this year. This is our first race, but Lincoln had a race down in Jacksonville. He had a race down in Daytona. So these kids know that seat time is so important, so just about any chance they can get, and then their parents allow it, I guess we'd say. They want to get into the seat and log some laps.
Yeah, I guess it's a little different than like a basketball or football player growing up, where you can just go toss around the ball in the yard and get seat time that way.
I mean, you could always, if you don't have an HOA, have fun in your neighborhood. But I mean,
look at the gap there, 0.042 seconds. So I'd say that's about 2 feet on the track. Lincoln Massey was the winner. The drivers are going through tech just to make sure that they all meet the minimum weight, and in a few moments they'll venture over to see Chris Conowall. But wow, what a great race there. Coming up next on track will be the tag, junior and senior racing together. We'll have a different sound, a different vibe as the two-stroke engines will be out on the track.
I can already hear them revving up downstairs.
Little different sound in the building. When the LO206s start up, this whole building that we're in shakes. Underneath us is the staging area for the drivers.
Especially when we get those fields of like 20 carts.
Yeah.
And the whole building shakes.
I mean, my favorite's the occasional, we don't see it that often, but the 30-plus field of LO206.
Yeah.
We may have one of those. During qualifying, we had a lot on the scoring totem here at AMP. So you're just getting a view here of the facilities, and that's the building where we are. You can see some of our cameras helping make the broadcast possible for you today to watch on Kart Chaser.
Looks like we're going to go in a close-up. It looks like, can't tell if that's Trent or Lucas.
So we already got carts on track.
Yeah, we have once again, it's our tag, junior, senior. We're hoping to get a word with our winner from the pre-final. So let's send it down briefly to Chris Conowall down in Victory Lane with Lincoln Massey.
Hey, guys, we're going to make this one quick. Lincoln Massey, great finish there at the end. Exciting, Bowen Green. Let's start with where you're from and how you ran today.
Well, I'm from Monroe, Georgia. I ran pretty good. We had some troubles this morning, but other than that, really good run. Bowen was good defensive. Really liked racing with him.
Excellent. Bowen, where are you from?
Gainesville, Georgia.
Gainesville, Georgia. And then right there at the end, exciting finish. We're looking for great stuff from you, and we'll see you in the final, all right?
Yep.
All right, guys, we're going to send it back up to you. Get back to the race.
All right, thank you, Chris. For those of you watching, we have the picture-in-a-picture. Our tag, junior, seniors making their way down the back straightaway. They got a clean start on from the get-go, and this should be a race within a race. Juniors and seniors on track. Juniors, think of them as middle schoolers, age 12 to 15. Seniors, age 15 and up.
Looks like we've already got a decent gap between our top four drivers right there.
Well, these karts don't tend to draft as much. These are two-strokes, so they seem to have a lot. They have more power, especially at the top end of the RPM range. For these karts, they want to keep momentum up in the corners as they turn seemingly motorcycle-type RPMs out of these engines.
And no surprise here, Danny Perez, P1. It seems like every race I watch Danny Perez drive in, he just has such a commanding lead.
So, is it just me, or do I hear the Max Verstappen sound every time that Danny Perez gets on the track?
He needs his own Max Verstappen
I'm
song.
telling you.
Yeah, I agree.
Da, 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 da.
We didn't need you to do this.
Look at the beautiful blue skies in the background here as we're just outside of Dawsonville, Georgia. And you're right, Danny Perez out to an early lead over Mateo Rubio Luengo. Kellen Spears running in third. These are – I'm going to try to see if these are our juniors or seniors.
These are
here.
seniors.
We're going to try to find our first junior in the field as well. So once again, this is a race within a race. Sometimes when there's enough drivers, they'll do split starts where they'll start one group and then have the next group maybe 10 seconds back just so they can have their own separate race. And the top 9 are all seniors. Our top junior is currently scored in 10th place, Oliver Neighbord. So once again, it is a race within a race, but you're watching our top 3 on track right now, and these are our seniors.
It looks like there's only 2 juniors out there. Or, yeah, that was the right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oliver and Leo.
So there you get a sense of the speed as the drivers shoot by turn number 1 and then drop down the hill into that signature turn number 2. Viewers, if you are in the Atlanta area and would like to enjoy karting here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, we do have Arrive and Drive karting. It speeds up to 55 miles an hour, including our new Sodi karts. And Mikey, something that they've been working on in the off-season, lights are being installed here at the facility.
I mean, I've been coming to AMP for so long, and they've always talked about getting lights here. So I'm so happy that they're finally getting around to doing it. It's going to be great watching these karts and, cars under the lights here at AMP.
You can see some of the towers that are being put around the track in some of the shots.
There was a little worry about our drone operators having to navigate through the light poles, but I think they fly high enough. Well, maybe not this drone. This might, But he's good, so.
Yeah. Well, at some point today, I'm expecting that Kilbo will be flying around in second place with this sort of first-person view as we see our top 2 and 3 work their way down through the kink and onto that long back straightaway.
Looks like we got a cart off.
We do have a cart, yeah. Trying to get a name on that.
Backstretch.
And you can see the driver off by the safety wall. So these tags, tag stands for touch and go. The idea was a cart that somebody could just buy and not have to do a ton of maintenance to. Pretty much just be able to hop in the cart, push a button, and the engine would fire up and off they would go. Unlike the Briggs & Stratton where we saw drivers earlier reaching over and pulling that lawnmower cord, here they just push a button, little battery, gets the engine going, and then they're away and driving.
That's my kind of cart. Just easy to use.
Off to the left of the driver is something that's different in these karts. You can see a small radiator. So these are water-cooled engine. The Briggs & Strattons are air-cooled engines. So the water just means that, especially in warmer temperatures, these engines can continue to give you that higher performance that an air-cooled engine can't deliver.
It's not too warm today, but as we start getting into the summer months,
it is
definitely makes a
Georgia
difference.
still, yes. So it is a beautiful spring day. We're probably in the mid-60s right now. As the sun comes out, that might heat up the track a little bit and change how these drivers have to set up their karts, especially for the final later today. Right now, our field just working through the early laps of this 10-lap pre-final. They've already put 6 laps into the books.
Yeah, they're running our leaders are running sub 50-second laps, so 10 seconds faster than the previous classes we were watching.
As old JR would say, business is picking up here on that. I'm trying to see if the timing and scoring is last lap or if that was their best lap. You can see Rubio Luengo has a faster time on the scoring totem than Daniel Perez right now.
Yes, he does have a faster best lap. I mean, barely, though, by a tenth of a second. Less than a tenth.
Actually, that was its last lap time that was up there. So maybe Rubio Luengo is reeling in Daniel Perez, which is a tough thing to do here, Mikey, at Atlanta Motorsports Park. You've mentioned that just about every time Perez is on track, it seems like he's going P1 and he's pulling away.
He is the final boss. I know Danny Perez raced in our shifter event that we had last year, and we had some like international and national series drivers come and gave a pretty good competition to him. But Danny Perez still, I mean, he holds his own against about anyone.
So I believe that's our top 2 that's already made it around the S's, and there we're following the rest of our field. You can see the main track for Atlanta Motorsports Park winding around in the background. That is a 2-mile 16-turn course that features its own signature turns as well as some intense elevation changes.
And we'll be over there in a couple weeks.
I believe our next event will be at Main Track as they open up their racing series will be May 30th for the Main Track Championship Series. If you're interested in watching that, you can follow Atlanta Motorsports Park on Facebook or YouTube, and sometimes those events are streamed live. We're getting a side-by-side battle. Some contact.
Look at there.
One of the carts going in the air, the other through the cones. I don't know if that was our top
I think
duo.
that's Danny. Yeah, that's Danny with the green helmet.
The
and
green
now
kit. So you could see Rubio Luengo catching a little air on the inside. The stewards will have their hands full at the end of this race.
And now there's a cone in the middle of the S's, so other drivers are going to have to look out for that.
I can't tell if that's Keelan Spears is going for the lead or if that is.
Yep.
It is. So Daniel
Kellen
Perez,
Spears.
Kellen Spears, and J.R. Blevins as the white flag is out. Drama here in our tag senior division. Rubio Luengo fades all the way to 6th. A heartbreaking lap for that driver.
Mikey, where do you think the passing is going to happen on this lap?
I mean, if it's going to happen, well, Danny Perez already has kind of a gap here. It's going to happen. It has to happen here on the final turn 16. But Danny looks like he's kind of recovered, and he's opened up 3 kart length lead over Kellen. But just like that, Kellen and JR, now they're on podium spots or, podium starting position. This is just the pre-final here. Crossing the checker flag is Danny Perez. He's going to take the win in the pre-final. Kellen Spears, 2nd. J.R. Blevins in 3rd. And then, Rubio Luengo ends up finishing top 5. So heartbreaking result there for Mateo. Was doing so well to keep with Danny. Was fighting for the lead. And then incident in the S's is going to cause him to finish in 5th place.
I'm not exactly sure what happened. It almost looked like he cut the corner and just barely clipped it.
Well, you could see Rubio Luengo caught some air briefly, almost like they touched wheels, and he got the worst of that, spinning right in the middle of the S's. Do want to mention in the junior division, Oliver Nabert came home as the winner in the juniors. Next group of karts that will roll onto the track will be our Tag Masters. Same karts that you saw, 2-stroke, water-cooled engines. Just the drivers are, shall we say, Steve, a little more seasoned out there.
I would say so.
Yeah. Masters start at the age of 30 years old. So we'll probably see one of our familiar names we had mentioned, Jose Garcia, usually races in that division. It'll be interesting to see what the stewards say about that contact between Perez and Rubio Luengo. Will they just say it was a driving incident, or will they assess a penalty? We'll know a little bit later in the afternoon.
It all happened so fast. I feel like I blinked, and next thing I knew, there was a cart in the air. So hopefully we'll get a replay.
Well, for those of you that are watching on the property, we do want to let you know you can listen to our broadcast at your car, at your trailer on 88.7 FM, 88.7 FM. Also want to give a mention just on the left of the screen, if you're walking up the hill towards the main building, Smokehouse Q is open and ready for business. They provided us with some delicious sandwiches here. So head on over, grab one of their barbecue sandwiches, some chips, and settle in for a great day of racing here. We're going to send it down to Victory Lane with our intrepid reporter, Chris Conowall.
Thanks, guys. Here with Daniel Perez. Daniel, where are you from? Let's start with that since it's our first race of the season. Then we'll talk a little bit about this race.
So originally, I was born in Georgia. Then I moved to Colombia, South America. I was raised there, and recently I moved like 3 years ago, and I'm back here.
Excellent. We're really happy to have you back. Now let's talk a little bit about the race and especially the finish.
It was a good race. I was with my rival Mateo all the time. We were really close together. At the end, he kind of sent it in through the inside, and he kind of hit me in the side. We had a little bump, a little issue there. I talked to him. He's good. I'm good. Some just things that happened in the race, but should be fine for the final.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, so you said he's your race rival. We did see a lot of that last season, so we're looking forward to that in the final. So good run, and we'll see you in the final.
Of course.
All right, you guys, I'm going to send it back up.
All right, thank you, Chris. Gentlemen, did you notice that little smile from Danny in Victory Lane saying when he heard "We'll see you later"?
Yeah, I just like that he calls him his rival.
Right.
Yeah, he said that they talked and that he's good and I'm good. Well, we knew Danny Perez was good. I'm sure Mateo might have a different view.
Yeah, Mateo probably just was quiet,
Yeah.
if I had to guess.
Well, race fans, we do want to let you know that while today is part of the AMP Kart Championship Series, there's something special coming up starting next week, the Georgia Karting Championship Series. It's a 4-race series split between here and down in Barnesville, Georgia. So next week, you can tune in on AMP's YouTube or Facebook channels. We're going to travel south to Lamar County Speedway to cover round 1 of the Georgia Karting Championship Series. And as we said, it'll be 4 races, 2 down at Barnesville and 2 up here at AMP. Feels like we need to get some heat with the people down at Barnesville. Much different course down there. You're in middle Georgia. It is a much flatter layout. I'll say, more technical course.
Yeah, much shorter course, too. I think they run like 30-second laps or something like that down there. So it'll be a change of pace for our drivers. I'll be heading down there with the crew. I can't wait. I'm excited. I love when AMP ventures out, collaborates with the other kart tracks and kart series around. It's just fun to go new places, see new people.
All right, looks like we're going to get a second interview here. So, Chris, who do you have outside of Victory Lane?
Yeah, thanks. I'm glad we have time because we want to hear from Mateo Rubio Luengo. Tell us about what happened there at the finish.
Well, I mean, I was just moving forward because obviously at the start I got a bumper penalty. So I was like, at this point, I just have to move. And so I was catching Danny. I was trying to tell him, hey, man, I got the bumper and you're going to get first anyway. Let's just move. And so I was like, I got ahead of him, and then he pushed me for a solid half a lap, which, I mean, is normal. But then he pulled into turn 8 to try and overtake me. And then he went a little bit too far under braking, and so I got the cutback, and then we both just turned in. And, I mean, what happened. It's racing, and now we just got to make sure everything's good and get going for the final.
Well, excellent attitude about it all, and we're looking for a great run in the final. Danny said he characterized you as his rival. Is that a fair assessment of your relationship?
Yeah, I mean, we're friends, but on the track there are no friends. You obviously have to work for yourself. It's your own race. Obviously, you can try and signal some things, but if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and it's every man for themselves.
Excellent. Well, this is the first race of the season, so we're looking forward to watching this rivalry play out over the season. Congratulations on your run.
Thank you.
All right, back up to you guys. Thanks for the time.
All right, thank you, Chris. Some intrepid reporting there to get both viewpoints from the drivers that were involved in that incident. Interesting to hear about the bumper penalty. I think that's a case where a driver can get a penalty and they get, is it a time or is it a plate? Usually it's a time penalty. So
I want to say it's a time. I don't know. We might have to have an official comment on that later.
Which if it's a time penalty, that's why you want to get as far ahead as you can, like in
Correct.
Formula One, so you can overcome that penalty. So it's our tag masters on track. You can see that waving yellow and red flag. That's a no-go this time. So they're going to cut off through what we call the jelly bean and try to get things lined up again. You may have noticed those plumes of bluish white smoke coming up out of the tailpipe, and that is a hallmark of that 2-stroke engine, Steve. They run that oil-gas mixture.
I believe those are, let's see, let me double check my notes here. Let's see here. They are probably running modal oil That's my guess. That's usually what one of the biggest brand names that they use. But it looks like we're getting nice and gridded up here. Let's see if we get a green flag.
Hunter Halsey looks over the field. He likes what he sees. We're underway in our Tag Master Pre-Final. Field's going to head up the hill and then drop down at breakneck speed into turn 2. We already got one going around. Hopefully he'll get refired and join this field as the rest of the field gets stretched out single file.
They're going to sort themselves out single file before they hit the kink. We had talked about that. It's important to go through their single file as they head down the backstretch, the fastest part of our track here. Oh, second place running wide. It looks like his cart's kind of loose.
It looks very loose, actually. That was an interesting line he took out there in the S's.
So we've seen some good last lap action in our other races. We're getting it in the first lap here. Once again, this is our Tag Master Division for drivers age 30 and up. We'll check the timing and scoring as they come around to put lap number 1 on the board. And it is a healthy lead right now for Brant Estes, Kyle Clark in second, Sean Atkins running in third.
It makes you wonder if Eugene Paneco was the cart that went down on the first lap.
I think it was.
He has not scored in the timing and scoring yet, so not the start that Paneco would have wanted as our leader. Brant Estes sweeps through the S's and heads back up towards turn number 9.
Brant Estes is a name that's, he's been here forever. Also, he's up there with Jose Garcia and one of those AMP members that's just always on track.
Same thing with the Crencerissia that's in 4th place currently.
Yep. And we could joke that drivers like Brant and Jose live here. People actually can live here now as we have the condos that maybe we'll get a shot in the background when the timing is right, that you too could buy one of the condos here at the track and wake up to the sound of horsepower each morning or look out and see the beautiful North Georgia mountains. For more details, you can go to atlantamotorsportspark.com.
You kind of caught a clip of them the last time that you were following this driver, but they're really, really nice condos.
Over the race series over the years, we've got kind of seen them built up every season to where now they are like fully furnished and occupied.
Which you buy basically the condo where it's open on the inside, then you can build it to your customization. Some people will put a lift in for the car and make the car the showpiece of the house. Otherwise, you could put in bedrooms. You could put an office space, make it an office for your company meetings.
Yeah, the rendering I saw was the one with the lift where you could park it in the garage and then take it up into the living room and just have your, Ferrari in your living room.
Goals.
Yeah. When I see those renderings, I got to say, Mikey, I start to ask myself, where did I go wrong in life?
Oh, you don't keep your Ferrari in your living room?
That I'm driving a Toyota Camry. Like, what choice did I make that didn't lead to that path?
Well.
So 3 laps in the books here. Brant Estes, your leader, about a 2-second advantage. A good battle for second. Kyle Clark and Sean Atkins are battling there as we see our leader flash by. And there's Clark in second, Atkins running in third. And then it's a further gap back to 4th place overall, our friend Jose Garcia.
So the Tag Masters, their fastest lap is it's about a second and a half, almost 2 seconds fast or slower than the Tag. What was it? Junior.
It was Tag Senior.
Tag Senior. My bad.
You're right. Tag Senior was down, even clipping into the 49-second
They were
range.
consistently.
That could be due to the Tag Senior minimum weight 366 pounds, Masters 400 pounds on the scales, and you can insert your own joke there, but that extra weight's going to slow things down on the track. As we hear some of the tires screeching through turns 4 and 5, there's a good quintet of karts, maybe a battle at the back there. So they're going to go side by side into turn number 9. That is 4th through 8th on the track. And there you can see those condos in the background. The trees not fully budded out here in North Georgia. A little further south, we're starting to see those beautiful flowers and the signs of spring in the air.
Yeah, spring or fall, just the shots around the facility here, it always looks so beautiful.
Almost three wide into turn 1. That's tough sledding, and they all maybe back off and make things work. That could have been mayhem in turn number 1. A deceptive off-camber left-hand turn.
Yeah, they don't run turn 1 in the public karting anymore, but I had the opportunity to race the full course back when they did. And, yeah, turn 1 is it's something else.
It's not the signature turn as they're going to go side by side into turn number 9. Driver trying to go 2 for 1 and just able to shut off any crossover attempts. So they're getting after it in the pack. Mikey, you're right. Turn 1, a deceptive corner where you're carrying all the speed of the front straightaway, and you go into that left-hander uphill, but the turn falls away from you towards the right.
And you have no time to even think about the turn you just went through because it dumps you out right at turn 2, the hardest turn on the track.
So the rental carts use one of those little cutoffs on your screen there.
Yeah, that first
cut off. The problem wasn't turn 1. The problem was actually turn 16 that some of our rental drivers were a little, we'll say, overzealous and were getting into the wall at the end of turn 16.
Yeah, a couple incidents. It's just, well, there's no runoff there. So,
it's straight into the wall if you're messing up. There's no grace period, as I would like to say.
Grace period is a great way to put it, as opposed to our turn 9 turn, which has so much grace.
Ample.
There's a lot of grass out there, too.
And I'll tell you, the rental carts use that grace abundantly when they come out of the clubhouse. They come out of the clubhouse downhill, head to turn 9, full throttle, and forget that the cart might not turn as quick as it was going down the back straightaway.
Remember, the brakes are on the left.
Yeah. So our leader, Brant Estes, out to a 3-second plus advantage with 7 laps in the books. And running in second right now, Kyle Clark, and then a couple more seconds back to Jose Garcia in third. He was able to get by Sean Atkins.
Jose Garcia has actually quietly moved his way up this field. It feels like at the start of the race, I spotted him somewhere around like 6th or 7th. He's worked his way up into a top 3 position. So Jose Garcia, I have him here plus 6 spots on the timing and scoring.
Yep, he started P7.
Yeah, so Jose on the move as the sun is out. Once again, this might change how these drivers wanted to set up their karts. They were probably already in staging before the sun fully came out, and that could change the temperature of the track, maybe the air pressure that they would want to run. Steve, you have a lot of experience on circle track asphalt. Temperature of that track makes a huge difference to set up.
Oh boy, does it. Also the camber and everything else, but that's way too much to talk about in kart racing. This is a whole lot more simpler than setting up a late model.
Other than the pressure.
Yeah, the tire pressure is probably about right, but everything else with late models, it's a totally different story.
Well, coming up after this race, fans, we'll have the kid karts. So our youngest drivers will be on track. Kid karts, they could be as young as 5 years old. So we'll go from our oldest to our youngest drivers on track.
Those are some of the best interviews that you will ever get because they don't know what to say. We've got a cart that, oh, nope, he caught it. But it's one of the best interviews you'll ever get out of any driver.
As we see the white flag unfurled in the air from our starter, Hunter Hersley. Brant Estes just 17 more turns until he sees the checkered flag. So that time around, Estes, your leader, a comfortable 3-second gap. And then Jose Garcia sits in third. Sean Atkins fourth. Todd Shambo currently running in fifth. Gap's a lot bigger in this class, Mikey, where we've always said the LO206s draft a lot. You don't see drivers get away. You see more pack racing here. Brant Estes, a comfortable 3-second margin.
Yeah, it's definitely different. Oh, and as Brant Estes takes the checkered flag here, that was actually Jose Garcia, and then here's the fourth-place driver, Sean Atkins. So Brant Estes already took the checkered flag about a week ago.
Yeah. He'll be getting one of those barbecue sandwiches.
He's already
Smokehouse Q.
He's already kicked back at his trailer.
Yeah. Well, he has to go through tech first, as we're going to see even right down to the back of the field, some great battles for position.
So, yeah, top 3, Brant Estes, Kyle Clark, and, yeah, Jose Garcia, one of the biggest movers. Sean Atkins and Todd Shambo also had some pretty big move-ups. So I guess it was Eugene Panenko that missed out on finishing this race, spun at turn 2.
It was either that or the name that I'm probably going to butcher if I try to pronounce this, but the number 3 cart.
Arshia Anvari also did not get scored with any laps. So a couple of drivers having some sort of mechanical or contact issues in the opening lap.
And I always think it's interesting when you have a car that qualifies in the top. Like, they're obviously a fast kart, and they have an incident where they have to come off early and they can't finish. For the final, they drive so hard to get up into that podium spot, so it's fun to watch them later in the day have that opportunity to redeem themselves.
And we have seen drivers that have had trouble in the pre-final storm back through the field.
Oh, yeah.
And make it exciting at the end of that 12-lap final. They get a couple extra laps, so a little more seat time, a little more opportunity to atone for problems in the pre-final.
Danny May is notorious for doing that, starting in the rear and then coming all the way back up the field and winning the race.
Well, here you're getting a bird's eye view of just some of the teams getting their karts ready for action. It's definitely a family thing here in karting as they are set up and getting ready for their race. Well, we're going to turn our eyes down towards Victory Lane. Our intrepid reporter, Chris Conowald, once again working the shoe leather, and he's there in Victory Lane with Bran Estes.
Thanks so much. I'm here with Bran Estes. You had an incredible run. Let's start with where you're from, and then tell us about how you were able to get so far out in front there.
Well, so I'm from Scottsboro, Alabama. It's about 2.5 hours from here. Just kind of got a good start, to be honest with you. Tried to drive the first 4 or 5 laps pretty hard, and then tried to back off a little just to save tires. I really couldn't see what happened behind me, so when I looked back, there was a little bit of a gap, and I just kind of tried to hold it there.
Excellent. Well, it's the first race of the championship series, and so tell us, will we be seeing you out here the entire season?
Yes, sir. Yep. My son and I race. We'll probably run multiple classes. So this one's my favorite, but we'll probably run some more.
Excellent.
I'll be here all year. Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, I see Eyes Up Race. Is that what's on your cart there?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay. All right, fellas. Any questions for Brant before I send it back up to you?
What adjustments, Brant, do you think you'll make for the final later today?
What adjustments do you think you'll make for the final today?
Probably just tire pressure. I think it was pretty good. Other than that, I may have been just a touch high on pressure.
Excellent. And you've been racing a long time?
We started in 2020, so not too long, but we've driven a lot of laps over here since then.
Excellent. Well,
to come.
Well, Atlanta Motorsports Park is very grateful to have you. Congratulations on your win. We'll see you in the final.
All right. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. All right, guys.
All right.
Brant Estes.
Thank you, Chris. You can see in the picture-in-picture Kid Kart setting up on track. Kid Kart is one of 2 divisions that use a standing start. The other is shifter. Shifter is so they have to actually use the clutch. Here in Kid Kart, look, we're talking 5 to 7-year-olds, so think kindergartners. This is the best way to make sure that they get a staged, even start. These kids it's a lot for them out there in these, so to give them a standing start to make sure that at least the lineup is good. And the green flag, as you see, in the air, so we're underway in our Kid Kart pre-final.
I believe there's 6 or 7 karts out there on grid currently.
Kid Karts could be a couple of different engine combinations. The Comer engine is one of them. Minimum weight 150 pounds. So these are the drivers, when you see them out there, you just see they're kids. I mean, these are little kids. You see them get out of the cart, and it's a kindergartner out there. Hard to believe that the stories they're going to have tomorrow or on Monday going into the classroom.
Yeah, I couldn't even ride a bike at 5. I'm pretty sure. So I couldn't imagine being that young and driving around in a cart like this. I see them, compete on that jelly bean course, as we call it. Take a little cut through.
Really, for these kids, this is a chance for them to get seat time. We talk about how important, how valuable that is for growth, and they're running at speeds maybe 30 miles an hour, not the 60 or in the shifters approaching 80 miles an hour. But 30 miles an hour for a 5-year-old, this must feel like flying out there.
Well, and it's one thing that is so great here at AMP that the racers and everyone would agree is that this place promotes like good racecraft and race etiquette. So it's just, like you said, getting that seat time and just learning how to behave behind the wheel, like how to pass safely, how to run with people side by side. It's just, invaluable experience.
And speaking of seat time, you're actually able to bring your child out here and get them in the Discovery carts. I believe that's a new program that AMP has started here recently.
All right.
I'm not exactly sure what type of course they run, but I do know that they have talked about it a lot here recently, and I believe it's fully running now.
For the Junior Discovery.
Yes,
as
Junior
one of the
Discovery.
flyers. They also have other programs here as well. They have karting schools. That is usually on Mondays. Definitely check the AtlantaMotorsportsPark.com website. But that's a karting school where you end up in a kart, much like the LO206s, but you get some professional training as well. So seat time and schooling time to help you work on your racecraft. Once again, go to AtlantaMotorsportsPark.com for full details.
As we are, get a lap count here, 5 laps complete. They complete these laps a lot shorter because, small course here. They can't do the full course because these karts, they're low on power. They can't really make it up these big hills, so they have to kind of remain on this side of the track.
You're right. They wouldn't make it up the hill out of the turn 2 U-turn. One of the configurations here is they can take out turn 2.
Yes.
In some
they
way.
can go straight. Instead of taking that right towards turn 14, they can go straight down past. Well, I guess you'll still have the uphill part, which is the problem.
Okay, it's the uphill, but they don't have the downhill where they're
Yeah.
almost stopped at the bottom, so the momentum will carry.
Yeah, this is the only
them up the
configuration
hill.
they have that. I mean, unless you were to do something with the cutouts and just avoid turn 2, well, it still wouldn't work.
Yeah.
There's the old cutout down at turn 9. If you can use somewhere down the back straightaway, you basically have the S's, and it'd be the other end of the jelly bean.
Yeah, it would be a similar, short little circle.
So Harrison Marich is the overall leader. Arlo Stowers in second. Luca Valdez running in third. Once again, we have 2 groups on track. We have our LO206 kid kart and the Comer kid karts.
Looks like we've got a kart stalled out and just now going back in turn 16. I'm not exactly sure what the number is on that kart. It's a little off pace. It looks like he's pulling off.
Yep. Maybe some sort of mechanical problem. White flag is out. Harrison's going to take the white flag. So final lap in the pre-final for Kid Kart.
So Harrison running an LO206. It's Arlo Stowers, the leader in Comer. Once again, that race within a race that we have going on right now as the white flag will fly in the air for a few more moments. We should see the checkered in the air, and there we see it. Harrison Marich coming home as your LO206 winner. And I believe this should be Arlo Stowers coming around to take home second overall, but first in the Comer division.
I feel that's kind of rare where you see the 2 classes finish P1, P2. Makes it easy for us.
Yeah. Usually they're
Usually
a
we
little
have
bit
to
more
search
gapped.
back like 30 cars and decipher. So what do we got next here? I don't have a schedule on my end.
Next group of cars that will grace the Speedway will be our KA 100 Junior division. So again, think middle schoolers, but they'll be running in a 2-stroke air-cooled engine. So it'll have that high whine, but speed-wise, they'll fall in somewhere between the tags and the LO206s.
Okay.
It's a good shot we have of the building, along with some nice sponsor banners we've got going on this year.
I did notice that just around the track we have more banners and flags. The track's looking real nice this year.
And I think part of that is race fans, we do want to let you know you're enjoying round number 1 today. Record number of karts here. And we expect that we're going to have another great race here when we have round number 2 on April 6th. But that is the last race before we have a huge 2-day CKNA national race here on April 13th and 14th. So it's a doubleheader here at AMP. Saturday, April 13th, and Sunday, April 14th, the CKNA national race. It should be a huge race, and we're hearing we could have 250 karts on hand for that event.
The last time I looked, we were currently over 110 in registration, and we're still, 2.5 weeks out?
That's right.
I mean, it's looking great.
Actually, we're 4 weeks out at this point, yeah.
We're still a month out. And we already have that many registered. That's a great sign for the growth of this track.
Well, I remember the days where we could still park over here on the kart track route. Now, so many people here, they have to park people at the main facility and shuttle people over.
They have a shuttle, and there's events going on over at the main facility as well today. So it's a packed house here. just outside of Dawsonville, Georgia. You saw on your screen our tag juniors spill out of the building, and they're working on their parade lap, weaving the cars to get some temperature into those tires. They're going to stack up 2 by 2 here and hopefully get a green flag.
If I had to guess by the way they're spaced out at the moment, we might have a wave off, but, well, maybe not. It looks like they're going to grid up real nice.
And then the front row, the Luke row, Luke Giglio and Luke Allen.
Luke Allen, maybe a newcomer to us, but Giglio, very familiar. You see in the split screen, one of our top performers. So we get a green flag in our KA juniors, but for the moment, we're going to send it down to Chris Conowall with one of our winners in our Kid Kart division. Take it away, Chris.
Hey, thanks, guys. I'm here with Arlo Stowers. Arlo, how old are you?
6.
6 years old, and this was a nice helmet you brought out here today with your mohawk. And tell us real quick, how did it feel to win this race, the first race of the season?
Good.
Yeah, and so what can you tell us about where you're from, Arlo?
I live with my dad right now, and my mom and dad are divorced.
Well, you live here in Dawsonville, Georgia?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, congratulations on your win, Arlo. We'll see you in the finals, okay?
Okay.
All right, you guys. Arlo here from Dawsonville, Georgia, wearing his really cool helmet with his mohawk. We'll see him in the finals, everybody.
All right, thank you, Chris. Arlo looking like a Roman legion out there, I think, with that topper on his helmet. Lap number 1 in the books for our KA 100 juniors. Oliver Nabert scored as the leader. Gabriel Lopez Velarde in second. Oh, we just had a swap there. Lopez Velarde, your leader. Nabert running in second.
I think, it took a second for timing scoring to update, but it is Gabriel up front. Although we might have a pass for the lead here. Oliver looking on the inside.
Pass for third as well. So 2 by 2. They all get single file with both passes happening. So I believe Nabert's going to be your leader, and probably Harry Cunningham moved up to third.
So a lot tighter pack than the previous 2 races.
55-second lap time. So seated nicely between our tags and
our 1 minute lap and the
50
50-second, yeah.
Yeah. Again, these are air-cooled, but they have that higher revving 2-stroke engine. You might occasionally see those plumes of bluish-white smoke out of the tailpipe as they head up the hill. Nabert leading Lopez Velarde.
These have that iconic smell, too. When you walk through the paddock and you hear them firing up, that 2-stroke oil smell.
Yeah, like a grandpa's old chainsaw.
Yeah.
The nostalgic kind of smell.
So our top 5 have broken away from the rest of the field. Adam Wayne in 5th, Luke Giglio 4th, Harry Cunningham in 3rd, Gabriel Lopez Velarde in 2nd, and Oliver Nabert atop the field. We've talked about drivers doing multiple duty today, and we may see if that continues. Talon Laney has technically scored in this field in 7th. He was our LO206 junior winner to open our proceedings.
And forgive me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Meyer Lewis also?
Yes. You're right. Meyer Lewis was as well. This cart's getting 2 by 2 briefly off of turn number 2. They want to be single file through this portion of the course. They sweep past our vantage point and then down through the kink. That's the lowest point of the course. And then they work slightly uphill towards turn number 9. You're riding in 6th place with Killboy as our leaders sweep through turn 9.
Great shot of them entering that turn on the backstretch into the S's.
Killboy cuts the corner there. We won't penalize him for that, but our leaders can't do that, but you see them working on the steering wheel. Our top 2, just a little bit of daylight between themselves and Harry Cunningham in 3rd.
Yeah, Harry Cunningham kind of in the middle of these 2 groups. See if he can push his way up to the back of Gabriel.
In all honesty, he probably has the best vantage point in case anything was to happen between Oliver and Lopez Velarde.
So right now, our top 2 breaking away. And as we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, this sets up the lineup for the final. So to be first or second puts you on that front row. If you're second, there's not a huge incentive to move up to first. But you know for Cunningham, he would love to be on that front row. To move from third to second is a huge improvement for the start of the final.
Although, to be fair, turn 1 is an inside preferred turn. So if you're, starting first, you get that inside line. Might be worth it to some drivers.
So there you see our top 5 all on the screen, sweeping through turn 16, which sometimes is a good passing zone. They'll head through 17 and then to the start-finish line. Nabert continues to lead Lopez Velarde. That time around, 0.234 seconds is the gap, so that's about 2 kart lengths as they work up the hill. And now we're seeing Nabert starting to open some daylight over second place.
About a 1 to 2 kart lead. Oliver over Gabriel. But as they hit the backstretch here, he's staying with Oliver. I mean, it's a little bit of a gap.
Seems like it's heating up back there in 4th and 5th between Luke Giglio and Adam Wayne.
Luke Giglio's a name that, he seems like he's been around for a while in these kart races. I know we missed him a little bit. He went to go race in a national series, so good to have him back here.
If I remember correctly, he started here in Kid Kart and moved his way up.
Yes, he's one of those
very seasoned drivers.
It's very seasoned at a young age still, though.
It's hard. It's amazing to say, he's been around a while, but then to realize that the junior division again is drivers age 12 to 15. So already, if someone started in Kid Kart, you're talking about someone that literally has been racing half of their life, and they're only 12
racers.
to 15, right?
Knocking on that door to Formula One.
I think that is the dream for a lot of these drivers. Yeah, Formula One, IndyCar, GT cars.
A lot of the GT, SCCA type disciplines.
It's all they all start in karting. I mean, even your left turn racing, Steve. They all start in karts too.
Man, I love left turns.
I can't hate it. I love it too.
Well, and Steve, since you're joining us, you're with us in the booth today, but tell us about your other project and how some of the viewers could follow you in the racing world.
Well, yeah, we actually have our own little independent media company called Liberty Racing Review. We've been around now for about a year, where we were growing steadily. We do a lot of different race coverage, mostly with the Southern Super Series asphalt drivers, late models, super late models. Good friends with your buddy, Bubba Pollard, who is making his Xfinity Series start coming up at Richmond, which is going to be very entertaining. I can't wait for that. But, yeah, you can follow us on Liberty Racing Review at any social media platform.
All right. Well, definitely, viewers, give Steve a follow. And if you like circle track action, Liberty Racing Review is the way to get it about what's happening in the South. Now, Steve, you had mentioned that I'm familiar with Bubba Pollard. That's because on other Saturdays, as we see the 2 sticks up in the air, 2 laps to go. On other Saturdays, I am the announcer down at Sonoy Raceway, a 3/8 mile dirt oval just south of the city of Atlanta. And the Pollard family are the owners of that track. Bubba Pollard, I like to call him Sonoy's fastest son, as he's a well-known in the asphalt ranks and almost like out of six-pack, he's getting his chance to step up into the Xfinity Series.
It's only taken, what, he's 36, 37?
I think so.
Yeah, it's only taken that long. But
so many people would say it was overdue, as it looks like Lopez Velarde, as we've chattered, has closed right in on the rear bumper of Nabert. And with the laps winding down, the pressure is ratcheting up.
With the white flag coming in the air this lap, I believe that Gabriel Verde will try to make a pass, if I would guess, probably in the S's. That seems to be Oliver's weakest point at the moment.
But look at this. 3rd and 4th place, Harry and Luke have closed up tight. So if Oliver and Gabriel start competing here for the first spot, I mean, we're going to have 4 cars here fighting for a finish.
Especially if the leaders blip at all. But right now, Nabert leads. 3rd and 4th, maybe have designs on a move for 2nd. A little bit of defensive driving from Velarde there down to the inside, and some contact as they work through the S's.
Gabriel Lopez Velarde, he made his car wide there. No chance for anyone to get through.
Well, they're pushing really hard coming through turn 14.
Well, and that making it wide gave the clear path to Nabert for the lead, so it's going to be a battle for 2nd as you see that red-colored kart come to the checkered flags. Nabert wins. Race to the line for 2nd. It is Lopez Velarde holding off Cunningham and Giglio. So no change Giglio came home in
Giglio,
third
yeah.
with Cunningham in fourth. So out of all that mess, Giglio was able to gain a spot. But Oliver Neighbor strong in victory. But, Mikey, you were right. You could see Lopez Velarde. By making his cart wide, you mean he slowed down and covered the inside. No one was going to pass him off turn 9, but also he wasn't going to overshoot the corner and get crossover. So he was covering the inside the entire way around.
And
I see a familiar cart
Yep, I
on
was
the
about to
screen
say the
there.
same thing.
Alyssa Vasquez in that familiar pink-colored kit. She'll be racing on track soon, I am sure. But once again, we just got finished with our tag, excuse me, our KA100 Junior Division. Oliver Neighbor, the winner.
Looks like we got the rumbling going on below us, boys.
Actually, next group would be the KA100 Seniors coming out. One of these classes had upwards of 30 drivers.
I believe it's
I
this
think
one.
it's this one.
Yeah, they're stretched from the S's all the way to pit lane right now, and that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, looking at the entry list here.
I think there's 19 carts currently on grid. I could be wrong there.
Yeah, that was actually, we should mention, Neighbor's second win of the day in that KA race. He was the winner in the tag junior race. We think that Perez won the senior part. Neighbor, one of the two juniors out there, was the winner. So here we go. Let's see if we can get 19 carts stacked and racked for a start here, as we're going to watch that. And in the split screen, we're going to hear from Chris Conowall down in Victory Lane. Take it away, Chris.
Hey, thanks, guys. John, I've got Oliver Nibert. Oliver, where are you from?
I'm from Snellville, Georgia.
Yeah, and am I saying that right, Nibert?
Yes.
All right, and so you've got 2 wins on the day, if I understand. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. X30 Junior and now KA100 Junior.
Excellent. And so little bump in there at the end, is that right? Was there anything, you didn't see it behind you?
No, I didn't see it. I just kept on going.
Excellent, excellent. Well, congratulations on the win. We're going to move back here to second place, and we'll see you in the final.
Thank you.
How are you?
Good.
See a familiar face here. Introduce yourself to everybody out there on camera.
I'm Gabriel Lopez Velarde.
Yeah, Gabriel, and you took second today, is that right?
Yes.
All right, and tell everybody out there where you're from.
I'm from Atlanta.
Yeah, and so it's the exciting first race of the championship series. We're happy to have you out here, and good luck in the final.
Thank you.
All right, send it back up to you guys. Mikey, Steve, John.
All right, thank you, Chris. We see one driver already off to the side. Looks like right at the end of that long turn 9 stretch. Trying to get a number. It looks like 05.
Tyler Dwayne.
So some sort of problem for Dwayne. You might see a local caution there as our leaders streak past. We have moved up to our KA seniors. Once again, think high school students. These carts have to weigh a minimum of 360 pounds. And our current leader, Mateo Rubio Luengo, familiar name. He was running in second in the tag senior race for a while until he had some contact in the closing laps.
Yeah, no Danny Perez in this group to spoil the fun. So, Mateo, maybe take some anger out on this field.
Mateo's been here for a long time. I remember when he first started out here doing some driver's sessions and the kart classes. And it's been amazing watching him move up through the ranks throughout the years.
We got fifth place Cameron Estes, son of Brant, who won earlier. We had an interview with him.
Now, just because I know people, the driver in 10th currently, Juan Pablo Garcia, that name might sound familiar to a couple of people because of his father running in the, if I remember correctly, the Busch Series for a little while in NASCAR.
We'll have to check on that if there is a familial relation there. Rubio Luengo, your leader, putting lap number 3 on the board with Gabriel Lopez. I got to get my live timing and scoring. Andrew Hamill second, Christian Foster third, Michael Succo fourth, with Cameron Estes running in 5th. I was thinking Juan Pablo Garcia. You meant Alex Garcia.
Yes, Alex Garcia is his father, yes.
Okay. So the field getting stretched out, and what has turned out to be a beautiful sunny day here just outside of Dawsonville, Georgia. Dawsonville, such a hub of racing as well as racing history in Georgia. Mikey, you go into the town, we have the Dawsonville Pool Room, we have the Georgia Racing Hall of Fame. So many drivers have claimed Dawsonville as their place of birth that have done great things in racing.
I always love to see Dawsonville get highlighted on national broadcast. Just get the recognition. It's such a storied location in the history of racing, motor racing in America at least.
I mean, we talk about the history of NASCAR, for example. I mean, NASCAR originated in the foothills of the Appalachians, and Dawsonville was very pinnacle in that with the Elliott family and their history with running liquor throughout the mountains.
Or even before the Elliott family. Bill Elliott picked the number 9 for his car for Highway 9 that runs from Dawsonville down to Atlanta, a.k.a., the Atlanta Highway. People say more moonshine ran down that road than any other highway in America. But even before Elliott, I think it was Lloyd Say was one of the drivers. So other drivers sort of blazing a path. And then Bill Elliott comes onto the scene late 70s, early 80s. At the time, Dawsonville was maybe 1,000 people, a very sleepy, mountain town. Now it's sort of getting caught up in the sprawl of suburban Atlanta.
If I looked at the recent statistics correctly, they said Dawson County is one of the fastest growing counties in the United States. Not just Georgia, but in the United States.
And, if you go back a couple of decades, Forsyth was. So it seems like it's moving out from Atlanta, those fast growing counties. Great action here back through the pack. Once again, 19 karts signed in for action in our KA Senior Division. Out front, Mateo Rubio Luengo, your leader, Andrew Hamill in second. Then it's a couple of seconds back to Christian Foster in third.
All right. 5 laps complete.
Looks like Mateo's got a little bit of a lead going on.
Just opening up some daylight. It's about a second. One bobble could close that up right quick, but there you're seeing a great battle on track. 3 karts right together. I believe that's 5th, 6th, and 7th. Michael Succo, Mason Graves, and Theodore Semenov all working each corner and try to improve their position so they can get a better start for the final that will come up later this afternoon. You can see Semenov made a quick move to the inside. He is in the number 33 red driving suit with a white helmet. That's easy to see compared to all the drivers that have sort of a dark driving suit out there. Steve, I don't know about you. All my years in circle track, I want to say fire suit. And it's not really a fire suit in these karts. It is more of I almost want to call it like a ballistic nylon, so that if the driver is out of the cart, it provides them with abrasion proof. There's not so much the fuel fire issue that you have in stock cars.
I believe this. I think they actually call it an abrasion suit for the FIA classification, but I could be wrong on that. But yeah, if you happen to come out of one of these karts, it's not fun. It hurts. Sliding across the pavement at 55, 60 miles an hour.
That being said, they are designed. They don't have seatbelts. You do want to come out of the cart if it turns upside down.
Yes.
So.
Yes, exactly.
We would hope that would not happen here today because
correct.
Immediate red flag if that should happen. As there you see Semenov once again running in 7th. He was able to make a pass and got passed again. So we'll focus in on that battle. 5th, 6th, and 7th on your screen. Out front, Rubio Luengo, 0.8 seconds ahead of Andrew Hamill with 2 laps to go.
I just want to say, Rusty Lookabill is such a good name.
Rusty's in this field. Okay, Rusty is an AMP legend. He's been here, I think, since the beginning, and this man has been on this track probably a cajillion times. I couldn't tell you how many laps he's ran.
A cajillion's a lot.
A cajillion is a lot, and he's up there with Jose Garcia with as many laps as has been ran on this course.
Jose might have like 2 cajillion.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Great battle back through the fields here as the field sweeps through the S's, and then they'll head back up the hill towards turn 14. Right about there is the high point on this facility. They sweep downhill on a long bending right-hander onto the brakes into 16, and then it's actually downhill into 17 before they head up the front straightaway to catch the white flag. One more lap remaining.
Last time across the line, Andrew Hamill was about 7/10 back from Mateo. So
he's holding serve right
Yeah.
there. You know, if Luengo has a bobble, we could see Hamill right there. So I believe this is our top two charging down to turn 9 one more time. This is where Rubio Luengo had his escapade, we'll say, in the tag division. No such problems this time. He sweeps up the hill, and Mateo Rubio Luengo looks like he's ready to put a hurting on this field, as you had said earlier, Mikey.
Yeah, I think, when you run multiple classes or, you run an early race and you have that incident like that, you're just eager to get out and kind of prove to everyone that you are the fastest. And, incidents like that aren't a common occurrence. Mateo does that.
So checkered flag in the air. You're getting a bird's eye view as our drivers sweep past the finish line, even deep in the field, coming to the line in a battle. I believe that was for 10th. Juan Pablo Garcia just able to beat out Martin Simonoff for a top 10 spot.
And, every spot matters in this pre-final. Just one step closer towards the front of the field for the final later in the day.
You are correct, because to move move up one spot, it's one row closer to the front of the field.
We got a beautiful shot here of the paddock. This is here on top of the hill, right in front of the building. All the carts. There we are in the bottom of the paddock. Good shot of everyone working on their carts, prepping them, getting them ready.
Making final adjustments for potentially their 12-lap final later in the day. There you see Old Glory flapping in the breeze. Just some light westerly winds here, ushering in some drier air, and you can see all those blue skies up ahead. When we started this broadcast, there was almost no blue sky available. It looks like some Girl Scout treats
all right,
down
guys,
there.
I got to run down there. You guys have the broadcast
so I'll
now.
be covering the rest I'll be covering the rest of the day. So I guess if you are here on the premises, you can listen to our broadcast on 88.7 FM, or you can go visit the girls down there and get some Girl Scout cookies. Now, Steven, can you tell what they're selling from the color of the boxes?
All right, I'm colorblind. I have no clue.
Okay.
But I do want to mention one thing. With the Girl Scouts being here, that means we have the return of the Cookie Man, Matt Lassiter.
I do see, and I see Thin Mints on there. That's the one I know.
All right, let's see.
That's in there, so.
Thin Mints, Tagalongs, Do-si-dos. You guys got any of those fancy new ones? Because I kind of want to try them.
We're just going to zoom in. Thank you, Killboy. So I think those are the Samoas there. So head on down and support the local Girl Scout troop with your purchase.
We can tie a string to the drone and have them just bring the cookies to us. It would be nice. A little delivery.
Delivery service.
Killboy, do you think you could do that for us?
Well, we do want to give a mention to some of the sponsors helping make the race day happen. You see Liquid Molly in the shot right there. They're one of our proud sponsors. Also Swan Mechanical, Autolube, Blazer Wings, Atlanta Light Engine, Primal, VRD Racing, Kart Chasers, and AMP Kartworks. Now I see our split screen is set up. That must mean Chris Conowald has some happy gentlemen down in Victory Lane.
Here, Mateo is back this time. He's got the number 1 spot. Mateo, love your attitude after coming off that last race. Tell us about this race.
I mean, this race, obviously I got a great start, so I just put my head down. I had a routine 1 lap check. Every lap I would check where Andrew was, because I knew Andrew's fast. He could, if I make a mistake, he's going to be right there on my bumper, and I'm going to have to defend. But lucky enough for me, I didn't make any mistakes, and here we are.
Yeah.
Here we are indeed, and here's Andrew Hamill. I saw you guys congratulating one another. Let's start, Andrew. Since it's the first race of the season, we're kind of getting to know you. Of course, we saw you last year. Where you hail from, and then you can tell us about the race.
I'm from Georgia, and I think that this race, it went well. It was good to see how the kart felt. The start, I could have done a little bit better, but I think staying consistent is a very key thing to stay with Mateo, and I think that it was just a great race overall, though.
Okay, what part of Georgia are you from, Andrew?
Kennesaw.
Kennesaw. Okay, guys, so we're going to see you guys in the final. Good run for both of you, and we'll see you then.
Yes.
Yep, thank you.
You betcha. All right, guys, those are your spots 1 and 2. So we're going to send it back up the booth. John,
right.
Steve, and Mikey.
Thank you, Chris. And we are green flag out for our tag, cadet, and rookie pre-final. You were flying along there as the green flag flew in the air. Now the field already charging up the hill to turn number 3. Our tag, cadet. Excuse me, this is just the tag cadets on track. 8 to 12-year-old drivers. These carts need to weigh 246 pounds, so linebacker weight, but that includes the driver of what is in these carts. Again, you're seeing that 2-stroke engine. I don't believe at this level they have the radiator on them. It still might be an air-cooled. I don't see the radiator off to the left side. So our cadets working their way up to the high point of the track. One big difference, especially when you're up close with these carts, the wheelbase of the cadets a lot narrower than what you see in the junior and senior divisions.
As they complete their first lap, we'll get a timing and scoring here.
Well, Bowen Green is your early leader. There's a familiar name.
He's out by about, 6-7 cart lengths at the moment?
That's right. He is ahead of Emma Schumann, then Evan Fry, Ryan Perez, and Kyan Ayer rounding out your top 5.
Yeah, about 5 or 6 cart lengths, but hasn't pulled away too far yet. Still a chance here for Emma to get closer. This is the pre-final. I think this is our last pre-final of the day. Is it right? Or
no? Coming up after this, we have tag rookie, LO 206 Masters, and then something new this year. The Legends will be on track. That was the name for the. What did we say? The senior set out there.
I think
the
AARP.
Oh, goodness. And then LO 206 Senior and the Shifter cards. So a host of races. 12 races in all in our pre-final, then we'll have 12 in our final. So once again, thanks to you that have joined us on Kart Chaser. We're glad that you're getting a look in here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. This kind of came together at the last minute, and we're definitely proud that that happened, so you can see the action here live from Atlanta Motorsports Park.
As we were fading away going into turn 2, it looked like turn 16 was waving yellow. I'm not exactly sure what's going on down there at the moment.
Well, if there is a caution, it's a local one, so these drivers will still be racing here. Top 3 pulled away from the rest of the field. You're flying along in 4th as Bowen Green leads Emma Schumann and Evan Fry.
Well, Ayer is scored 1 lap down, so I wonder if they had a problem, weren't able to complete a lap.
Yeah, there goes turn 14 waving local yellow, so let's see. We might be able to get a close-up of what's going on.
Oh, yeah. Running up to someone. I think on the right-hand side of turn 16, driver's right, entering the turn. I saw a cart off. Saw one of the staff members running over there to check him out. Maybe get him pulled out of the tire wall.
So our top 3 storm down into turn number 2 and then head back up the hill. Bowen Green, our early leader. I believe he ran 2nd in one of our races earlier today, so some more seat time for Green.
About a 6/10 lead over Emma Schumann last time across the line.
Bowen was 2nd in the earlier race we had for LO 206 Cadet. So Bowen getting his chance to feel the fresh air of the leader's position right now. Emma Schumann also ran in the LO 206 Cadet pre-final earlier. She finished 3rd. So there we're getting a peek down into the corner. Looks like they do have a cart up on the tire wall. I'm sure he didn't land there. I'm sure they pulled that up just to get it up and safe. You can see the driver there. So that's Ayer. Tough ending to his afternoon.
You saw the light poles off in the distance there. Can't wait till those are fully functional.
That's right, Steve. One of the big improvements that was announced and is now taking shape. There are lights here going in at Atlanta Motorsports Park. I don't know if they'll be used for main track, but for the kart track, that could mean extended time for arrive and drive. And Mikey, as opposed to sweating it out during a summer day here, you'll be able to come and enjoy a little relative cool in the evenings.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess they haven't really planned anything yet, but I mean, once they start planning, I can't wait to see what they cook up as far as endurance races or, nighttime races.
Or public karting.
Public karting.
That was a couple years ago. We did, they brought in makeshift lights, and we did Halloween karting at midnight.
That sounds spooky.
Oh, it was very spooky. It was an experience. That's all I'm going to say about it.
How did I not get invited to this event is what I want to know. So our leader opening up more of an advantage. Bowen Green currently scored as your leader. We are 5 laps in. His lead last time around 1.4 seconds.
Yeah, opening up a considerable gap over Emma Schumann now. So the whole field kind of spaced out as, yeah, 5 cars on track right now.
So once again, coming up after this, we'll have our tag rookie division. Rookies, drivers that are just a little bit younger, only really by 1 year. So they can start in the rookie division at age 7. There's a bit of overlap in this class. And Mikey, we talk about seat time. A driver could get a couple years in kid kart and then move up to tag rookie, a chance to get in a more powerful kart as well as drive the full circuit. Not just the jelly bean, they get to do every one of the 17 turns here.
Yeah, one of the drivers that I just think off of my head is like Camila Kanash. She was, I remember watching her in kid kart, and then I feel like one season just showed up, and she was running the main course and winning.
Yeah. Yeah, Alyssa Vasquez as well. That's another driver that comes to.
We saw Vasquez rolling up the hill in the paddock, that very familiar
the pink Intimidator
car.
The pink, yes, the pink Intimidator.
I don't know what class she'll be in. It might be
she is moving up.
LO206 Senior, I
she
think,
is moving
year.
up. She ran the last race of last season and actually led a good chunk of that race and pulled off before the finish. I guess she had some issues. Not exactly sure what happened there.
Don't want to curse anyone yet. One of the typical issues we see here is drivers dropping a chain. We haven't seen too much mechanically today. I don't know if the chain gets dropped when they might get a little off course, hit some bumps, and then it just upsets things. These engines are chain driven. It's not a drive shaft like your car. It's basically like a bicycle. There's a sprocket on the engine, a sprocket on the rear axle, and then a chain between the two to turn them. And the gearing that the driver or maybe the parent selects for that gear will sort of determine their acceleration as well as their top speed.
I believe they're called crew chiefs.
Crew chief. It's dad.
Crew
It's
chief,
really
car
what it
chief,
is.
car
Yeah.
chief.
Yeah, I mean, anyone who's done the public karting is going to know if you go over those rumble strips, it is a violent shake. So that's definitely how you knock a chain loose.
Well, and it's not like those maybe spots on the highway where they've cut the grooves. I mean, it's to
way
let you know,
deeper.
it's way deeper. It's way more intense than that, especially on these karts where there's no suspension on a go-kart. The only suspension is basically the flex in the sidewall of the tire. Other than that, every bump you hit, every seam in the pavement is coming right up.
If
in
you
your
roll over a
driver's seat.
penny, you'll feel it.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Absolutely, you will feel it.
And I'm sure over the years this track has developed. In dirt racing, we'd call it some character, but there's going to be some little bumps, some little ripples that you have to either know how to get through or know how to avoid each lap.
Yeah, the track is getting up in age. You can definitely tell, looking at pictures over the years, that the track surface is definitely more worn than it was, when the track was first built.
Just adds character to the track, in my personal opinion. There's groove racing in some places, and you just have to find that right groove.
Well, and it's not to say that it's not a bad thing. Every driver has the same track that they're driving on. As we see the white flag, one more lap for Bowen Green. But you're right, it can maybe make driving more difficult, and it makes it more of a driver's course. It's not just who has the fastest kart. Like we saw at Atlanta this year. The pavement's aging at Atlanta. What drivers can maintain their equipment through the race to get to the finish? And maintaining his equipment well here is Bowen Green. He heads down the back straightaway one more time, looking to take home the win in this pre-final for our tag cadet division.
Yeah, I think calling this a driver's course is just that's a great way to put it. It was already a driver's course. It's such a technical course with the different degrees of elevation and different types of turns. And one of those drivers, Bowen Green, put on a masterclass, almost 4 seconds ahead of second place Emma Schumann, as he will come across the line to take the checkered flag, followed by Emma Schumann and Evan Frey. We're going to round out your top 3 in tag cadet.
Looks like a good battle here at the line for fourth. Just a kart length separate Arthur Nahapatean, able to edge out Ryan Perez on the last lap. Well, viewers, on the right of that screen, so you see the kart track, then you see the main track is off to the left. That is one of the signature turns of the main track, turn number 4. It is modeled after Germany's Nuremberg ring, the carousel corner. Definitely, what do they call it? I think it's a 3 apex corner that just seems to go on forever, the drivers say.
I got a bone to pick with the people that named the carousel here after the carousel at the Nürburgring. It's not even close to the same turn.
Okay.
If people have seen the carousel at Nürburgring, it's like a banked, it's a long left turn, sure. I've never agreed with the carousel naming of that turn. That's my opinion.
So we see our drivers going through tech. They just cross the scales. In the older divisions, you'll see the driver push their own cart. Looks like maybe they get a little bit of a hand, and then they stand on the scale with the cart. The minimum weight includes the driver, and as we said, 246 pounds is the minimum. So I see our intrepid reporter, Chris Conowald, working the shoe leather down in Victory Lane. Chris, we're going to send it down to you.
All right, well, we've got race winner and second place. We're going to start with second place, Emma Schumann. Emma, let's start with where you're from, because this is sort of getting to know you. Where are you from, Emma?
Actually, I'm from around here, actually.
Are you right here from Dawsonville, Georgia?
Actually, yeah.
And what school you go to?
Connexus.
Very cool, very cool. Well, congratulations on your race. You got second place. How did it feel?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. And we got Bowen Green here as well. You were second place in the last run. The last time you were out, you won this one. So, what can you tell us about the difference?
This time I got to the lead early and just kept my head down and was trying to put up fast, consistent lap times to pull away, and it worked.
Well said. So, we're going to be looking for you. That's 2 races on the day. Do you have any more? Or is that it for you for pre-finals?
That's it for pre-finals, and I have 2 finals in 2 different classes.
Excellent. Okay, so remind me again, where are you from, Bowen?
Gainesville, Georgia.
That's right, Gainesville. It's good to see some locals. We've got your second place, and you right here from around the North Georgia area. Congratulations. Jets, we're going to send it back up to you unless you got some questions for our first or second place drivers.
We're going to take it back up here, Chris, because
All
we're
right.
getting ready for our tag rookie pre-final. They're coming to the line. Let's see if we can get a good start. And getting a red flag at the moment.
I believe the first group jumped the start with the second group being well behind. I believe the first group is just probably now coming through turn 14.
There's 2 groups.
Just
There's
one
only
group.
one group.
Only
out
one
here,
group.
so.
There was a driver that I think there was some miscommunication on the order, and one person went. Saw someone spin out kind of over there.
Yeah.
Okay.
In turn 1, yeah, I saw that.
Here you can see those plumes of bluish-white smoke. So, again, in our tag rookie division, it is a 2-stroke engine, air-cooled at this level, and the minimum weight 226 pounds. So they're going to just try to get lined up and then go 10 laps here for this pre-final. Coming up next after this, the building should thunder to life again. Our LO206 Masters and Legends will take to the track.
As there's our final driver approaching the grid.
We were saying about in that last race, Emma was from, I believe, Connexus was the school. She's going to have some good stories from Monday morning at Connexus. What did you do this weekend? I was racing at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
That's got to be the biggest flex as a young kid.
I would have done anything to flex like that.
So our drivers getting underway. On most of these drivers, if not on their helmet, somewhere on the cart, you will see a GoPro camera. This isn't something we had 20 years ago. So many of these drivers take that GoPro. They can go back and watch the footage, match it up with timing and scoring, and figure out, where am I losing time? Where can I improve? It's become a great tool for these drivers to improve their racecraft.
Yeah, a lot of them having the GoPro on. We had the GoPro on some of the drivers last year.
Yeah, the driver cam was wonderful.
I think that's something we're going to try to work to get back this year.
I think we had it. Did we have it on Danny May?
we had on Danny May and I think another driver as well. Well, it was really nice when we had it at Lanier, when we had the event at Lanier.
Yes.
That was something else.
That was a fun experience going out to Lanier, seeing racing again at Lanier,
And racing under the lights. I mean,
yes,
sneak peek of what we can expect here at Atlanta Motorsports Park when the lights get put up.
That and the nostalgia of racing at Lanier.
Yeah, one of those storied ovals in Georgia racing. So the green flag is out. We're underway in our tag rookie pre-final. 10 laps set to be the distance. And they're slicing and dicing down into turn number 2. Steve, I see that white smoke, and I want to say the engine's blowing up, but that's just how these two-stroke engines work.
Yeah, with their horsepower and their package that they have set up here at AMP, it's always puts on a good show with the younger drivers, and hopefully that'll transition into the upper classes as well today.
Yeah, I'll knock on wood. I don't think I've ever seen an engine blow up here at the kart track. Only the chains fall off.
Yeah, it's the typically the chain's going to fall off. It's different in this. You can't. Can you throw a rod in a one-cylinder engine?
Yes.
You
You
can.
can
All right,
throw
you're
the
saying
rod.
Yes, you can.
The single rod, yes.
But it's not as complicated mechanically as
Sure,
like a
you're
V8
right.
engine or Lord forbid a Formula One engine where they're turning ludicrous levels of RPMs in them. So our field coming down through turn 16. We're going to see what the lap times, what the early leaderboard looks like as they put lap number 1 on the board. Bo Stowers, your leader, Ryder Thompson in second. And then it is a pretty healthy gap back to George Cruz in third. He is already 4 seconds in arrears.
Top 2, miles ahead of the rest of the pack here as they make their way in front of our building.
Was that somebody entering turn 16 as the leaders were entering turn 4? Did I just happen to see movement, or?
I only see 5 cars scored right now, although one of them is questionable in the timing and scoring. I'd say it was waiting for data in the other timing scoring apps. So one driver just not matched up with the scoring system as Bo Stowers and Ryder Thompson opening up a huge lead over third place. It looks like it's going to be a 2-man race to the finish.
Yeah, Bo Stowers looking to settle in here. A lot of laps left in this pre-final.
Mikey, if you could, pull the gap on how second and third are separated.
The gap's on screen right now, so 4 seconds back to from second to third. And you might have seen that movement. There was one driver, Grayson Waite, about 30 seconds back overall. So, Steve, that was probably who you saw coming through turn 16 in the background of that shot. And you could see one driver just heading up the hill to turn number 14 as our leaders streak through turn number 9 around 10 and then through the S's. You see the condos in the background as Bo Stowers starting to pile on his lead. Ryder Thompson slowly becoming unhitched in second. Great battle there for fourth on your screen. Mateus Guzman and Nazar Martinenko working through the S's.
Ooh, a little shake there. Is that from Matthias?
I believe Matthias has scored in fourth right
place.
now.
See if we can follow 4-5 here through the final turn. They're the closest battle on track right now. So we're going to stick with them. As, Bo Stowers is 1.3 seconds ahead of Ryder Thompson, so not really under threat.
We're seeing lap times here of just about 60 seconds, so these would match the times we saw in our LO206 juniors. Again, these being tags, a little more power out of these two-stroke engines as this is the battle. Fourth and fifth place, Matthias Guzman leads Nazar Martinenko. Martinenko in the red suit, Guzman in the blue suit. Paired with a red helmet.
It's very aesthetic.
Makes them easier to call out that they're not all like drones out there, stormtroopers wearing the same uniform.
Yeah, I love when a driver has like a distinct helmet.
Yeah.
You know, what's very difficult with being colorblind, trying to determine what color the card is, how to follow the drivers. You have to really look at that number plate really closely.
Thankfully, we have so many good shots around the track. We actually see the number plates more times than not.
Yeah,
from the drone, but it's a lot smaller than a number on like the side of a NASCAR or a late model, where it's a big number up on the roof. Here, you got to take a quick peek. You can see it from the back more easily from the front. There you can see that number 50. That's Martinenko running in fifth. taking a peek down to the inside briefly of Guzman, but thinks better of it and settles behind. Once again, that's the signature turn here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Drop 3 stories, make a U-turn, and charge right back up the hill.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be so gentle on the brakes at the bottom of that hill. Too much on the brakes, and you'll spin right around. And if you lose too much speed, you lose so much momentum trying to get back up that it can cost you. Sometimes it'll cost you so much you can't even get back up the hill.
If you're watching closely in the L206 divisions, you'll see them doing the bunny hops going up and down the hill.
Oh, like the old bobsled.
Yes, yes.
And we have heard that while that might feel good, we've actually heard that it actually slows you down. We have heard. Our good friend Al Edwards talks about racecraft, and he says, yeah, that slows you down. As we see, whoa, one car getting way to the outside there. Martin Yanko, I thought he was going to make a move and then shot to the outside of 16 as we see 5 laps complete, so we are halfway.
That was almost like a warning shot. Like, hey, I'm here.
How you doing?
How you doing?
And yellow flag is out. Looks like we had one cart going off into the pits. So once again, we're watching the battle of 4th and 5th. Guzman and Martin Yanko on your screen. Martin Yanko getting ahead of steam down this back straightaway. He looks to the inside, but under braking, pulls
lost a little
back
bit of momentum
in
there.
behind. Well, he's still thinking about it a lot all the way through turn 9 and 10.
He thought about it for a couple seconds there, but he decided he was going to tuck in behind. A lot of racing left here.
There's that famous saying, what is it, when you no longer go for the gap, you're not a racer. One of those famous, I forget who made that.
Ayrton Senna?
Yes.
Was it Senna? Okay.
Yeah. But
Martin Yanko goes for a spin down on the inside of 16. Don't know if there was some contact. So Martin Yanko stuck down on the inside of 16, getting help from one of our marshals on course.
It looks like Eli down there.
These carts light enough that Eli's just able to get things going.
Or he's exceptionally strong.
I mean, both.
That's not Eli Bearden, who might be our other starter. Skies out, thighs out, Eli.
That might be
that is Eli.
We might see Eli starting a race a little bit later.
Looks like we got a cart stalled in the back. Oh, well, nope, that was just a glitch. I was thinking we had a cart stalled out in the backstretch for a second.
Well, one car that has not been stalled out, Bo Stowers, in that blue and white number 35. He is heading up the hill one more time. 7 laps in the books. He has not been challenged. His lead now 3.5 seconds each lap. He's just extending it a little bit more each time, as you see actually a large gap back. I wonder if Thompson might no longer be on the track, because I didn't see anybody behind him. If that was Stowers, he might be out to a huge lead this afternoon.
Or Thompson had a issue.
That could have been the cart that pulled off.
So once again, we're in the waning laps of our tag rookie race. Coming up after this, our LO206 Masters and Legends, and our LO206 Senior, followed by our Shifters. Viewers, if you haven't seen Shifters, you are in for an absolute treat. Thanks for coming in to join the broadcast here from Atlanta Motorsports Park. I'm John Matthews, joined up in the booth by Steve Newbold and Michael Lane, as well as we have Chris Conowald reporting from Victory Lane.
8 laps complete here in the tag rookie pre-final. As trying to look to see where Ryder Thompson went. Still scored 3 seconds back behind Bo Stowers. But it seems, look, it feels like when we were watching on camera, Ryder Thompson was nowhere.
Maybe we just missed him, because from second back to third is about a 19-second gap, which would be a pretty big amount of space on track. So the white flag is in the air. Bo Stowers comes across.
There comes Ryder.
There is Ryder. And then it's after Ryder we have that long gap back. So there we see Stowers charge down into that U-turn.
Almost about a second and a half off, if I looked at that right.
Timing and scoring said 3.2 seconds that time around.
Yeah, 3.2 second gap. running about, a second off the pace.
So there we see Stowers getting off turn 10 just as Thompson's on the brakes to get into turn number 9. So a comfortable lead for Stowers. Great work done by this young driver in that 35 kart. Just a few more turns to navigate before he sees the checkered flag.
It's, been a nice Saturday drive for Bo Stowers, just cruising along, hitting his marks.
I think he's already in Sunday at this point.
He drove so far into the future, it turned into a Sunday drive. As the checker flag is out, Bo Stowers is your winner in the pre-final for tag rookie. Ryder Thompson is also taking the checker flag. As now we'll wait for,
This should be George Cruz coming around in third. No, that was Martin Yanko, who was a lap down, who had that spin.
Okay,
this is probably George Cruz coming around in third place. And there he is able to finish. That would mean Matthias Guzman should be the last kart out on track, and he'll come around in fourth spot.
There he comes.
Okay, so that'll be Guzman. And he will be able to finish fourth. Do have to let the viewers know the building is alive once again. We feel the rumble of LO206 engines. We don't know how many of them are warming up underneath, but the building is shaking. That 4-stroke LO206 engine coming to life. If the as we rumble to life, if timing and scoring from our qualifying was right earlier, 23 karts will come to the green flag. Mikey, there they are, stacked up under the clubhouse here. Drivers antsy to get going, so this should be a good one. Our LO206 Masters division as well as our Legends division. Legends, a new group for 2024. Mikey, and what's the age cut for Legends?
I wanted to say 55. I could be wrong, though.
And we're going to send it down to victory lane. Chris Conowald has what looks to be a very excited Bo Stowers.
Yeah, Bo Stowers, you're from right here in Dawsonville, Georgia. Who you got standing here with you filming? Who's that right there?
That's my mom, my aunt, and my mom's friend.
Yeah, and so you raced number 35 kart here from Dawsonville, and how did it feel to win your first race of the season?
It felt really good.
Yeah, and you got someone else that was wearing a Mohawk helmet earlier. Who's that won his race?
It's my cousin Otto. He's a very good driver.
All right, well, guys, we got the Stowers cousins both taking a win so far today in pre-final, so we'll see you in the final, all right?
Okay.
All right, guys, send it back up to you.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, way to go, Bo.
So our next group will be to hit the track will be our LO206 Masters and Legends. Joining us up in the broadcast booth is the proprietor of the Will Bite Racing Team, Al Edwards. Thanks for joining us, Al.
Absolutely. Great to be here, and kind of surprised I had a little bit of a break wrenching on folks, and we also have the 206 Masters and Senior class right back to back. So we also have a new class this year, the LO206 Legends class. We followed the CKNA Cup Karts North America format, and so that's a 55-plus old class. They run a little bit lighter than the Masters class, and they're at 375 pounds versus, 376 versus 390. So it's going to be really interesting to see. Chuck Teasley was in first place at qualifying in Legends, and I believe this is the pre-final, and so we're going to see how Chuck can keep up or not.
Well, and Teasley, I'm trying to remember if last year, did he run some in the shifters? That's a familiar name in our scoring.
Chuck was always LO206. He joined late in the season last season.
Okay.
And just happened to call me out of the blue. I was actually his instructor years ago, and called me and say, hey, how about this Eagle kart? Can you help me? I was like, well, I just became an Eagle dealer.
No, nice. So, and you were mentioning that we've added the Masters this year, and you have to believe that coming up in 4 weeks when we have that big 2-day CKNA national event, we will see the Masters racing on both of those days.
Right. The Legends will race and with Masters. If they're big enough, they'll split the class.
Okay.
And so at Charlotte, we were split.
And when you say Charlotte, to Steve and I, Charlotte would mean something different. Where do these guys race when they say in Charlotte?
At the infield.
On the infield.
So there is an infield karting track.
Okay.
And it was just recently resurfaced, I think, 3 years ago.
And is it it's not the infield oval where they run the stock car Legends. You
No.
mean like totally on the infield?
Yeah, it's basically part of the RV parking.
Okay.
Just like Daytona.
And we've heard, I know Lincoln Massey spent some time at Daytona, so that would be when the karts say Daytona, it's down on the infield. Okay.
Correct.
A lot of these drivers that you see here at AMP, they go to other places and have good amounts of success as well. So once again, we're welcoming Al Edwards into the booth as the Thunder is coming to life. There you see the LO206 Masters and Legends making their way to the track. Steve, we should see an Oklahoma land rush down into turn 1.
That's exactly
right.
23 drivers signed in for battle.
Well, as I like to call the LO26 Master Class, the LO26 is of mayhem because you never know what's going to happen in that first corner.
That's
it
correct.
it could go so smooth or it could go so bad really, really fast. But this is the class at AMP that everybody wants to run in. This is, in my personal opinion, the best class.
Yeah, the Masters class grew. We used to really struggle to get entries. And so 2 years ago, I made it a mission to start recruiting and moving my team into Masters, all the folks that were eligible that were over 35 years old. And it really has turned out well. The whole series has grown by leaps and bounds. What's our entry count today? 140 plus?
Oh, 160.
160.
A
so
new
almost,
record here at
Is it
AMP.
our new record? Okay, so that's really great. It's unbelievable to see how the leadership here has done that. And it's also, they've supported us and the teams really well. And so we are really happy to see AMP grow like this. And we hope that it continues. And here we go. Ready for the start. We might get the green. And we're going to go green,
Yes,
green,
that
green.
green flag is out, so the Oklahoma Land Rush is underway into turn 1 with our LO206 Masters and Legends, and it's like a stampede of wildebeest
look at
down
that.
into turn 2. Are they all going to make it up the hill? So far they do. Look at that.
So it's still a freight train getting ready to start. That looks like Danny May there out in front, and Adam Phillips in second place. Great to see Adam Phillips just rebuilt his kart over the winter break, and it's great to see him in that iKart doing really well, just chasing down Danny May.
In qualifying earlier today, Chuck Teasley was the quick time. We'll see how things settle out as they work through turn number 9. So far, almost seems like a gentleman's agreement. They're all single file, nobody swapping paint yet.
Well, again, these drivers are seasoned racers for the most part, and they know how to sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride for a minute. The racing in 206 really starts the last 5 laps of the race, and then it gets very intense in the last 2. Once that 2 to go flag shows up, all bets are off. That's right.
Nobody is friends, and teammates are no longer teammates.
For our viewers
Frenemies.
watching, if you look in the timing and scoring on the left side, if you see an L in parentheses, those are our Legends drivers. Once again, new class for those 55 and older. I don't know if they ask for an AARP card. I'm scared to ask, Al.
I certainly didn't have one to give, unfortunately, because I'm not quite that age. But,
So Danny May was our leader, Adam Phillips second, Josh Smoker third, Ian Drenian fourth, and Matt Lassiter in fifth.
Well, Matt Lassiter's struggling a little bit this time out, and that happens a lot in the first race of the season. You get our usual leaders need to get their stuff dialed back in. Now, Danny May's been up here practicing quite a bit. Adam Phillips, not so much. I mean, we just gave him a baseline setup on his kart and a refresh on his engine, and look at him in second place. It's really, really great to see him out there. But Danny May, look at him just go, go, go.
Danny May won quite a few races here at AMP last year and even before that. But really, you can see our top 6 just about equally spaced there as they put lap number 2 on the board. And Al, like you said, they just kind of hold station for now. We should see business pick up at about lap 6, I imagine.
Right. You see it right behind Adam Phillips there in third place. They're starting to do a little bit of bump drafting That's the way they're going to catch Danny. Danny's far enough ahead now that Adam's just lost his draft at this point, and so the only way they're going to catch is if they can do some drafting together. Now, where Adam can make up some time here is doing some late braking in the turn 9 and try and make up some ground. But in 206, if you get that wrong, you get that wrong huge, and it affects you for the rest of the lap.
Wow, so momentum sounds like it's very critical. We're seeing these karts do about 63-second laps. Earlier today, we saw the the LO206 seniors and juniors right around a minute. So what
That's
would
right.
make these karts slower than the juniors and seniors?
Well, it's power to weight ratio, quite frankly.
So in this case, it's a kind way of saying the drivers are heavier.
The drivers and the karts are heavier. I mean, these guys are running 390 pounds in the Masters class, 375 in the Legends class. They have the same exact engine. It's an unrestricted LO206. The juniors and the cadets have a restricted 206, but they are significantly,
almost 4 wide.
Yeah, 4
up the
wide
hill
going
there.
there through 3.
And when you say unrestricted, that's where we talk about the green
Correct.
slide or the yellow slide. Just
Correct.
keeps basically the carburetor from opening up.
That's exactly right. It's basically a restrictor plate with a longer slide.
Okay. So Danny May is our leader, and then it's 3 cars and 3 more cars behind him as maybe that group of 6 is going to gang up on Danny May, and then it's a long gap back from there. From 7th to 8th, I believe it was that battle for 8th where they were
and it looks
4
like
wide up the hill.
Lassiter has come up to 4th place, and he's challenging now for 3rd, it looks like. And he's going to have to fall back in there and not put – oh, he's going to late break. Wow, there's Matt Lassiter into 3rd place.
On the outside.
Whoa, that was a really risky move there, but the other driver seemed like he checked up a little bit and let him pass. But now Matt Lassiter is going to get his groove on here. You can see it. He's going through turn 1, so he's right back on top of Adam Phillips at this point. Matt's tires are probably coming in at this point. He's starting to relax a little bit. And there he goes. He's going to the outside of Adam Phillips. That might cost him here. You can get freight trying to do that through turn 3. But there's Matt Lassiter crosses over. He's now in 2nd place. Gets by Adam Phillips, but Adam Phillips gets freight trained. Wow, Adam Phillips is going to fall back, looks like now to 6th place.
Trying to go too wide through the kink. Earlier in the broadcast, we said it's the one place you can't be too wide.
No.
They barely made it work there. The benefactor of that seems to be Danny May, adding a couple more lengths to his lead as now behind them. Is it Lassiter in 2nd?
It looks like Lassiter's in 2nd place.
That blue driver suit.
That's right. You can't. He's the Cookie Monster, by the way. He had his kids up there with selling the Thin Mints. I'm sorry, the crack cocaine.
That's where Mikey left.
Yeah.
We lost Mikey to the Girl Scout cookies.
That's
Look
right.
at those drivers.
Running wide there in turn 17.
Every
That was a problem.
inch.
It looks, and Adam Phillips falls back. He's now back in 4th place. That's got to be a little frustrating for Adam, but he's on the tail of the 3rd place driver. I didn't catch his name.
Josh
Smoker, right. And so here comes Adam Phillips on the outside of Josh Smoker. Smoker actually just bobbled it a little bit going in there. Let's see if he can make it work. But as the camera pans around and follows Matt Lassiter, we are back on the drone here, and it looks like Adam Phillips got by him. There he is.
So you were saying where the driver's using, you see every inch of the sides of the course. Momentum is so important where you sweep out wide. But at what point is it a detriment when you sweep out wide?
Well, when you make the turn longer than it really needs to be, that's when it becomes a detriment. And a lot of the times here is a balance. So if you keep the cart wound up, the spring wound up too tight, it scrubs speed off. If you unwind too early, you end up running wide and running a longer line through the course there. That's actually why if you notice, they extended the concrete here on the runoff there in turn 16 and 17, as well as the exit of turn 17. And so a lot of people were hitting that, and that was all divoted out. So, that's where the racing line is. So they extended that out. So thanks to AMP for doing that over the winter. And here, look at Matt Lassiter. Matt Lassiter is catching Danny May. And as we've said in the past, where I had that race between Danny May and I in round 8 2 years ago, it's not about whether or not you can catch him, it's whether or not you can pass him.
That's right. Danny May, a tough customer to pass, is our lead 2 already through the kink, and then it's a group of 5, and then a gap back to another group of 3. Do you want to give an update on the legends right now? Chuck Teasley leads Frank Baldozier. Chris
Orencia.
I'm thinking it's Chris Kellett.
Oh, Chris Kellett, yes.
Chris Kellett and Tim Clark
Yep.
in our Legends
Now
division.
it looks like the 2 racing buddies there, Adam Phillips and Grant Lockwood, have locked up here and are trying to chase down Matt Lassiter. Now that's going to be tough because Matt Lassiter is starting to catch up to Danny May here. You see he's closed the gap here, and he continues to close the gap here. He is really just killing it. And this, again, Matt Lassiter is kind of a wolf in sheep's clothing. and we are really enjoying watching. Look at that. He's really making up that time on Danny May right now.
Well, and look at that battle for third and
Oh,
fourth.
yeah.
Grant Lockwood in that, we'll call it the aqua driving suit, pressuring Adam Phillips. So right as you had said, Al, the opening laps are kind of calm, but now the tension has definitely picked up here. 3rd through 7th on screen as they sweep down to the king.
Yep, and then we have the Kart Freedom driver, Ian Drennan. He's there bringing up the rear in the front pack there, and he's just out of the draft with Grant Lockwood and Adam Phillips. And you can see they are just touching each other. Now, Grant Lockwood and Adam Phillips have been driving together for years. They've driven at Barnesville. They've driven in dirt together, and they're a really great duo. They pit right next to each other and really have a good time.
Have to imagine some of these drivers might be down.
Oh, and here comes Lockwood up on the inside of Adam Phillips. Okay. And Lockwood's going to make the pass. Are they going to continue to work together, or is that just an easy pass for Lockwood?
Well, some of these drivers might be down at Barnesville next week, Al,
That's
as
right.
we open up that Georgia Karting Championship Series. 2 races at Barnesville, 2 races here at AMP, and it starts next week.
That was Matt Lassiter's daughter. You saw it there jumping up and down in the green shirt. She's a Girl Scout, and she's rooting her dad on, and here he is. He's actually starting to close that gap, so hopefully he can catch him.
Well, we have 8 laps down, just 2 to go, so Lassiter is running out of road.
He is.
As the battle for 3rd right now.
Adam Phillips is fighting for 3rd now. It looks like his kart's tightening up just a little bit because Grant Lockwood's starting to run away, but Adam Phillips, you see, he sucks right back up on his rear bumper here.
So they should be on the brakes into turn number 9. That's a great passing spot. It might see more use as we get towards the closing. We're going to focus on 3rd through 7th here, as up front, Danny May has a comfortable for the moment lead over Matt Lassiter.
Yep, and in the 5th place there is number 403. That's Paul McElree. He completely and he's going for a pass on the inside of Ian. Not going to make it there. It's a little risky to do that, but he changed his platform. He went to Coyote and Oz Racing Engines, and he's up there in 5th place, so he's doing better than he really ever has.
White flag is out, so just 1 lap left.
1 to go.
For
this
our
is where
leaders.
the enemies become out. You know, your frenemies, and they're out there.
The entente has ended, we shall say here.
That's right.
Lockwood in that aquamarine blue is in 3rd place. There's Danny May on the left of your screen. He sweeps by our vantage point. Matt Lassiter in tow. Last time around, 1 second was the delta, and there's that great battle. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and
unless
7th.
someone really messes up here, this is the way the race is going to end, that's for sure. It's Matt has not been able to close the gap as fast as he'd like to. It looks like he's lost a little bit of ground there. But
and what's lost in this is, as well as Matt's doing, it's Danny May.
Well,
Danny May is a tough customer here at this track.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the cleanest drivers here. He practices here all the time. We've accused him of living here. I mean, he practically does. He had a trailer up here for ages and it never left. And I think the slides were always out, so we never knew if he was there or not.
So he's going to sweep off turn 17. You see the checkers in the air. Danny May, your LO 206 Master Pre-Final winner. Matt Lassiter comes home in 2nd. Grant Lockwood 3rd. Adam Phillips in 4th, with Ian Drennan in 5th. The next group of cars we should see eventually come around will be our legends. Frank Baldozier was able to get ahead of Chuck Teasley, although the last time around I believe the gap was 0.15 seconds.
Wow.
So we may see a battle to the finish here in our legends. I think they did a split start for those drivers, so they had sort of their own race within the race.
Yep, so Joshua Smoker really dropped back there. I think
And
he
look
got
at
freight
this
trained.
gaggle coming here
That's
to the
right.
line. That was Baldozier, Teasley, and Kellett.
Yeah,
Your
1,
top
2,
3
nice
in legends.
Nice.
So
Great job.
We have a nickname for Matt Lassiter. Do we have a nickname for Danny May?
Lieutenant Danny May.
Lieutenant Dan. Oh, I love it. Well, Iron Man.
Well, we did call him Iron Man because he used to race like 3 classes or maybe even 4 in a day. And, you know, he would jump in one, jump in the other, and he'd just be nothing but a ball of sweat at the end of the day. As skinny as he is, he probably lost a lot of weight there.
So some happy fans here at Atlanta Motorsports Park enjoying the action. For those of you at home, we thank you for joining in on Kart Chaser. We were definitely excited that that deal was able to come together so you could see live all the action that's happening here in round 1 of our championship kart series.
Absolutely. Let me tell you, you hear the building rumbling again. This is the LO206 senior group that has just started their engines, and they're getting ready to head out on track.
Well, and looking at timing and scoring, 36 seniors attempted to qualify, so it could be mayhem when they get to start. So we're going to send it down quickly to Victory Lane with Chris Conowall.
Hey there, I've got Danny May running back in here. I've got Matt Lassiter with me right here, his daughter, of course, cheering on. He's going to put in a plug for the Girl Scout cookies. Tell us, Matt.
Yeah, we got my 3 wonderful daughters up here today selling Girl Scout cookies right here up at the paddock. So if you guys are interested in some nice sweet treats on this lovely day, come up and pay them a visit.
All right, so since it's the first race of the season, of course, you're well known out here, but introduce yourself to the folks out on the web.
Yeah, my name's Matt Lassiter. I've been racing up here at AMP for about 5 years, LO206 Masters, and just enjoying every minute of this beautiful weather and beautiful atmosphere up here.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, and we'll see you in the final. Guys, do we have time for Danny May, or is he no, he's gone, so we'll send it back up to you guys and buy your Girl Scout cookies, right?
Thank you, Chris. So a stampede of cars. It looks like 285 in Atlanta traffic out there on the course right now. I don't know if they got the green flag.
I do believe they did.
Okay.
Did they? No.
Not certain
Nope,
if they did.
They got the cut through. They're going kind of fast there.
This is reminding me of a start at the old Thompson Speedway in Connecticut, a big field of modifieds. 36 drivers qualified earlier today.
Yeah, so with 36 drivers, you basically, if you're in the back, the front's already started by the time you come out of the corner here. And watch this. Are we going to go green, green, green? No, we are waving off.
Yet.
We are waving off. We've got to tighten that up, guys. Come on.
Man, this is going to be a great race. I can already feel it.
Let's see. So we have Austin Speck. That's great to see. And Nick Laferdo in third.
Earlier in qualifying, Owen Lloyd was the quick time.
Yep.
Just over 1 minute for these guys. So already we're seeing a few other drivers just back off, maybe look to log some seat time. It's going to be a wild log jam as they come off turn 17 and head to that green flag.
Is that Danny May that just entered the picture, or am I losing
it might be because Danny said he was going to race.
Who's that coming up the inside? Or?
Yeah, that's Danny. They're going to have to wave it off again, it looks like.
I believe he qualified first, didn't he?
Well, yeah, he did. So there's Danny May.
Okay, some of the cars weren't in timing and scoring earlier, so it might be Danny May at the front. This field taking shape, once again, upwards of 36 drivers. Our largest field today and our record-breaking 160 kart field overall here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Oh, Steve, I hope you got your seatbelt on in the announcer seat. This should be a good one here as they hopefully will get the green flag this time around.
Are you ready to unleash mayhem? Because I think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I think so, too. We'll see what happens here.
And the green flag is out from starter Hunter Hulsley, LO206 senior underway.
Let's see what happens here going down in the turn 2.
Still too wide down that hill to the signature turn. An Oklahoma land rush here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
4 wide coming into turn 3.
Let's not have a repeat of last year.
They might be too wide through the kink. We'll see as they're trying to get narrowed down by our vantage point. Top 5 single file, but now just barely getting single file through the kink.
We got 3 wide coming in the backstretch, looking to make it 4 wide in some positions.
That can't last very long, so we're getting you some great action here as our leader, Danny May, in that red cart zooms to the lead. Now, Al, what will this be like in a few weeks when we have that national event here? Well, will we see fields this big? In
Absolutely. We definitely will. Their cart count within like a day was 112.
Will they do anything like break a field up so
Yes.
you don't have? Okay.
Yes, and so the way CKNA works is you have you have 2 qualifiers. They have to split the field. Then they mix the field, and then they do what's called a last chance qualifier. And you have to generally be in the top 4 to get that. So that's the reason why it's a 3-day event. It'll be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
So that'll help to narrow it down so we won't have this level of chaos at one time.
Well, so at Charlotte we had 50.
Wow.
We had 50 carts in the feature race, and that it was quite a bit of mayhem. Charlotte was really challenging. We won't necessarily go give a review here, but it was a really challenging race, that's for sure.
50 sounds like the old days of when Darlington used to start 60 to 70 cars way back when.
Yeah.
As I saw the pink flash by Alyssa Vasquez. Mired in this field is out front. Danny May is your leader. 1 lap down, they're coming around to put 2 on the board. Actually, we're scoring Owen Lloyd in the lead right now.
Yeah, I do believe that is Owen Lloyd in the lead and Danny May in second. That's correct. Oh, no, Michael Gay's in second. Trey Mitz in third. Ryan Curtin fourth. Harrison Browning. And Nick Laferdo is now 7th. Danny May's now 23rd. So something must have happened here.
As the field thunders by our vantage point, those Briggs & Stratton 4-stroke engines giving a thundering sound through the mountains here of Dawsonville, Georgia. Plenty of passing into turn number 9. Then they get settled out as they come off the S's. You're flying along thanks to Killboy.com here with our first-person view drone shot. Al, this really changes the way that broadcasts
Totally
happen.
does.
You can fly right along with the field.
Totally does. I mean, we were doing it before the F1 guys were doing it. Let's put it that. They've just started doing that. They have a drone that will keep up with an F1 car, and that's
fast.
saying a lot.
Yeah.
I really want to know the specs on that.
Absolutely, I hear you.
I mean, you're pushing a drone 200 miles an hour is ridiculous.
And there we see some of the drivers oodin it up the hill, as Charles Head would have said. Now, Al, we were talking earlier when the drivers do that bobsled. You claim that does not help. It actually harms the drivers going
It
up the
does.
hill.
So, you know, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction.
Right.
And so when you push your weight forward, you're actually pulling back on the steering wheel. And so if you think you can get just enough where you can get a little oomph, well, you've actually pulled the cart harder, made it heavier. So the best way to do it is right as you reach the apogee of turn 3 and you start to come over, then you just lean your weight forward and kind of give that little extra oomph going into 4. That's the way you do it. But this whole kind of back and forth thing or jumping up and down, it does nothing but upset the cart. It's kind of, that's folklore.
Okay. So we're fighting some urban legends here at AMP this afternoon, as well as watching some great action. Owen Lord, Michael Gay, and Ryan Curtin, your lead trio, and then it's a gap back to Trey Mitz and Nick Laferdo.
Wow, it's pretty amazing that Nick Laferdo is back there. We have somebody off there in 2. It looks like they got him up on the wall.
I want to say thought that was cart number 30, but I looked down the list and I don't see a number 30.
I think it's cart number 10, actually, if I caught that just right.
That would be Austin Klein. Danny May has scored as 2 laps down, so I don't know if Danny May had some sort of mechanical.
Yeah, he must have had a mechanical. So we'll see who else goes 2 laps down. But right now it's a 3-cart race, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, and then Trey Mitz and Nick Laferdo there in 4th and 5th, which is really odd. Now, one thing about Nick was involved in a really bad crash at Charlotte the other week. And I think he may have gotten his car a little bent up there, and he's trying to work around some issues. Because normally Nick's right there at the front or leading and just looking back and laughing at everybody. That's normal with Nick. Now there's Ryan Curtin taking a peekaboo. It looks like we've had a swap here. It looks like Michael Gay is now in 1st, Ryan Curtin now in 2nd, going for 1st place.
For the lead
he
down
makes
the
it.
hill.
Wow, he goes the late braking pass there into turn 2. That is so risky. And now that is completely swapped out this field, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Owen's now 3rd place. Now Owen was a winner at Charlotte Motor Speedway the other week. So it's good to see him out and doing so well there in the top 3.
So if our top 3 is battling that hard, how soon until 4th and 5th are right there on the
Well,
rear
we'll
bumper?
see. And there we go, a late break. Oh, a little lockup. Contact. Wow. Now look what happened there. Just the slightest little bobble in contact, and Ryan Curtin now has a 2-cart lead over these guys.
Steve, you had called it the LO206s of mayhem here, and our senior division is on point this afternoon.
That sure is. Wow, that was a really tough one. It really almost ended in disaster there. That late break and lockup almost slid to the side of them. So once again, now it's a 5-cart battle. The first 4 are nose to tail. The 5th is right behind him. I believe that's Nick Laferdo there in 5th place, but he late breaks it going in there.
Nick's front scored in 4th.
Oh,
that
4th,
time
yeah.
around.
So
Trey
now
Mitz in 5th.
Wow,
as we're 6 laps in, 10 laps the distance here, and if this is anything like last year, we'll be clamoring for more laps when they do finish. We always feel like they had a few more in them as we see the drivers weaving their way down the back straightaway like a snake.
Yep.
Your leader, Ryan Curtin, Owen Lloyd 2nd, Michael Gay in 3rd. Barely a coat of paint between them as they're nose to tail.
Wow.
Now, Al, when would be the best time to make your move in this division?
You know, the best time to make your move is anytime you can make a move, as long as you can do it clean. Like right here, 144 is going around. That's a really risky maneuver. That could end up in disaster. But if you can make it clean like he just did, all of a sudden now, look, someone just ran wide.
Looks wide
like,
off 17.
Oh, wide off 17. And Ryan Curtin's still in the lead. That looks like Owen Lloyd just got the second. Wow, that was a tough one. And now we're going for a late break. Nope, he's not going to do it. That was smart.
Well, they
got a
still
guy
might
trying
be
to pass.
doing it there.
That's Nick Laferdo now in third place. Nick Laferdo did that late break in the 2. He's so good at that right there in that Coyote kart. Wow, unbelievable.
So 7 laps down, 3 to go, and our drivers throwing caution to the wind here. When we say seniors, think of high schoolers. These are drivers age 15
and here goes Nick
up.
Laferdo. He's looking for the end. There's a block right there. Now there's a double attempt on the pass. Not going to happen. They are really dicing it up here, first, second, and third. But fourth is right behind him, so you got to be really, really careful there. But Nick has the skills and the chops. There you go, pass to the inside. Ryan Curtin. Is Ryan Curtin going to get shuffled? Oh, Nick Laferdo and Ryan Curtin. Ryan Curtin gets freight trained to fourth place.
Wow,
maybe going to fifth.
So fast here in just a couple of corners.
Oh, just ran a little bit wide, and off he went. That's the end of that one. Ryan can make that up, though. It's Michael Gay in first place, Nick Laferdo second place.
We got a driver in 16.
Someone just hit the wall there in 16.
As they saw 2 laps to go, there's our top 6 on screen. Down the hill, U-turn, back up the hill, nose to tail, our top 6. Let's see what they'll do as they head down to 9, one of those textbook passing spots here at AMP.
Now, it looks like Ryan Curtin's got a problem because people are attempting a pass on him quite a bit. He seems he's slowed down quite a bit. And now there's a pass attempt.
Gay made a block on the inside and got
Sure
passed
did.
on the outside.
He got freight trained. Wow. Michael Gay goes from first to third, it looks like. Yep. And that's Nick Laferdo once again in first place with Owen Lloyd on his heels.
So Michael Gay getting too defensive into 9.
That's
lost
right.
wholesale positions. It's not over yet, race fans. They
No,
still
sure
have a
isn't.
lap to go when they come around this time.
And watch this. Here comes, oh, no, that's the usual. Nick always does that. He waits and then sweeps over and closes the door, and then he attempts a pass on the outside there going into 16.
So with the white flag coming out now.
And here's the white flag, and here's a pass attempt on Nick Laferdo by Owen Lloyd. Nick's going to end up late breaking Owen, and Owen's going to have to back out of it. Sorry,
folks. He's
folks.
going to try
Park's
it
closed.
up the hill as they're almost side by side into 3.
Yeah, he's got to drop in. He's got to do a
back
crossover.
Late
There he
break.
goes.
They're right by our vantage point, so
Yep.
we are seeing
Nick's
Owen
going to keep
Lloyd
his foot
get
in it, though.
by.
Nick doesn't care. He's just going to keep his foot in it. And Nick ends up still in first. And, oh, my gosh, look at the gaggle of carts now freight training everybody. Where is Owen Lloyd? It looks like he might have dropped back to fourth.
So it's a mob scene down into turn number 9 on our final lap.
Nope,
This is
Owen
the-
Lloyd still in second place behind Nick Laferdo. Nicholas doing an extra job. Now Ryan Curtin in third place. Is Ryan going to make a challenge to Owen Lloyd? He's one of the best LO206 drivers in the country. Wow.
So our top 6 still getting after it. Just a few corners to go. Nick Laferdo is your leader. He sweeps through turn number 16. No one can get aside, so it looks like Nick Laferdo is
And
gonna
here's
win
the
it as
checker.
the
1, 2,
checker's in the
3.
air.
4, 5, 6. It was a 6-cart race there.
Nick Laferdo, your winner. Owen Lloyd second. Ryan Curtin third. Michael Gay fourth. Sam Evrutsky fifth. And Harrison Browning rounding out that top group. Coming home in sixth. Hey, Steve, we get 2 more laps when they hit the track later today.
It's going to be worth it.
Yes.
Yep.
Every second is going to
All right,
be.
now that all those guys have gone, I've got to head back to the pits and do some work, I'm sure.
All right, so Al
I'll
Edwards,
see you
Will
back
Bite
here.
Racing owner, thanks for coming up and join
Absolutely.
us.
Well, you'll see me for the final, I think.
Okay. So, wow, us announcers need to collect our breath after that. That's just
I
a
need a
sample.
water.
last year, the seniors and the juniors seemed to do that every single time they were on track, so they met the billing here as what we would have expected. Coming up next, race fans, it is the apex predators of the karting world. The shifter karts will make their way to the speedway, and they will zip off laps exceedingly quick for their 10-lap pre-final. Once again, we do want to give a word of thanks to the sponsors that have helped make our program possible today, and they include Liquid Moly, Swan Mechanical, Autolube, Blazers Wings, Atlanta Light Engine, Primal, VRD Racing, Kart Chasers, and AMP Kartworks. I see on screen our intrepid reporter, Chris Conowald, with an excited Nick Laferdo.
Yeah, and he's got really good reason to be excited. He was just telling me, where'd you start this race, Nick?
15th.
15th, all the way up to number one. There was quite a bit of changes there toward the end. How did you stick it out, especially this last lap here?
Tried to make clean moves. Everyone in the top 4 or 5 was very respectful. Owen, we went too wide through here. It was really good racing, and here it always comes down to the last lap, last couple corners, blocking a little bit. So.
For sure. We're joined by Al up in the booth as well. And guys, you guys have any questions for Nick? That was just an incredible race.
We should ask Nick, for our entertainment value, will he start at 15th again?
Will you start at 15th again in the final?
No, it wasn't that fun.
It was not that fun. All right, congratulations on your win. Where do you hail from, Nick?
Georgia here.
Yeah, what city?
Canton.
Canton, Georgia. All right, Nick, we'll see you in the final, sir. Way to run. All right, guys, back up to you.
All right, thank you, Chris. You can see the brute honesty of Nick there. He knows he wants to start up at the front. We do see our crews working to get one of the carts off the hill, coming down off turn number 5. And as we've said, once this is cleaned up, the next group of carts that will roll will be our shifter carts here onto the track. Well, we've said this is round number 1 of the Atlanta Motorsports Park Kart Championship Series. The second round of that series will be on Saturday, April 6th. And then we'll have rounds 3 and 4, a weekend doubleheader, May 4th and 5th. Happy Cinco de Mayo. We hope to see you here. You'll join us for that. Round 5 will be on June 1st. Then we'll take off a few weeks. July 13th will be round number 6. Round number 7 comes up in the dog days of August, August 24th. Round 8, September 28th, part of a doubleheader, where round number 9 will be on Sunday, September 29th. And we will conclude the series Saturday, October 12th. So we used to call this the Summer Championship Series. Mikey, now we're spanning from March to October. Quite a different feel, getting almost a half a year there. We've heard, though, that we have another gentleman down in Victory Lane. So, Chris, who do you have?
I've got a local legend here, Ryan Curtin. Really, Ryan's cat is back out for another season. Ryan, you had quite a few lead laps there, and then the freight train happened. So talk to us about it, and start by telling us where you're from.
Okay, well, I'm from Midtown Atlanta, and I do have 3 cats, but this is not one of them. This cat is named Chris, after you.
Well, thanks, Ryan. So what can we expect in the final? Hopefully no more freight train events for you, and look for a podium.
I'm thinking that the final's going to have a bunch of carts going around, and one of them's going to win, and the others won't.
Well, there you have it, folks. That is quite an intelligent analysis from Ryan Curtin and Ryan the cat. So we're looking forward to seeing both of you in the final.
All right, thanks.
All right, guys. It's too complex down here for me. I'm going to send it back up to you guys.
All right, thank you, Chris. Well, I have to say, Steve, he's not wrong. That is what will happen.
Like I said, I don't call it the LO26s of mayhem for nothing. I mean, these guys give it their all and put on an amazing show every race day. And with there being this many karts in the LO division this year, it just, this is just the first race of the year. We've already got, what was that, a 36 kart field? I mean, imagine halfway through the season when everybody gets really rocking and rolling of how big that field could potentially get.
Some other familiar names that we've called before. Alyssa Vasquez, this is her first year stepping up to senior, finished 15th, moved up a couple of spots during the race. We're used to seeing Alyssa at the front of the junior division, so stepping up to the seniors, definitely a stern task. We'll look to see if she can improve upon that for the 12-lap final later.
There's a lot of drivers in that, good drivers in that division.
Carson Craig, 10th place. He's one of those drivers.
That's a great finish for Carson.
We've talked about drivers moving on from this and going up, and I believe he's had some time up in I thought he had a racing deal. But we've seen drivers leave here and go sort of into those GTs, and I thought, did Carson get one of those deals?
I think you're thinking of Eric.
I know Eric was he went over to the UK for a season, didn't he?
He's
Did
actually
Carson? Did he drive in a race, or did he just get an opportunity to maybe test a car, or like?
It might have been that.
I think he got a test on the main
time,
track.
Yeah.
I can't remember the full story.
So you can see some breezes picking up, the trees wavering in the background, the liquid moly signs just kind of getting blown around out there. So the wind's picking up a little bit this afternoon on is what otherwise a beautiful afternoon here in the foothills of the North Georgia mountains.
Yeah, there were some yucky clouds when we got here, but they seem to have gone away, and it's a beautiful day.
Well, if you looked at the forecast a few days ago, there was a very high chance that it was going to rain Friday, which it did, but the rain was going to linger into Saturday. That would have created a scenario where maybe teams are qualifying in the wet, racing the pre-final as it's drying, and then the final is dry. This has to be at least a lot simpler for the teams. You come to a dry track, and it does get warmer and sunny, but at least it stays dry.
I have seen them qualify on rains and then immediately switch to dry. And, I mean, it's Georgia. It's bound to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had it happen a couple times. It happened a few times last season where, halfway through the day, the showers came in and the strategy changed. Would the showers linger? Was it worth getting over to the wet tires?
A lot of people choose just to still run slicks in that situation.
Yeah.
Although you see the lap times really drop off as the drivers fishing for grip out there, really having to search around. So once again, we're just awaiting the shifter carts that will be coming on track. Shifters are the other class in our portfolio today that uses a standing start, and they're the only class where they have a transmission. It's a sequential 6-speed transmission. The driver operates the clutch with their left hand. They operate the shifter with their right hand, and I believe when they pull towards them, they go up to a higher gear. When they push that shifter away, it goes to a downshift to a lower gear. Neutral is between 1 and 2, so the drivers can put it in neutral. A lot of these guys in shifter, they'll almost self-start. They'll just put it in neutral, run with it like a luge or bobsled, hop in and
pop the clutch,
clutch, and you're right, and then they're off and going. So the standing start means that they have to use the clutch. You'll hear the revs come up. You'll see those big plumes of smoke, and when the light turns green, they drop the clutch in first gear, and they will accelerate really at Formula One-like speeds. These shifter carts, power-to-weight ratio, are very close to what a Formula One car has.
I don't remember the exact top speed on the backstretch, but at one point in time we had Puerto Rican come out here, and we had a radar gun, and we were shooting with the radar gun trying to see exactly how fast a shifter cart would come out here.
I think they can flirt with 90 down that back straightaway, which this is not – for karters a fast track. It's so technical. There's not big spaces to open up that speed, but down that back straightaway would be their speed, point where they hit the top speed. There's other tracks where you see them have long straightaways with a few turns and it's flat. Not so here.
I've witnessed at the main track here, they'll run the shifters.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah, that's something.
Down that back straightaway, they must really get some incredible speeds down there. Here they're using the gearbox a lot more, I imagine, having the downshift set up for corners. We'll see them. The way they turn these karts, they want to get the power down early, so almost like a dirt car, they want to turn early, which makes it look like they're loose into the corner. All they're trying to do is square up the next straightaway so they can get on the gas and go straight down that straightaway.
Weight shifting applies a lot in shifter division. I mean, you got to think some of these corners and the G's that you're pulling at full speed, you're going to have to shift your body weight or you're going to end up out of the cart.
If you see the fastest shifter drivers, I mean, it looks like they are on ice the whole track. They are working it. I mean, I couldn't even imagine taking one hand off on the rental carts. These guys are running around at 90 miles an hour with basically just one hand on the wheel, the other hand shifting.
Yeah, foot kicked up, just kind of chilling.
Yeah, like it's nothing.
It's like your nice Jeep ride, Doors off, top down, just kind of chilling.
Well, these shifters are also the most mechanically complex. Not only do they have that transmission, they are two-stroke water-cooled engine, so they'll have the little water pump, they'll have the radiator, a lot of parts that can break. We tend to see more attrition in this class than any other class, not just dropping chain. We'll actually see problems. Depending on the equipment on the shifter, they'll weigh anywhere from 380 to 400 pounds, and they run the softest tires that we have, the Vega Greens, and they need it. When they put the power down, unlike, say, an LO206 class, when you come off the corner, you're at a low point in the torque band, so you're lugging. Your tires aren't having to grip that hard. These shifters, they just downshift to maximum torque, and they're going to need every bit of grip that they can see. So here we see the field lining up on the front straightaway. Once again, is a standing start here for our shifter division. Earlier in qualifying, Jake Fetter was our quick time, 48.5 seconds, and we're underway. A couple of karts slow off the line, but the best of the best get shooting up to speed immediately, and we're underway with our shifter pre-final.
You saw that one kart, yeah, had a little trouble going there. Kart behind had to decide if he wanted to run through him or not.
That's
opted for the safer.
The F1 starts of the standing start. You know, personally, that makes me a little nervous because if the guy in front of you messes up, it's over.
Right. Now, normally it seems like there's a little more buildup, and you really hear them rev those engines up. This caught us off guard a little bit, so you can imagine for the drivers it might have been the same. But great field of shifters here. Mikey, I can think a couple years ago we would have had 3, maybe 4 shifters out there. We're looking at 8 that have qualified today for our season opener. This is a great number for our shifters.
Yeah, at the very beginning, it was, like 2 or 3, and it was almost just like time trials. Like, they wouldn't really race each other too hard. But, yeah, as the seasons have gone by, more and more people have gotten into these shifter karts to the point where, the 7 or 8 we have on track is pretty normal now.
I know last year we had sort of a special challenge for the shifters. The Eyes Up team came in, put a little money up, and that brought some of those national and international level drivers. Was it Kremer that we had here one time?
I believe so.
And right now on timing and scoring, Billy Musgrave is our leader, Ozcheek second, and Leonardo Oliveira running in third. We've seen Leonardo run here before. I don't believe it's been in a shifter, so maybe this is one of his forays into the top class in karting.
Ozcheek, we've definitely seen in the shifter before. He is a mainstay here.
All the Ozcheeks.
That's right. We don't know if that's the dad or the son. Early lap times, 48.9 seconds, the quick time by Bill Musgrave on that lap, and he is out to about a 0.6 second lead. You see Musgrave heading off into the distance. Once again, approaching maybe 90 miles an hour before they downshift, and they're on the brakes into turn number 9.
The gaps look like they're sizable, but they're actually not. As much torque and as much speed as these karts have, they'll catch each other pretty fast.
Well, and I would love to have a heart rate monitor on these guys. That we talk about how it seems like they're easy out there, but boy, the focus they have to have and the physicality it takes to, like you had mentioned, the G-forces. Every corner these drivers are fighting these karts through the turn.
I wonder what the heart rate currently sits at. If you look at NASCAR drivers during some of the road course races, some of their heart rates are, very high. And then you've got some of them that are sitting there at 80, 85.
As our top 4 work their way down through the kink, they'll get up probably to 6 speed right about there, and then start downshifting for turn number 9. Bill Musgrave, your leader. Ozcheek, we now have it's Ozcheek the third, who I actually think is the dad. I think Ozcheek the fourth is the son. Oz is in second. Leonardo Oliveira fourth, Jacob Hughes fifth, and Grayson Butler riding in fifth.
First and second, it's like you said, there's multiple kart gaps, but because they're so fast, one little mistake,
one mistimed shift could really cause the issue. It's unlike, say, NASCAR or GT. You can't miss a shift here. You won't go from second to fifth instead of going to third, because it is a sequential shifter. But if you're just off on your rhythm and your marks, and there you're seeing Ozcheek just a couple of kart lengths back from Musgrave, who has led from the get-go. Already we have put 4 laps onto the board. And race fans, coming up after this, we're going to move right into our finals, and that's going to start with our LO206 junior division. So, Steve, as you had said, the LO206 is a mayhem will be back for the junior division.
Looks like Oz is going to try to make a pass on Billy coming into 16. But it looks like he was not able to close it as they're coming into turn 1.
Already the cross flag's up, so halfway for our drivers as they charge down that signature hill. Now, in the other classes, we saw them almost bobsledding their way up that turn. These shifter karts, they attack that hill like it's flat ground. The hill, they just downshift and zip their way up. The LO206s, you really see them lug up that hill. They don't have any power to go. These shifters just downshift to find that ideal RPM range, and away they go.
Yeah, they make that hill look like it's pretty much nothing.
And it's not nothing. I mean,
No.
if you walk up that hill, you know you're going up a hill.
It's not a gentle incline either. It's all at once. It's a black diamond trail almost.
Yeah. Look like a battle for third and fourth going on as well. So out front, Bill Musgrave, your leader. Oz Cheek rolling in second. Oz Cheek making a move here. Maybe a touch of contact there.
It's a tight battle here for the lead. So, I mean, we've seen it before in Shifter O as we have another side-by-side pass looking on the inside.
Ooh. Maybe a crossover. No, can't make
slams
the
the door.
crossover work. So it looks like Oz Cheek is your new leader coming on lap number 7 of this race. Let's see if Musgrave will be able to recover and challenge back once again.
See, turn 14 is the perfect example of what we were talking about, sliding through the corner. You think you're entirely sideways, and at some point in time you are coming through the corners.
Or you should see in person when you're seeing turn 3 and turn 4.
Oh, yes.
My only thing is, coming from a stock car background, I think they're loose in, which never happens in NASCAR. You never see a car loose in. They're tight into the corner. These guys are, they're trying to turn early to square up for the next straightaway so they can get the power down. As now we see Oz Cheek opening up a lead. Excuse me, it's still saying Musgrave's the leader in timing and scoring. I wonder if we have an issue there.
I believe it is Musgraves up front. He is in the red suit.
That was 61. Okay, so who's running in second there? Now timing and scoring says that's Leonardo Oliveira. Well, we're going to enjoy it either way, who's racing here. Quick time in this race, 48.542 seconds set by Musgrave.
I think that second place is Jake Fetter. But he scored a lap down. When they crossed the line, his thing popped up, and I think his 6:12 is what I saw, not 6:1 of Billy Musgrave.
And, if you look at his last lap time, it's on par with Musgrave. So maybe there is just a timing and scoring issue here.
Well, he scored 1 lap down. I don't know if he is truly a lap down or not.
Well, that's the 61 of Musgrave. And that's
a 6:12.
Okay, so that would be Fetter. Perhaps Fetter is in second. We'll try to straighten all of that out, but still a great battle on the track here. At this point, we should see the white flag in the air, and we do one more lap around.
I believe that is Jake, based off of the timing.
Yeah.
Because when he hits, his indicator lights up.
Yeah, now.
And Fetter has the second quickest lap time in this segment. So we'll see how it all shakes out when we do have official results posted.
Yeah, it is worth mentioning that the results you see on screen are unofficial results.
Yes.
There's still penalties that can be assessed and technical difficulties.
But what we do believe is that Bill Musgrave is going to sweep off turn number 17. You'll see the checkered flag waving in the breeze. Bill Musgrave, your shifter class winner. And we will get a word with him down in victory lane once he crosses the scales. We'll try to straighten out the rest of the top 5. Jake Fetter across the line second. We'll have to see if he was a lap down or if Leonardo Oliveira will be scored as the second place.
I don't remember seeing Jake go down a lap unless he got added a penalty or something that we missed. But it seemed like he was running in second the whole time.
Yeah, it seemed like he was right there. So, Steve, Mikey, One round down. We get 1 round to go. 2 more laps in each of these classes. So we hope you're enjoying the action here on Kart Chaser. Thanks for looking in on Atlanta Motorsports Park's round 1 of our Kart Championship Series today.
I think, you mentioned, John, those extra 2 laps, they really just add more to the racing here. A lot of times you see someone catch someone at lap 10, and you're like, man, if only I had 2 more laps.
And then that 2 more laps afterwards is the best 2 laps that you will see the entire race.
Well, I know one time Carl Edwards at the Coke 600 got out of the car and said, longest race in NASCAR, and said, I wish we had another 50 miles. So after 600, like, he just wanted a little bit more. Some of the races, if the LO206 Master and Senior are like they were in the pre-final, we are in for a great finale here this afternoon.
I would love to see the LO206 Masters in an oval track.
And it looks like we have our interview down at Victory Lane with Chris. Take it away, Chris.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with race winner Billy Musgrave. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And where do you hail from, Bill?
All the way from Riverside, California.
Yeah, so we're really anxious to know what you think about Atlanta Motorsports Park and of course, coming away with a win here today. Start the series. Tell us what you think.
Well, your reputation definitely precedes you guys here. I've heard so much about it, done a bunch of laps in a simulator on the track, and everybody always says it's the only track like it in the world. And I can definitely say that as a fact after driving it.
Yeah, tell us what you think about that the big drop there at the end.
Which one? There's a couple of them. But no, they're all a ton of fun. I've honestly never driven anything like this in my life, and it is an absolute blast. Like, this is a bucket list track for everybody that's listening. Like, dude, I'm going to go home and tell everybody about it, but this place is something amazing.
Well, that's awesome. We really do appreciate all the kind sentiment, and we look forward to you guys in the booth. Have anything to ask Mr. Musgrave here, all the way out from California?
Yeah, how much time did he put in the simulator to prepare for this track?
How much time did you put in the simulator to put in for the track?
Give or take a couple thousand laps, but nothing too much.
Just enough to take the win here in the pre-final. We look forward to seeing you in the final, and welcome to Dawsonville, Georgia.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. All right, guys, race winner. Now back up to you guys.
Thank you, Chris. I mean, I didn't know this was his first time around the track. That's pretty impressive to just never drive here and put on a performance like that.
He might have a little bit of experience. I've been told that there's a possibility he could be kind of a well-known driver within the karting circuit.
Nevertheless, we are here for our first final of the day, LO206 Junior. What was the nickname you gave this, Steve?
Oh, yes, the LO26s of Mayhem. It's all of them. And it looks like we've already got some Mayhem because it looks like somebody just spun out.
Oh, it wouldn't be an LO206 Junior formation lap without a spin or contact.
You're not wrong.
We'll see. Surely this will be a wave off. So got a couple seconds to chat here. So halfway done with the day. I got another set of races coming up. I don't know about you. I'm excited.
I am beyond excited for the next couple of races. It's going to be interesting to see how this ends up shaking up. With this being the first round, we already have this many drivers. That just makes me feel very excited for the rest of the season. 160 drivers in our first round this year. That's only going to lead me to think by the end of the year we're going to hit 200.
And I mean, we're hitting these numbers so often now. I got to think that it's kind of the new normal to have over 140, 150 plus drivers here.
I think we're playing a game at this point.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's see if they get the green flag here.
Green flag is out. We are underway for the first final here at LO206 Junior as they make it through the turn.
We already got some contact going on in the last 5 drivers.
Oh, a little bumping and banging as they make their way back up the hill. They're going to work their way in front of our view at the tower.
What's that old saying? If you're not bumping, you ain't racing?
Yeah, rubbin's racing or something like that, right?
So, something like that, yeah.
And they'll make their way down the backstretch. They sorted themselves out, although we have a pass here for, is that 4th and 5th?
I believe you were correct there.
Better of it. Dives back
5th
in.
and 6th.
5th and 6th. Thank you. So if timing and scoring is to be believed, Talon Laney is out front. We'll get an update when they come across the line. Usually they have to come across the first time before we really know who it is. unless they have an iconic helmet.
Yeah, it's kind of easy to point out people like Alyssa Vasquez or what's the Mohawk driver from the Kid Kart division? Arlo Stowers, yes.
And here we are. We'll finish lap 1. We'll get a confirmation. Yep, it is Talon Laney, Ryan Sakina. Those are your top 2. And then right behind them, Meyer Lewis. So Meyer Lewis and Talon Laney, they were the ones that were battling in the pre-final. So here they are up front in the top 3. And unlike the pre-final, I mean, this is a much tighter race. It seems there's like 5 or 6 karts that are up front. It was more of just like a 2-kart race our first time out.
I don't know if the tire pressure adjustments with the sun being out and the track heating up a little bit, if that changed everybody's advantage, or if it was, somebody did something a little different to give them the slight push that they needed.
I think sometimes you just have drivers that they're better at like race pace than they are qualifying. So they might qualify lower than what they actually race, and they use that first race to get up to where they should be. And that's why like the finals always deliver, because all the drivers are kind of where they need to be to put on a show for us. As these 4 drivers are putting on a show as they come to the final turn onto the front stretch. Talon Laney is going to lead them in that 4-8. They'll make their way into that iconic turn 1, into the even more iconic turn 2. As another driver has joined. I mean, 5 cars up front.
Trying to go side by side there for second. That's tough sledding to make a pass. They do get back into single file. Guys, I have to tell you, I was downstairs when this field fired up. As much as we feel the building shake, these LO206 engines make the ground shake to the outside. I didn't want Chris to have all the fun as they're swapping paint down into turn number 9, and there's a pass for the lead. We might see a crossover, but no, Talon Laney loses the lead, and I believe that's Sukina up to P1.
Ryan Sakina to the point. He's going to lead this group of 5 karts as they make their way through turn 14 into the final turn. We'll see if there's any passes here. Like we said, it's a little bit longer, 2 extra laps, so you might see a little more cooperation
until the last
lap. Yeah,
last lap is when everything's going to shake up.
So
all bets are off at that point.
Sukina is your leader. Second place, Talon Laney, then Meyer Lewis. They're going to
Talon Laney looks to the inside. He's going to take it, and now
Meyer Lewis
is looking. Can't get it done though. So Sukina's going to keep the second spot, but that's Talon Laney in the 48. He's up front.
Yes, once again, these are for drivers 12 to 15. Guys, I'm not certain they know what cooperation means. I'm not seeing a lot out here. They're just throwing caution to the wind this afternoon.
Well, what was it Mateo said? There's no friends out there.
At least he's honest about it.
He's honest,
right?
Yeah. I love it.
I mean, he's not saying it's cutthroat. You are friends, but when you're out there, you're trying to go as fast as you can and win. And right now you're seeing 5 drivers mixing it up. You're riding along right with them. Talon Laney, your leader, Ryan Sukina in second in that blue driving suit as they flash through the shadows at turn 16. Those shadows will grow longer as the day goes on. Here comes Meyer Lewis, takes a peek down to the inside. He's going to squeeze back into third spot. Guys, I see we have a good lot of supporters, parents, fans up on the deck here of the building, so a good large amount of patrons getting to see the action firsthand.
And it's one of my favorite things when they come across the building and you can hear the parents cheer for the drivers.
That's one thing that track owner Jerry Porter's been doing a lot to do is the fan engagement out here.
Yes. How about we haven't mentioned over at the main track they have that new sky view.
Oh yeah.
You can literally walk across pit lane and look right down on the start-finish line of the main track. Definitely a showpiece that they've installed at the main track.
Yeah, I could stay up there for hours. It's such a good view.
Now, it's great for racing. They've also had some of the social events. It was last fall. We had a concert by Peyton Porter right out on that deck. Just one of the benefits of membership. And if you would like to become a member of Atlanta Motorsports Park, go to www.atlantamotorsportspark.com to find all the different membership offerings. It is a country club for motorsports enthusiasts. Up the hill they go one more time. 5 laps down, 7 to go. Talon Laney continues to lead. Ryan Sukina in second, Meyer Lewis in third, and then Aiden Courtney a close fourth. Our top 4 just about nose to tail, and we're like seeing a drafting type pass as Lewis takes a peek to the inside of Sukina.
We had drew the metaphor that this was like Talladega, and that's something you see in those restrictor plate races where it's like, I'm going to go. Are you going to come with me?
Yeah. Or I need. That's where we're friends, but I need help. It's
manufacturer working with manufacturer.
It's the co-opetition that Darrell Waltrip talks about to help draft somebody by. So Talon Laney feeling the pressure of Ryan Sukina. Will he be able to hold on as there's now a battle for third? For the moment, Courtney looked inside of Lewis. He fades back into that fourth spot. And now you have to wonder, will Lewis start to lose the draft of that top duo as they head up the hill?
Now, I'm kind of wondering if they get side by side, I wonder if it's like a stock car. Does it pull the air off of the other driver? Does it make them looser?
Like side drafting?
The side drafting. I wonder if that's an actual thing in kart racing.
You're not normally side by side in the corners here. So I know what you're talking about. It's a different aero package that these karts have. As we see Sukina almost bump drafting Laney down into turn number 9. The side drafting is because you have full-bodied cars and the way it puts air on them. Probably a little different here in the karts.
We had said earlier just this type of racing, sometimes you hang on to the end and you cooperate until you start making the moves. I kind of like how Al put it, where it's like, what's the best time to make a move? Whenever you can.
Right.
And sometimes that's early in the race, sometimes that's later. We saw some moves earlier, and now they kind of settled into this little run that they're in.
Which Al was basically saying, you got to go now, basically.
Yeah.
When the shot's there, you have to take it. Top 4 still nose to tail. The gap from first to fourth that last time around, just 0.3 seconds.
That's 7 laps, and if I'm reading timing and scoring correctly.
Correct. So we still get 5 to go. So who has all their cards on the table? Who's holding something back here as we're getting into the final laps of our first final of the day? Here goes Sukina, gets a good push from Lewis, and they're going to motor right by Laney down into turn number 9.
Ooh, barely cut across the nose there.
Yeah, no shot for a crossover from Laney. So Ryan Sukina back to the point. Meyer Lewis runs in second. Laney back to third, a position he has not been in all day today.
First or third is heartbreaking if you're Talon Laney, but plenty of time to get back in it.
And that train of 3 karts is going to be really pushing on Ryan.
And this is just, these top 4 karts, like, any of them can win.
Yeah,
they can all make that move. So
I'm calling it now. We're going to have a 2x checker flag. I'm calling it now.
All right, we're going to write that down.
That's a Steve guaranteed?
Steve guaranteed. It's been manifested. It's going to happen.
Oh, we got a pass there for third as Courtney moves to the inside of Laney. So Laney Udens his way up the hill to reclaim third. As we hear the cheers of the patrons as the field swings by our vantage point in the building. They're down through the kink. 4 laps remaining here at AMP.
Talon Laney has a little bit of run. He's getting to the back of Meyer Lewis, but not enough to make a move. But they're closed back up.
Lap car, I'm not exactly sure who that is. Maybe Axel Roberts.
I can hear the race officials are displaying blue flags around the track, trying to get that lap car to
heed way for our leaders because they're coming through no matter what. He holds to the right side of the course. Our 4 leaders sweep through, so no harm, no foul. Maybe a quick look down the front straightaway, but they're going to fade back in line. So Sukina continues to lead Lewis, Laney, and Courtney.
Yeah, that was a very good job navigating that lap car. Good job of the lap car just getting out of the way, staying on the high line, letting them all take the preferred lower line.
And they don't have radios in these, I don't believe.
Nope.
So you can't really know exactly who's coming. No spotters, no race director. It's just you and the track once you get out there.
Thankfully, they do such a good job here with the staff and the corner marshals displaying blue flags. So
that doesn't mean the drivers heed them, though, as we see a battle for the
correct.
lead. Lewis down to the inside of Sukina. Here comes Laney as well. So now Sukina loses 2 positions through turn number 9. And the cheers go up from the patrons.
Wild.
So Meyer Lewis to the point. He was led for maybe 1 lap in the pre-final earlier today, looking to atone for that and take home ultimate glory. He will see the checkers first. But here comes Talon Laney. Laney with a great turn through 16 and 17. And with 2 sticks in the air, Talon Laney, your new leader.
Here comes the give it your all or you've got nothing left. It's going to be close coming through.
We are in the bonus rounds here.
Yes.
Championship rounds, they would call it in a fight.
Lewis trying to go around the outside, up the hill, cannot make it work. One more lapper. Let's see how they navigate that through the kink.
Oh, no.
They're gonna
no.
split.
Oh, my.
Wow. Oh! Through the grass goes Meyer Lewis, and Laney's out to a huge lead, the benefactor of that. Everyone else struggling to get by the lap car. And wow, Meyer Lewis went through the Georgia red clay and lost 3 positions.
Well, I called it being 2x2, but I didn't mean 2x2 through the kink.
Yeah, I did not have that on my bingo card.
I did not either.
No. So we talk about these kids being students during the week. It seemed like Meyer Lewis went to the Go for Broke book there and came up broke as he ended up going off into the grass in the kink, and you could see him hit that hard Georgia red clay as the white flag is out. Talon Laney, your leader. Aiden Courtney in second, Ryan Sukina in third.
If I had to guess, there's probably some slight nose damage as hard as he hit that. I mean, you can look at the groove that was made in the kink back there. He hit that pretty
slight
hard.
Nose damage might be putting it lightly.
Yeah, and that clay doesn't move.
Well, it's been a little wet, so it might have been a little bit of an advantage. And there's the surface
Look
flag
at that!
right
Look
there.
at all the dirt that's out, because that's what the service flag was for. So you could see all the dirt that Meyer Lewis.
Well, we could have a 2x2.
Courtney's looking to get to the point.
Courtney gets the lead. No crossover for the moment. They're still side by side for second.
Running
still
way
side
wide.
by side through the S's. So Aiden
yeah.
Courtney pulling away, and they're still side by side. Laney and Sukina for second. Courtney would love to see this if he had a rear view mirror. Aiden Courtney was fourth just a couple of laps ago. He comes through turns 16 and 17. Quiet through the day. He moves to the front when it matters. Aiden Courtney, your LO 206 junior winner at AMP. Ryan Sukina comes home in second. Talon Laney third. And Meyer Lewis
Ryan
comes home in
Sukina
fourth.
moving up 10 positions according to timing and scoring from the start of this race.
Wow.
Yeah, Aiden Courtney was, sitting in like third and fourth in that pile the whole race.
We talked about those 2 extra laps. If this finished on lap 10, he's third, maybe fourth.
Correct.
He uses those 2 extra laps. Things go his way. He takes advantage. Aiden Courtney will be going to victory lane to talk soon with Chris Conowall.
And if I'm Aiden Courtney, I'm giving a big hug to Ryan Sukina for pushing me to the lead and then battling with Talon Laney, because it's like you said, if they had rearview mirrors, that's what you want to see.
Especially they stayed side by side from 10 all the way through 12 and then up the hill really to 14. So that let Courtney just pull away that much more. So we imagine the broom crew will be out on the track.
It's time to get the brooms.
Myers, you could see really hit that spot of the track hard and pulled a lot of clay up onto the track.
Or if there's any way we can get a quick view of what that looks like from one of our drone operators.
Or a replay. That would have been the moment of the race. That attempt at a pass through the grass.
I couldn't believe it. When he was going side by side, I was like,
There you can see it on that camera shot. The dirt out of the end of the kink. That's where Meyer Lewis cut through the grass, caught the clay at some point in there, and wow, that had to. You have to wonder if he might need a filling replaced after the amount of impact that had there.
There goes the blower.
blower.
We got fancy this year. We got a blower out on track.
Yeah, he chunked that pretty good right there. So our crew's going to clean that up just so the next group through will have a clean track, and we'll go down to victory lane with our intrepid reporter, Chris Conowall.
Hey, thanks, guys. Race winner, Aiden Courtney. What an amazing finish. Well, let's start with, of course, since we're getting to know our drivers, where are you from, and tell us about that race.
I'm from Cumming, Georgia, so I'm from here. Only like 45 minutes around from here, so pretty close.
Well, so local driver, and tell us about that exciting finish. It was nuts there at the end, yeah?
Yeah, I've never even got a podium in my life, so it was fun getting first, yeah.
Nice. And from the booth, they were saying you might want to give a big high five to Sukina for, so talk about that a minute.
Yeah, so it was sketchy. We were bump drafting the whole time, and then every time it seemed like someone in front of me was getting past and they were switching around, and I just kind of stayed behind and tried to wait till the last lap to try to make a move. And I wouldn't expect it because I know Talon's really fast, so it's kind of hard to pass him, but I had more speed on the straight, so I was able to go down the inside on turn 9.
Well, congratulations. You're going to be popping the champagne in a little while. Stick around. Aiden Courtney, congratulations. You got a big group here. Here to congratulate you. They were cheering at the end there for you.
Yeah, thanks to my mom and dad, and obviously Will Bite Racing Team and Al for helping me out and making sure I could win this and compete.
Awesome. All right, you guys. Aiden Courtney, we'll see him on the podium a little bit later. Now back up to the booth for you guys.
All right, thank you, Chris. An excited first-time winner, Aiden Courtney. You could see the entourage outside of the paddock there in Victory Lane. And, hey, guys, we get to do this 11 more times during the course of the day as our LO 206 cadet head down the hill.
Well, Al Edwards and Will Bite Racing, you're 1 for 1 on the day, so let's see if you guys can continue. That program you guys have put together is wonderful.
Well, and if you're enjoying your time today, we once again want to say tune in next week on AMP's YouTube and Facebook channels. We'll travel south to Lamar County Speedway to cover round number 1 of the Georgia Karting Championship Series. That series consists of 4 races, 2 down at Lamar County Speedway in Barnesville and 2 right here at AMP. So our LO 206 cadets take to the track. They will go 12 laps just like the juniors. The cadets a little bit younger, ages 7 to 12 years. Karts have to weigh a minimum of 246 pounds. And in the race earlier in the day, Lincoln Massey was the winner. He should start on the pole. We'll see. They're stacked up 2 by 2. We'll see if we got a green flag this time around. Steve, do you want to do the Darrell Waltrip start for this one?
Oh, maybe. Hopefully I don't call it wrong. Let's see what we got here. And it's a false start.
It's going to be a false start.
It's
See,
false
that's the thing
start.
in NASCAR.
There's no false start.
I have seen a yellow flag thrown like once. It was so horrible. But here you get the false start. You don't want to use your line. There you can see Lincoln waving out the cart, maybe just signaling to drivers behind them. Once again, drivers signal things. It's a question if the receiver is listening.
Preparing my voice for what's about to happen.
All right, so Steve Newbold of Liberty Racing Review is going to take us to the green.
It looks like they're gridding up really nicely coming through 16. Talon Laney's going to lead them to the green. And let's see what happens as they get in the front stretch. Boogity, 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 boogity. Let's go racing, boys.
All right, we're here at AMP. Lincoln Massey and Bo Stowers lead the field into turn number 1. Down the hill, stampeding into that famous U-turn. 1 car already around.
2 cars already around.
2 getting collected as the rest of the field takes evasive maneuvers. These drivers are able to do a quick pull start and hopefully have enough momentum to make it up the hill as the rest of our field on the way. So already some mayhem in lap number 1.
That's what I call it. LO26 is a mayhem. That's all divisions of LO206. But I love it. Everybody loves it. It's the best division out here in my personal opinion. And I know I've said that multiple times, but I will reiterate that every time they're on track.
It does seem to always provide the best show.
It does.
And, you know, a lot of people think the fastest class is what you come for, and it's about the competition. And the LO206 is just something about them gives the best passing, the best nose-to-nose, bumper-to-bumper action.
I don't know if it's the lower horsepower package or what it is, but I guess I've always had a love for the LO206 division.
So this final playing out just like the first verse. Lincoln Massey leads Bowen Green, and then it's a gap back to Ryan Perez. So second verse, same as the first, but they'll have 2 extra laps to work things out. If I recall correctly in the pre-final, Bowen Green was able to pass Lincoln at one point. Lincoln was able to come back to seize the lead as they're nose to tail down the back straightaway.
Yeah, they made the pass right here in turn 9, and Lincoln Massey was able to perform the crossover move and retake the lead. And that was pretty much the only pass attempt during that pre-final. I don't think there's only going to be one attempt this time around. I think both these drivers are going to trade shots here at the end.
So Lincoln in the number 7 cart, Bowen in the 444. You can tell by the wider number plate at the back of it. Maybe takes a peek down the inside, but follows right in the tire tracks as they put lap number 2 into the books. 10 more to go.
Not much separating these 2 drivers. They've been, nose to tail the entire first 2 laps.
What would you say, about 20 to 25 cart lengths separate second to third?
Well, how about 3 seconds on the clock is the timing and scoring distance. So it is a long gap back to Ryan Perez, who sits comfortably in third. It's another 1.5 seconds back to Evan Fry. So we're going to focus right here on the race. Lincoln Massey leads Bowen Green. Both of these drivers have picked up wins in the past, and we have to imagine they're both running for the championship this season. 10 races this year instead of 8, and the drivers get 3 drops. Right now, neither of these drivers would need a drop at this point, as they're both looking to accumulate maximum points to start their season.
10 races. I'm so excited for it. I can't wait to see how the season progresses and all these drivers. And so you did say they get 3 drops, though, right?
They get 3 drops. That means that Jennifer over there will be having a scoring nightmare towards the end of the year. We just get to enjoy more goodness during the course of the summer and fall months. Lincoln, a little bit of a bobsled up the hill, opening up. Maybe that's his biggest lead of the race there, about 2 feet. Bowen Green right in his tire tracks. I'm not even joking, right? That's probably his longest lead right there.
I'd say a cart maybe in length.
Bowen.
Maybe.
Although the way these L206 races go, like that might as well be a mile. Because it seems like they never have a gap.
So Bowen will close that right back down. You see nobody else in the shot. There's karts on track, but the battle is right here for the lead. It's over 4 seconds back to Ryan Perez, who is running in third. So we have to wonder what Bowen is contemplating right now, working through his Rolodex of options for how to get by that number 7 of Lincoln.
You know, I don't think our younger viewers are going to know what a Rolodex is.
I was about to say, there's no way Bowen Green even knows what a Rolodex is.
Is there a more current technology to replace Rolodex with? How about this? He'll reach into his suitcase of courage. How about that? They still have suitcases nowadays, yeah.
Do they?
Do they?
When you
I use a
travel, you
backpack.
Yeah, a satchel.
Yes.
Satchel. Satchel makes it sound like Old West, though.
Burlap sack.
Indiana Jones satchel.
Yeah, I mean, with the leather strap and the leather satchel on the side, maybe hung on the side of a motorcycle.
Now we're talking.
Okay. No satchels on these carts. 246 pounds, the minimum weight. And Bowen Green charging up the hill, trying to figure out a way past Lincoln Massey, who was the winner in the pre-final. Race fans coming up after this. Our tag juniors and seniors will be on track. We'll see if Danny Perez can double up on the day. So right now, Lincoln Massey, a scant 0.13 of a second advantage as Bowen Green breathing down his neck as they head down into the U-turn.
The craziest part about these carts is they're only 4 pounds lighter than me. And that's kind of crazy if you really think about it. You put it in perspective. That's with the driver.
So Bowen Green pushing Massey. You have to wonder, will he make his move in turn 9? Will he choose turn 16? But, Mikey, it seems like in the last year we've seen a lot of unconventional passes up the hill into 14 as well. That's become a new passing option right about here. Drivers can make some, might almost call them some crazy moves up that hill there.
Yeah, the passing right there in turn 14 definitely helps when you have help. You see a lot where, like, 2 drivers will jump out of line and kind of push themselves up that hill. But I think these drivers they've raced each other so many times. They have so many laps on this track that you have to just kind of find new creative ways to get around and beat your opponent. I think, like, the cookie cutter passing at the end of the backstretch is just not cutting it out for these drivers anymore. They need to innovate.
So
I will say one of the most popular passing points is right at the exit of the S's this year so far that I've seen.
Well, the drivers got the cross flags when they came around the last time. Bowen Green maybe gives a little tap to Lincoln Massey to say, do you remember me back here?
I'm still here.
How you doing?
As our leaders might come up upon some slower traffic, we'll see if the marshals hold out the passing flag. So right now, Lincoln Massey leads Bowen Green, and then it is 9 seconds back to Ryan Perez, and then a further 5 seconds back to the trio of Evan Fry, Ryder Thompson, and Bo Stowers. They run 4th, 5th, and 6th.
So lap car gets out of the way, so nice job there. They're able to navigate the lap traffic without incident.
That was Luke Rower going a lap down there. do want to mention we have running in 10th place right now. I kid you not, Mystery Driver is running in 10th place.
You're right. He's literally named as Mystery Driver.
Which sounds like one of those masked wrestlers out there from Parts Unknown. Things that happen in auto racing. So our leaders sweep down. You're riding along in 3rd place with Killboy.com and our FPV drone shot. Massey and Green, neither driver making a bobble at this point. We are 7 laps in, so they still have really 4.5 laps to work things out and decide who will be the victor today.
It's about a 1.5 cart gap now between first and second. Well, I say that and they kind of
close it right back together.
Like a rubber band. They get stretched out a little bit, and then the rubber band pulls everything back together again.
But 8 laps complete.
Mikey, we see some new concrete down the hill towards turn number 2. I imagine that's some of the improvements here where they now do the cutoff turn for the arrive and drive carts. Just one of the improvements here. We mentioned that, as well as the lights that are going in around the complex.
Yeah, I got a chance to drive on the public karting layout, and it's definitely a lot easier turning at the cutout right there. You don't get the full speed going down turn 2, so it's a lot easier to set up for us newbies.
So a couple of slower cars here. Lincoln Massey, a little contact there. We'll have to see how things settle out, as once again there were 2 lappers here. So Lincoln Massey looks like he's going to go down to the inside of 16, but he might be the benefactor. Adds a couple of kart lengths to his lead over Bowen Green.
So I have not done the concession karting, the public karting, since the full course was changed to the smaller course. Do they cut through at the Jelly Bean now?
So the first cut through. So when you're taking a right to go up towards turn 14, you take a left on the first cut through. So it kind of picks up halfway into turn 2 almost.
Okay.
You'll see it on the next time around. It's just, if you were thinking the Jelly Bean, it's almost like the Jelly Bean extended, but it's meant for coming the other way on the track. I've done the full karting once when it was the full course, and I'll tell you, Mikey, it's a harrowing descent into that hill because you need to be on the brakes. But with all your weight shifting forward, especially in the rentals, and brakes the brakes are only in the front or in the back?
Rear.
The brakes are only in the rear. It's so easy to lock up and spin the cart out. So you're not to mention you're dropping like a stone in there. So it's really something that messes with your mind.
I mean, just talking, I get sweaty hands just thinking about having to do it. So
2 laps remaining here as Lincoln Massey has opened up an 0.8 of a second lead. Those lap cars seem to really allow Lincoln to just open up over Bowen, as now we see Massey has one more slower kart to get by. He's stuck behind him through turns 4 and 5. Boy, he'd love to get through him before the kink, but he can't. So this might be what allows Bowen to catch up. Lincoln is by that slower kart.
Now we'll see if Bowen can get around this cart.
He's got to send it. Yeah, he has to send it into 9.
It's not too bad, though.
He's got, about a 5.5, 6 cart gap at the moment?
Yeah, it seems to be opening up a little bit. So once again, they should see the white flag this time around. Don't forget, coming up after this, we have our our tag junior and senior final that will be on track. White flag flies in the air. One more lap around for Lincoln Massey, looking for the sweep today in LO 206 cadet action.
A decent gap now. Lincoln Massey would have to make a couple mistakes here for Bowen Green to catch up.
You can see him take that. There's no mirrors. He took that look over his right shoulder coming up the hill and sees that he has a little bit of breathing space. Probably lowers the heart rate a beat or two, as Bowen Green not close enough to mount a charge.
Although sometimes, if you drive in the mirror like that, you can slow down. You can, Bowen Green's kind of caught up here. If he makes any move, it's going to have to be in the last turn. But it's still quite.
Lincoln took another look there over his left shoulder, so you're right. Bowen solely focused forward like a laser beam on that rear bumper of the number 7 of Lincoln Massey, but Green not able to get any closer than about 4 kart lengths. Lincoln Massey sweeps off turn 17. He sees the checkered flag in the air. Lincoln Massey, your LO 206 cadet winner this afternoon. Bowen Green comes home in second. And we'll watch for third place. Ryan Perez was scored in third the last time around. We've just had a few lap cars come by. And there we see Ryan Perez coming home in third.
Now talking about the looking in the rear view, that's like me going down 75 wide open first thing in the morning. You know, I'm always looking in the rear view because I'm like, oh, is that a cop?
So in a moment, I imagine Lincoln will cross the scales and get a word with Chris Conowald down in Victory Lane. And we're going to welcome in briefly, before we jump down to Victory Lane, Alyssa Vasquez, one of our new LO206 senior drivers. Alyssa, if I'm correct, you've moved up from juniors this year.
Yes, sir. First time in senior.
How did it feel out there? Because to us, it just looked like a mass of cars on track.
Holy cow. I mean, I'm just going to talk about that weight difference. I mean, trying to go up that uphill, it's like I'm being forced down. I mean, it's definitely a lot harder with that weight difference, but I mean, being able to pass the carts and I mean, try not to get wrecked and pushed off the track is definitely a challenge.
And we're looking at, when you were in LO206 junior, 320 pounds, you go up to 366, so another, basically like a first grader of weight added onto the cart. So you're saying that really, you feel that like the cart just lugs up the hill with that extra weight?
It definitely, I mean, you can't slow down as much as I used to be able to. And, I mean, on that gas as early as I can, because if not, I'll burn up my clutch. So, I mean, just as much gas as I can give it.
So you're saying it sounds like to get faster up the hill, you have to back things up and try to use less brake down into the U-turn. Okay.
Bad. I mean, man, just thinking about it, it's just like, am I going to make it? Am I going to make it? Okay, I can make it. Now, I mean, what was it? Turn 16 and 17 coming around there. It's like, feels like I'm just being pushed out and not being able to turn as much. But, I mean, that's when my cart gets the grip and it just rotates around. I mean, turns out fine.
Now, last season you ran the final, the series finale, and, you know, that got your feet wet a little bit. Tell us about that because, I mean, you were actually at the top of the field at one point in that race.
It felt great. I was happy to be there until, I mean, that last lap I had a little cart issue. But, I mean, just having everyone come from behind trying I don't know, just pass us. And I'm just like, what do I do? Go ahead.
Tag junior, senior on track. Green flag in the air. And we see that green kit of Danny Perez surge right to the lead. They're going to storm down into turn number 2. So our tags on class touch and go, 2-stroke engine, water cooled, our second fastest class next to our shifter division. So with that, while they start to put some laps under their belts, let's go down to Victory Lane with Chris Conowald.
All right, guys, we've got our podium folks here. 444s, that's Bowen Green coming in second, and number 7, we're going to hear from Bowen first. Tell us, you were right there on the tail, but, you know, he was out in front and couldn't close the gap.
Yeah, I should have fired earlier because I knew lap traffic would be a factor and use them as kind of like a pick. But I ended up staying behind him, and we were going around the lap traffic, and he got a good run, and I didn't. So he was able to get a gap, and I just couldn't keep up.
Well said, but you're going to be on the podium nonetheless. Lincoln Massey, you were doing some dancing as you came in the gate there, and you're going to be standing on the podium at the one spot. What do you got to say?
It was a good race. As Bowen said, lap traffic just got him, and I got around him at a little bit cleaner spot. But other than that, it was an extremely good race. Love racing with Bowen. So.
Well, both of you make it very exciting. Congratulations to you. We'll see you right up there at the podium in just a little while. Congratulations to both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys.
All right, thank you.
Back with Alyssa.
Thank you, Chris, and thanks to our winners. So on track, our tag juniors and seniors, leading the charge, Danny Perez, and our seniors, followed by Kellen Spears and Leonardo Pratis. And those are our senior leaders. In junior, we have Oliver Nabert leading that group. So more questions for Alyssa. I have to say, I know for a fact Lincoln Massey had a social studies test this weekend. So I imagine Monday to Friday, you're just a common student, right?
Yes, sir.
Any tests this week?
I had a biology and a trigonometry test.
Oh, just
what grade are you in? You're already doing trig?
10th.
Oh, okay. That's a little bit. I thought you were younger than that.
I was wondering, like, does trig help you out on track? Like the Terminator would calculate.
Yeah, you're sitting there
vectors out
calculating
there
your angle of attack. You know.
Now, do you share with your classmates what you do on the weekends? Like, what's Monday morning going to be at school for you?
They're going to be, well, some of my teachers ask, how was your weekend? And everyone looks at me and just like, did you have a race? Did you have a race? How'd you do? How'd you do? And I'm like, yes, I did have one. I mean, pretty much almost my whole school knows that I do this. And some of them, even teachers come out and they're like, I want to come out to a race one day and just come watch you. And some of my students even. But it's just sometimes I get bombarded with questions about how the race went.
And now you're 15, correct?
16.
So you're 16. So do you have a driver's permit?
I did. I just got my license.
Oh,
this
you got
morning.
your license. 'Cause I have to imagine.
Wait. Did you say this morning?
This morning.
Oh, there we go.
I'm like, wait a minute. They're open on Saturdays. I'm like, so I have to imagine a year ago you were doing this, and nobody else could even get behind the wheel anywhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, wow. All right. So you had, we'll say, a tough go out there in the big field of seniors. What did you learn that you can apply to the 12-lap final a little later today?
Definitely learned about the braking and getting on the gas earlier. Another part is trying to pass more on the straightaways because that's where I carry the most speed for me, and just try to be as clean as possible.
It makes it sound so easy, guys, isn't it? Like that's all you ever want to do is just basically not brake and use all gas all the time. Easier said than done here on this technical course.
Oh, for sure.
And what are your plans for the season here?
I don't know exactly. I'm going to try to go for a championship. We'll see. I'm really going to have to try to figure out how to get around the seniors, being that it's my first time out with them. But, I mean, try to get a championship, see if I can do it again.
Okay. Well, thank you, Alyssa Vasquez, LO206 Senior Division driver. You'll see her later in action in her Hallmark pink cart out on track. On the course right now, Danny Perez is doing Danny Perez things out to a 2-second lead. Steve, then we have Kellen Spears, Mateo Rubio Luengo, J.R. Blevins, and Leonardo Pratis, having a good 4-car battle for second spot.
Mateo is, about 2.5 seconds, maybe a little less than that, behind the leader. So, Mateo, he had that incident with Danny in the pre-final. He finished fifth?
I think it was fifth or sixth. So he's probably on the charge here, as they would say. He's already up to second spot. Now you have to wonder, can he erase 2.5 seconds? But they're already halfway through, 6 laps down.
Well, erase 2.5 seconds and then pass Danny Perez.
Yes.
So, I don't know. We'll see.
Which who's the Formula One driver you say Danny Perez is like?
Max Verstappen.
Yeah.
No.
Don't want to get a copyright.
I think.
Yeah, but we're not on Facebook, so we can't get banned for a copyright violation. We're thanks once again to the people at Kart Chaser for making this streaming deal possible. Thanks for joining into the broadcast, and we look forward to seeing you here later in the season at AMP. We'll be back in action as soon as April 6th.
So Mateo has moved into second place. So he has open track in between him and Daniel Perez. 2.7 seconds back.
So if we're calling Danny Perez Max Verstappen, what does that make Mateo?
Daniel Perez. There is a Daniel Perez in F1, right? I think.
No,
it's
Sergio.
Sergio Perez. Okay.
Perez.
Would that make us the announce crew for
Oh,
the
gosh.
F1 race?
I need to develop a thick British accent.
A brogue. I want to give a mention tomorrow, St. Patrick's Day. So if you're celebrating, hoist a pint in the air, as maybe that's what Danny Perez will be doing here. He
does have the green helmet.
Yeah.
Just do it responsibly. That's all we ask.
2.5 seconds the gap that time. So Luengo chipped a little bit off, but at this rate he would not close in time. So Perez your leader, Luengo second, Kellen Spears third, J.R. Blevins fourth, with Leonardo Paredes in fifth.
I mean, just saw Mateo when he was going up turn 2, just used all of the runoff there. I mean, he's driving to the limit to try to make up time. And you can see the gap right there as Danny makes his way through the S's as Mateo enters the S's.
Yeah, it seems like Rubio Luengo's on a mission, but really what cost him was that bad corner in the pre-final. Instead of starting second or third, he's backed up, has to go back to the 6th starting spot. That really cost him right from the get-go.
2.5 seconds is the gap, so it took down 0.2, but 2 to go next time by. So even with our extra championship rounds,
yeah, he's just running out of road and opportunities to pull in on the leader. A little battle here for 4th and 5th. Paredes able to get by Blevins. Now Blevins going to apply some pressure to the rear bumper. Paredes blocks down the inside and cuts off any crossover attempt. So
I think I've got the comparison. Mateo would be Vettel.
Didn't Vettel retire, though?
Yes.
Okay.
But still, in terms of competitiveness.
Okay.
Well, there's no DRS on these carts, just a much more basic drivetrain.
Now, that's something they should work on, DRS for carts.
Well, tag stands for touch and go, which would be the opposite of DRS. And to reduce drag, I think you'd have to take the driver's head off and lower it down the track.
Going to get diffusers put on carts.
Yeah. Good battle still going on for 4th between Blevins and Paredes as they're bumper to bumper. Just 2 laps to go here. Danny Perez shoots out the bottom of that shot. Last time around, 2.7 seconds the gap, so he opened things up a little bit more over Rubio Luengo. Mikey, maybe Rubio Luengo just pushing a little too hard, and that's costing him some precious tenths.
Yeah, the shots that I would see of Mateo, he's driving like to the track limits. He's just trying anything he can to find extra time to catch up to Daniel Perez.
It's like the white flag is out.
Yep.
Hunter brings out our white flag one more time as we're enjoying our tag junior-senior final. An update on our junior division right now. He's running back in 11th place overall, but Oliver Nabert is our junior leader. Leo Kozlowski also running in junior this afternoon.
Only the 2 juniors, so guaranteed podium spot.
I forget if they might not do podiums, but they might give points. We'll see later in the day as they do the podium awards. One man who looks set to rise atop the podium, though, Danny Perez, our winner in our tag senior division. Coming home in second, Mateo Rubio Luengo, Kellen Spears in third, J.R. Blevins in fourth, and Leonardo Paredes in fifth.
Well, speaking in the context of just the entire 10-race series, we talked about how long it is and, how finishing these early races are so important just to build your points. Mateo having the incident in the pre-final and coming back to score a top 2 finish here, it's going to help him out. Not having to waste those drops early on,
Like damage control kind of thing, yeah.
I can't remember the points system exactly, but I think it's 300 points for first place, 275 for second, and 250 for third.
So in a long season, if you're finishing second a lot, that's really not much of a difference.
Well, the problem might be that Danny Perez is still ahead of you.
He might just win every race too.
Yeah,
so
yeah. If there's a driver in a class who could.
But when in the pre-final, they raced so close until they had that incident. So who's to say if next time we're out here, if they're running P1, P2, they don't have a more competitive race.
Could you say somebody could get their cage rattled? Well, there's no cage in this, but you know what I'm saying.
Their helmet rattled?
I don't know if you want to do that.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Their pod rattled.
You're getting a good look at some of the drivers just getting a chance to stretch their legs, take off the gloves and the helmet, maybe get a little bit of cool air under that driver's suit. And in a moment, we should get a word in victory lane with Danny Perez.
Yeah, it's only, 70 degrees outside?
Yeah.
But still feels pretty warm in those, we didn't call them fire suits. What do we call them?
Abrasion
suits.
Is the actual name.
But
you're also you're clothed head to toe.
Yep.
So the layers add up.
Not to mention it's just physically demanding. You're wielding this machine around for 12
Well,
laps.
I found the day I did it here, even in a rental, it was a cold day, and by the end of it, even though cold air is flowing over you, you felt this like inner burn and this focus, and you suddenly realize your respiration rate is up because you're so focused on trying to hit every corner. Well, I see Chris Conowall in the distance. He has a very happy winner down at Victory Lane.
That's right. I got Danny Perez here. First race of the championship series, and you're going to be at the top of the podium. Tell us your thoughts.
Well, first of all, I want to thank my sponsor, Blazer Hot Wings, Body Symmetry. Thank God, my dad, my mom, they've always been with my back, and they're just my support. I got to thank them all, and thank you very much for that. And overall, the race, I had a comfortable lead. I was really confident in myself. I liked the car, felt really good. So overall, I was really happy with the result.
Excellent. And you had quite a lead there toward the end. Race line was perfect, and really, really great to see you back out here this year. Looking for great things from you as always. Folks, up in the booth, you guys have anything you want to ask Danny Perez here before we send it back up to you?
So, Danny, the comparison here that we have with you is Max Verstappen. And, I was doing the little theme song as we're going through. What kind of F1 driver would you say that you would compare yourself to?
It feels like an honor being compared to Max Verstappen. But me, myself, I'm more of a Hamilton guy. I love Hamilton. I've watched him since 2007. I just love the guy. Or Alonso, what a legend. I love those two guys. Max Verstappen is really fast too, but I don't know. I love them all. I think Hamilton's my favorite one, though.
Well, Danny Perez, you are a legend out here at Motorsports Park, and AMP loves you, and we love you, and we'll see you up on the podium. All right, guys, back up to you.
All right, thank you, Chris, down in Victory Lane. A very happy Danny Perez booking a win in round one of our championship series. Next group of karts takes to the track. It is our Tag Master Division. We're going to let the old guys out there on the track. This is where I wish Charles Head was with us. Charles and I would have been in the Masters Division if we were out there running. In the pre-final earlier today, Brant Estes came home in first place. We'll see what they can do, if anyone has anything for Brant in this 12-lap final.
John, it's never too late. You could go get a kart and compete the rest of the season.
Might lose a marriage in the process there, Mikey. So we'll see. It looks like a no start there. You're right, though. This will be one of my drops, right?
Yeah.
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 Actually, if they
you
can
get two more
if
after
they
this.
can have enough problems with the start, I can get in this race and get some points.
You're right.
Get right now. Hey, Lucas, if you can hear us, we need to get a cart ready for our announcer.
Yeah,
We're going to make this interesting.
Al, if you're out there, get a cart ready for him.
And I'll do it for journalism and for science all at the same time.
So we better not be having any fun. If you have any smile, then we'll know you were.
You see those blue plumes of smoke. Once again, these tags are two-stroke engines. They are water-cooled as our Masters Division looks stacked up. Should be good for a start here. They're on the gas. And no, false start. Somebody's jumping. You can see the drivers put their hands in the air to warn the drivers behind them. Steve, that's the turn for the Jelly Bean. Just after it, there's another little turn that is now used for the arrive and drive karting. Or it's if you want to break, you can break this track into 3 sections, and that turn would be used to make the middle chunk.
So that would be like Super B, running a Super B configuration.
I think so. And then the Jelly Bean uses that first cutoff. All right, maybe with the drone behind the field, we'll get a good start on take 3. We need the clapboard out. They are stacked up. And no.
False start again.
If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong here, but it used to be back in the day, if it was 3 attempts, they moved the starters to the rear. But I don't think that's going to happen here with this being the first race of the season.
And we also don't know who's false starting from our viewpoint there.
Sometimes it could be the guys in the back that are just out of line.
I think they're trying to get them to stay in the tram lines. I think that's the big issue
it's
with
funny
the start.
you mentioned they put their hands up to tell the drivers. I didn't know that for the longest time. I thought they would all just get upset every time. I was like, guys.
Well, by now they might be a little upset. Like, come on, what are you doing here? Let's see what our race director, Trent Ellis, thinks this time around.
And wait.
And green flag is out. Maybe they just wore down the starter at this point. Green flag is in the air, and they're going to charge down the hill into turn number 2. Our Tag Master Division looking at 12 laps. Kid Karts will be coming up next as we see them single and double file even through turn number 4. Some passing back under. Are they going to get single file through the kink?
They
Just
did.
barely.
Thought we were going to have to get the lawn blower back out.
So I might have seen some smoke there, some tires locking up. Have to wonder if maybe a driver might flat spot a tire, and that might harm handling later in the race as our top 4 pretty much nose to tail up towards turn 14.
You know, I never realized how sensitive the tires are on these karts. Just one little bad break, and it's over.
Because you get a flat spot, and then your tire's out of balance, and then the next time you brake, it's going to want to catch exactly on that flat spot. 1 lap in the books. Brant Estes, your leader. Jose Garcia is second. Kyle Clark third. Sean Akins runs in 4th.
Brant Estes was the winner of the pre-final, looking to hold on. Doing a pretty good job. But Jose Garcia, who he started like pretty far back in the pre-final, worked his way up into a good spot to start this race, already up into P2. So Jose Garcia, one of the biggest movers in this division today.
We'll see what Jose can do. Maybe a little different line off of turn number 12 there. And they're trying to get nose to tail once again. You're flying along with them. Top 4 getting a little bit of separation from the remainder of the field. Boy, the wind has really picked up this afternoon. You can see the Liquid Molly flags, one of our proud sponsors, blowing in the breeze, almost tipping over. Definitely wind picking up here on what otherwise has been a beautiful spring day. Steve, I imagine the pollen will be coming in shortly behind this.
I am not looking forward to that. My allergies are just awful when pollen season kicks in. And, you know, drivers, that's really going to affect those guys as well with not really being able to scratch your eyes or anything during the race.
That's
you
right.
know, especially if their helmets are vented, you're going to get it all over you, and it's just not going to be fun.
From my office, one of the days this week, you could look out and just see this hazy fuzz out there, and it's not that summertime haze, and then you realize it's just pollen.
Yeah.
The rain in the air probably helped wash most of that out for today. That'll be back in vengeance. I'll be very content when the Bradford pairs have had their flowers fall off.
You mean the tuna tree?
Yeah, if that's one way to describe it. For those of you that don't watch here, Atlanta has a very beautiful looking spring time of year. So many different trees flower before the leaves come out, which is pretty to watch and look at. But then the pollen comes and causes a litany of ailments for people for about a 2-month span.
I think currently we're in that stage called false spring.
Okay.
Where it's nice and warm for like a week, and then we drop back down to the 30s for a month.
We are actually looking at sub-freezing temperatures coming up later next week in the forecast.
Georgia doesn't know what to do with weather.
Then the pine pollen season will come, which messes up any car, anything outdoor, patio furniture. Lap number 4 going into the books. Brant Estes leads Jose Garcia by 0.37 seconds, and then it's a couple more seconds back to Kyle Clark. So it looks like it's going to be a 2-man battle. And, Mikey, as you have said, both of these drivers have logged a lot of laps, a lot of time, a lot of life here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Yeah, and both these drivers, especially Brant Estes, I know them from when we did the E-Racing Series during COVID. It's kind of the predecessor to this broadcast we have today. We did a broadcast on iRacing, and Brant Estes and his son were two, just great guys like in the iRacing community that we had back then. So it's just I love seeing them race, whether it's virtual cars or karts or cars. Just cool to see them turn laps here.
And Jose Garcia is a regular in the Miata class over at the main track when we have that championship series. Miatas is a class. Then we have the Radical Downforce division. That's going to start up in the month of May. First race will be May 30th, just after the Memorial Day holiday.
Yeah, you want to talk about a division that's grown over the past couple seasons. It used to be like 3 or 4 of those downforce cars, and now
there's like 20.
It's like a Formula 1 grid.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's hard for announcers though, because almost every car out there is a white.
They started putting some colors on them. Though,
yeah,
so.
There's an Air Force one. There's a red one.
Yeah.
There's Oh man, I'm losing his name.
There definitely
right now.
was a little bit where there was just like 15 white cars, and you're like, the white car's winning.
You're right. Last year, Raiden Nickel had like a
Yeah.
yellow machine out there, and there's a couple of black machines. Jose Garcia is not going away. 0.18 seconds behind halfway through this race. So we'll have to see if Jose, the driver out of Decatur, Georgia, has anything for Estes. Estes was the winner earlier today. Jose definitely has one here on the main track. I'm not certain if he's picked up an overall win in karting.
He has,
yeah.
plenty
Okay.
of podium and first place
I
wins.
know he's had podiums. Has he ever? Normally the Masters have run with the seniors, so the Masters aren't finishing first. Even they're the race within a race. It's good for the Masters to get a chance on their own this afternoon to truly show their strength.
If I'm not mistaken, back in 2017 or 2018, he actually won a championship.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he does have a championship underneath his belt on the kart track and on the main track circuit.
Yeah, Jose, I think, has finished in every position possible.
Yes, on this track.
On this track.
Well, this facility.
This facility, yeah. Yeah, because there's 2 tracks, so.
You know what? We're even going to consider the parking lot a facility. Has he done downforce yet? Or not downforce, but time attack? Autocross time attack? Has he done that yet?
Probably.
The best autocross here for our viewers. When we have some member socials, they'll take. Oh, so we got a pass for the lead. We're going to focus on that. Jose Garcia looks to the inside of Estes. Estes sniffed out a crossover. Cannot make it happen. So Jose Garcia and that 00 is your new leader.
Took him 7 laps, but Jose Garcia finally bringing his kart to the front. He'll lead Brian Estes into the final turn here, looking to complete lap number 8.
And he makes it official there. So let's see if Estes can return the favor. We were talking about the autocross for our viewers. When they have member socials here, they'll clear out the large parking areas that we call paddocks, and they'll set up cones and do a little, basically from a start, from a standing start, you race through a course and then have to finish. And it's maybe 20, 25 seconds. And it's a mix of how good the cars handle, how quickly do they accelerate. And it seems like the Teslas can dominate that because of that quick start they have.
I had the opportunity to have a ride along in like a Miata, and that's a lot of fun. You wouldn't think just racing around in a parking lot with cones is.
I've done the drifting where they've done that. It's sort of cone, but they do the drifting in the paddock. That's kind of wild too.
Last year, if I remember correctly, there was. They brought a shifter cart out to do the autocross, and that was entertaining. I don't remember which driver brought their cart out, but it was pretty cool to watch.
Karts, they got that quick acceleration, might work. The Teslas, you stand next to them when they start, and they're just immediately at speed.
Yeah, they would do the member socials, and there'd always be like 1 or 2 people with a Tesla, and I'm like, come on, guys.
And not just the
cheating.
Tesla, but the plaids. You know, the beefed up Tesla. Top 2. You see them working out of the S's right there. Jose Garcia, your leader with 3 laps to go. Brian Estes not fading away, so he may have an opportunity to reclaim the point. And then it is about 3 seconds back to Kyle Clark and Sean Akins, who are battling for 3rd.
Two to go at the line. Jose Garcia in the 00. That's an iconic 00 for Jose. Everything he drives always has the 00.
There was one time where his numbers fell off during one of the Miata races.
Jose Garcia sweeps wide off 4. That opens the door for Estes, but not enough. They sweep through the kink, and Estes holding on. I think we're seeing a replay there of,
we might have been following. That was 3rd and 4th, I think.
No, that's Garcia. That's 00 there.
You're right.
I don't know what
I think you're right. We were following 3rd and 4th down through the kink. Our leader's swapping up for the lead.
Yeah, that was 3rd and 4th that we saw in the kink.
So a pair of great battles going on as the white flag's in the air. Let's see if Estes can mount one more charge to get by the 00 of the Decatur, Georgia native Jose Garcia. Down into turn number 2, they sweep Garcia a couple of kart lengths advantage. Maybe that's where his kart works best, is up the hill. And then that's our second pair coming under our vantage point. That's Clark and Akins. So out front, back to our leaders. Suddenly a healthy gap for Garcia down into turn number 9. He takes a defensive line. That might cost him a kart length or two. So Garcia leads out of the S's. Just might have to keep it between the navigational beacons at this point to take home the checkers. Let's see if Estes has anything special in his pocket for turn 16.
If anywhere he's going to make a move, it's going to be right here.
And he is just not close enough to make things happen. Jose Garcia hard charging to pick up the tag master win today in round 1 of our championship series at AMP. Brent Estes comes home in second. Kyle Clark third. Sean Akins comes home in fourth. And we're just waiting for the remainder of the field to sweep past. Should be Todd Shambo coming by for 5th place.
I mean, yeah, what a battle for Jose. From the pre-finals, starting kind of farther back, working his way up in that race, starting this race outside of the podium spots, working his way into second, and then finally hunting Brian Estes down and making that pass and keeping the lead, defending. So kind of did it all.
Yeah, had to fend off a couple of good attempts from Estes.
So that is going to finish our tag master. What do we have coming up next here?
Coming up next, we're going to slow things down a little bit. Kid karts will be out, bringing their standing start to the Jelly Bean. Once again, those are 5 to 7-year-olds, so think kindergarten, maybe up through 2nd grade. But before we get to that on track, I imagine we will get a word with Jose as he crosses the scales just to make sure that everything is official, that they have met the minimum weight in the class. Some of those weights have changed this year. For Tag Master, it is 400 pounds. And that's 400 pounds including the driver, so that doesn't...
I mean, that's quite a bit more than the, 250, 240 pound that we saw in the
Tag Cadet.
Tag Cadets.
Yeah. Or in the kid cart, they're going to be about 150 pounds, including the cart with the driver.
That's like my left leg.
Yeah. So a lot of activity down in our tech inspection area. Everyone just rolls across the scales, make sure it's official. I'm trying to remember what NASCAR does for weight. Do they just weigh them beforehand?
Everything's done. There's a pre-tech and then a final tech. And
I think they will send some to post-tech, like randomly, right?
Yeah, there's some that they send to, R&D in Charlotte after races.
Most local tracks, you just weigh the top 3 or the top 5 at the at the end of the race,
and then tear down the top end.
If
depending on the
pays
payouts,
for it, yeah.
the payouts.
If you're at Five Flags, they're going to tear it down to the nuts and bolts. It seems like at the shed. What do they call the shed there?
Yeah, the shed. That place is notorious for that. I've seen a lot of cars get entirely teched down for that. We actually had a whole fiasco that one of my reporters actually did a stint for a short track scene.
Well, we'll pick up that in a bit, but now I see Jose Garcia smiling in victory lane. Let's send it down to Chris Conowall.
Yes, indeed. Jose Garcia, you got by Brant Estes. You're going to be number 1 on the podium. Tell us how you did it.
First of all, thanks to Brant for racing me clean. The most fun in racing is when you can race as hard as you can and with someone you can trust next to each other. There's nothing compared to that because you don't give each other an inch. That doesn't mean clean, doesn't mean not tight. And that was a good example. He gave everybody a lesson on what cleanliness is. So it was a lot of fun because we got a little bit of everything everybody wants. The passing, the over-unders, the good starts. We were both watching each other's mistakes and knew where we were strong or weak. I think he gave a class in what should be done. So thanks to my buddy Brant. It wouldn't be fun without races like this, so thanks to AMP as well and you guys.
For sure. Now, you've been doing this a while, so tell us where you hail from and how long you've been in kart racing yourself.
I started in the sport late in my career. You know, you have your dreams, you find yourself in your day job, and all of a sudden, wait a minute, where did my dreams go? And I was always racing. In the back of my helmet, I have my uncle's name who got me into racing when I was a little boy, and that dream kept stuck with me. And I started the wrong way, buying the fast cars, not knowing what to drive, and then decided I need to go back and race Miatas and race LO206. So I've done all the classes here. I still love LO206, and in tag. I decided to stay with tag with my tuner. It favors tag, but I really love karting more than anything else because you're really so connected to the road, and it's the true essence of driving, as many would know.
Well, you're a great racer, very well spoken, and for those of us who are just getting sort of into the sport ourselves, what a great explanation about what makes a great race and a great driver. Look forward to seeing you up on the podium. Any shout outs for you before we send it up to the booth?
I want to give a shout out to Lucas. He's really turned this place around, and the rest of the AMP crew have done a hard job with the constraints and the space and everything else to make such a big event work for everybody. So if we're having fun, it's thanks to them. Thank you, AMP.
Thank you. We appreciate you very much. All right, guys, what a great interview. Jose Garcia, we'll see him on the podium in just a bit. Back up to you.
All right. Thank you, Chris. A happy Jose Garcia down at Victor Lane. Guys, we've talked about it's not a super warm day. You could see the sweat. You could see the exertion that Jose had to go through. These drivers out here, they are athletes.
Yeah, and once it starts getting into those, June, July races when it's 90 degrees, you really feel for the drivers when they hop out.
90? That's mild.
Yeah, where they're practically melting inside their suits.
There was one race day a couple years ago. I was on the track, and my shoes actually melted or started to melt. Wow. That's how hot the asphalt gets.
Kid Kart is on track right now. We're 4 laps in. Harrison Marich leads in the Elo side of things. Arlo Stowers leads in the Comer Kid Kart. Arlo is the second car in that line. Has I don't know if he's a Roman centurion or he's a Spartan. He has the red broom sweep up on top of his helmet.
So we need like a nickname. Like, what's a good Roman?
I'm thinking of the Martian from the Bugs Bunny cartoons.
Oh yeah, because then you can do like the whole alien, like he's fast on the track, kind of he's out of this world.
Hyperspeed.
I don't know.
Or if he had the Pew 236 explosive space modulator.
Yeah.
that was his number.
Again, most of the viewers might be
not quite getting that. It's probably a meme by this point. So Arlo's running third overall. Just in front of him is Matthew Perez. So we're seeing an Elo versus a Comer here battling. The Elos, I believe, have a little bit more power, but then they have to carry a little bit more weight.
I'm not sure what plate they run, but I do know that they do run plate.
Right, plate, a.k.a. the slide. So Arlo looking maybe down to the inside of Perez, able to work an inside-out pass there. So Arlo hammer down here as they work through the jelly bean. Harrison Marich is out front. He has quick time so far. He was the winner in the earlier race, 25-second lap. So they do run through things quickly here in the action. Coming up after our Kid Kart, KA 100 Juniors will be on track. Things will just get more exciting from here. Bigger fields, zanier finishes in store, so don't go anywhere. We appreciate you, whether you're on the property here or you're joining us on Kart Chaser online. Thanks for looking in on round 1 of our championship series here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
I think you're right. The best is yet to come, especially that big, huge field that we have coming up in the final.
Mayhem, and I cannot wait for it.
Every time I see like 30 cars, like every start, I'm like, how do they make it through the first couple turns?
Because I guarantee if you took 30 of our new rental Sodi carts on a arrive and drive time,
nope.
They're not going to make a lap, right?
I mean,
I don't think they'll make the first corner if you want to be completely honest.
They're going to be out in the woods.
Sometimes you put like 5 and they won't make the,
Sometimes it's 1.
Yeah. Unforced error.
But as much as we're picking on the arrive and drive karters, boy, it's a great thing to do, whether you're just looking to feel some adrenaline and some speed. Maybe you're having a bachelor party, or how about this? How would that be for a corporate outing? Forget going to do some ropes course. Come and do some karting here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Check out our website, atlantamotorsportspark.com, for details. And coming to the checkers, Harrison Marich, your winner in our Kid Kart division this afternoon. Should be a battle for second here's one lapper coming by. Arlo Stowers has that trademark red helmet topper. He comes in second. Matthew Perez comes home in third.
I will say that out of all the karting facilities that we have in Georgia, this comes way ahead of places like K1 and Andretti's. They have nothing compared to this track.
Tough to have a 3-story drop on inside a warehouse.
I mean, it can be done, but
yeah.
I just want to know what kind of warehouse that is. Maybe an Amazon fulfillment center or something.
That'd be about the only place. But, yeah, that signature turn. And there's other driving opportunities for our viewers. Like we said, they have classes here. Occasionally you'll see some enduro-type races, some other zany things that are happening. Best way to find out all that news is whether you're on Twitter, Instagram, or Facebook, give Atlanta Motorsports Park a follow or a like so you see the content that they're producing here. A lot of fun things happen. There you see the new Sodi carts right in the foreground. Huge upgrade over what we had before. I'm waiting for the announcers race, but somehow that, once again, didn't make it onto the agenda today.
What?
Yeah.
We did have a broadcast team race, but it wasn't with these.
It was with the old ones.
It was with the old ones.
These are nicer, way nicer.
You can reach speeds of 55 miles an hour. They are heavier than the karts we see racing today. They're also a lot more durable because I'm sure those same exuberant drivers that show up for Arrive and Drive are maybe a little less caring than the drivers we see today.
I mean, we say that they're slower, but like if you have no frame of reference, if you don't drive these race karts, when you get in a kart that goes 55 miles an hour on the backstretch,
and you're 1 inch off the ground.
Inches off the ground, yeah.
You're like, wow, this is fast.
Well, and most people where you drive in a car, the windows are up, you don't feel the speed. But when you're suddenly in an open cockpit and the wind's hitting you, all the sensation changes. Well, once again, our kid kart winner was Harrison Marich with Arlo Stowers coming home in second, winning the Comer division. I see the helmets coming off for our winners. Hopefully we have Chris Conowald down there to gain some insights from our winners. And then coming up after that, our KA juniors will roll onto the facility. And while we have a pause, once again, want to give a thanks to some of the sponsors that have helped our program today. That includes Swan Mechanical, Liquid Moly, Autolube, Blazer Wings, Atlanta Light Engines, Primal, VRD Racing, Kart Chasers, and AMP Kartworks. Looks like the field is stacked up for the start here. Let's see if we will get a good one. Hunter Hursley looks over the field. He waves the green flag. We're underway in our KA Junior Final.
So first time is all they need to get it going here. Back up the hill. Nice tight group here.
That high-pitched whine of the two-stroke engines, these KAs, two-stroke engines that are air-cooled. Earlier in the afternoon, it was Oliver Nabert who was the winner in this race. As our field streams down the back straightaway. So they're going to get some laps under their belts. We hope to get a word down in victory lane. Chris Conowald, are you there with our winners?
I certainly am. I've got Harrison Marich, who gets to get up on that podium. You won in your class, and how does it feel?
Good.
It does. And so is this your very first victory or just your first victory of the season?
My first victory of the season.
Yeah? And how old are you, sir?
6 years old.
6 years old. And where are you from?
Chelsea, Alabama.
Really? And who do you have here with you today?
My mom and dad.
Oh, yeah? And so are we going to be seeing you all season long?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you're so polite. Congratulations on your win, Harrison. And in just a little bit, you're going to be right up there. Do you want to say hello to everybody? Hey, let's give him a round of applause, everybody. Congratulations. Congratulations. All right, Arlo, you want to step on up here? Arlo, so you've got the mohawk on top of your helmet. You won your class today, so congratulations. What would you like to say?
I try my best at it, but it's still hard to win.
Yeah, you try your best. It's still hard to win, but you did, and you're going to be on the podium. So who do you want to say hi to today before we send it back up to the booth? How about this big guy behind me here? Is that your dad?
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right back there behind me. So step on up here and get in the camera. Dad, you want to get in the frame here with Arlo? All right. Congratulations to you, Arlo. All right, guys. We'll send it back up to you here. Arlo's our winner. We'll see you on the podium.
All right. Thank you, Chris. I have to imagine those kids are going to get some ice cream on the way home today from the track.
Yeah, Dairy Queen's just right down the road.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. All right.
I might go get ice cream after
Yeah.
Broadcast booth trip to Dairy Queen.
All right, so we have 3 laps on the books. In our KA 100 junior, Oliver Neighbor leads. Luke Giglio second. Gabriel Lopez Velarde is in fourth. Harry Cunningham in fourth. And Adam Wine in fifth. 6-car pack here with Talon Laney at the back of this group. So great action so far. And we're just about halfway through our program. KA seniors coming up after this.
Pretty tight group here. The first 3-4 drivers staying pretty close together. Pretty competitive field. Oliver leading them all. They're going to make their way through turn 14. Now, a little tiny stretch into the final turns. Turns 16, 17, that double apex. Not much of a runoff there.
And it's deceptive from that drone shot. It drops downhill quite a bit into 17. And then once you hit 17, the ground kicks back up for the straightaway.
Yeah, you're right. You can't really tell from like any of the camera angles or the drone, but when you drive through it, it is kind of like a bank turn that kind of drops off, which helps make you, you can take the turn a little faster.
Right. So Oliver Neighbor continues to lead. Giglio in second. Good battle there. Second and third. Maybe bumping back and forth there as Lopez Velarde looks for a way by. Can't find it at the moment. So he just settles in for third at the moment. Well, I do want to give a mention to one of the other partners helping make today possible. Rev up your passion for speed with Dusterhoff Racing, the authority in late model performance. Offering tuning, packages, and parts, Dusterhoff Racing is there for you from track to victory lane. Their experience fuels your journey to greatness. Experience the thrill of domination. Join the Dusterhoff Racing family today by visiting www.dtracing.com. That's dtracing.com. Heavy bump drafting in the pack there as our field works down the back straightaway. Oliver Neighbor not able to pull away from anyone behind him as Giglio right there in his colorful helmet. Mikey, once again, we're seeing the speeds pick up here, 53-second lap time. So these KAs quite a bit faster than what we see in the LO206 division. That those 2-stroke engines really giving a lot more power to these drivers.
Yeah, I mean, only like 3 or 4 seconds off from like what the shifters will run.
And really just a second or two behind the tags that are out there.
Correct.
Tags have that radiator, the water cooling, so they can just eke a little more performance out of the cubic centimeters that they have. But for an air-cooled engine, these KAs really do give quite a bit of power.
And it seems like they are running faster laps than the pre-final. A little tighter racing, too. Wonder if maybe now they've had the chance to adjust to the weather and make the, right tire pressure adjustments, and everyone's carts are just running a little better.
The field has pretty much stayed the same position-wise. At least 1 through 6, 7th and 8th have gone back and forth twice now. But it seems that everybody's kind of just running comfortably at the moment. See what happens a little bit later on in the race.
See one of the parents there giving the signal, let's go.
Yeah, urging their child on towards the front. So once again, here in our junior division, we're talking kids age 12 to 15. So 6th grade to maybe a 9th grader. Still kids, although in the racing world now, this is someone who has, like we've talked about,
been racing half their life.
4 to 8 years of experience behind the wheel.
It's that the old thing from Benchwarmers, the movie. I am 12.
Oh,
but it's like Carlos Beltran out there, you know.
Yeah, hands on the birth certificate with the $20 in it.
Yeah.
I mean, where they're faking the Little League World Series.
Yeah.
Looks good to me.
He's good documentation.
Get some big guy like David Ortiz out there.
Yeah.
12.
It would be hard to fake in kart racing, I think.
Well, it'd be a problem in kart racing if someone, you know,
big
Papa Pump tries to sit in one of these little carts. He weighs more than the cart.
I mean,
right?
you're 6'2" and 200 pounds. You know, you're already way bigger than the average.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you won't get the benefit of having the stronger engine and less restriction. So basically, you have to drive a weaker kart.
Well, especially when you see these seats. These are built for kids. I mean, when you got down to the kid kart level, these seats are very narrow. You want the driver to be sort of firmly held in the seat, not be sliding back and forth in the corners. But we'll just say for us larger adults, we're not going to fit inside of that frame there.
Yeah, it's like Steve said, like you can fit our leg.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of the seats are super, super small. Like some of the smallest seats I've seen are the kid kart seats, and they're like size 4s.
Yeah.
And you can barely put both of your feet in it.
And let's compare that. We had mentioned Bubba Pollard earlier this week. He had a fitting in his Xfinity ride, and you can imagine he's a
bigger guy.
He's a country boy out there, yeah.
Cornbread and chicken, you know.
Cornbread and corn-fed.
Yes.
Some bigger guys there. That'll be one of the more exciting stories in Georgia this year. It'll be tough to top that Atlanta finish that the Cup guys had.
I don't know. This place is going to top it. I know it. I can feel it. I can feel it. The growth of the series is here. We've got, one of the biggest racing series ever to, come to AMP. It's going to be a good year.
We'll be back at it April 6th for round 2. And then we have the big CKNA national race doubleheader Saturday, April 13th, Sunday, April 14th. How should I put this? Get your taxes done and then come enjoy some good kart racing here. National level event, and we're thinking we could have 250 drivers on hand.
Those doubleheader weekends, they never disappoint. And now that we have a national series coming, I'm expecting both days to just be crazy.
That would be our biggest event.
Yes. Hands down, biggest
by
event.
far.
That's ever. I don't know about ever. No, it would be ever in the whole facility's history.
For racing entry, though.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had 4th of July events and stuff that had more spectators.
Yeah.
The Champ Car Series when they were on the main track.
Yeah.
Well, we are in the final lap here. Oliver Nabert continues to lead Luke Giglio. Let's see if Luke has anything in his suitcase of courage that he can pull out to try to get around Nabert, who I believe Nabert has led every lap of these races this afternoon looking for the sweep, and he has a little bit of breathing room behind him, so Giglio running out of road, running out of opportunities to make a pass for the lead.
Yeah, for as close as these karts have been the whole race, they've kind of all played nice. They really haven't moved or made any attempts to pass. It's kind of just been everyone sitting in their spot and running 12 laps.
Let's see if anybody has anything for the leaders.
Does not appear to be so. The checkered flag waves in the air. Oliver Nabert, your winner in our in our KA100 Junior finale here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Luke Giglio second. Gabriel Lopez Velarde comes home in third. Harry Cunningham in fourth, with Adam Wine rounding out our top 5.
It's worth noting on the final lap, Gabriel Lopez Velarde ran the fastest lap of the race, so he was able to secure it.
So Oliver Nabert is the sweep winner of the day in the KA Junior Division. Seniors will be coming out on track next. A little bit more weight. Drivers 15 and up in that division. As we see, it looks like some of the last kid carts just making their way through tech as the KA drivers will come in.
So is that so? Because we have 12 groups, so that was group number 6. So we are halfway through the finals.
That's right. Halfway through, 6 more great races to go. They just keep getting better from here. KA Senior, then we'll have our Tag Cadet, Tag Rookie, LO206 Master and Legend, and then we'll have our LO206 Senior, followed by our Shifters to round out the day.
I'm interested in this shot. We have a cart that's on the stand, and there's just like a cardboard box.
That's
an R&D cart.
It's the new Amazon delivery mechanism here at the track.
Pretty fast.
No, it's the new green solution that we have going on. It's cardboard power.
Yes.
It runs off of duct tape. Always tune in for the interesting commentary that we have here at AMP.
That is something about these, race days. They're kind of just such a long event. It's kind of unique in the racing world to have like this much on-air time.
Oh, yes.
Other than like 24 Hours of Le Mans or like endurance racing, where those guys are professional dead air, wasters.
We are definitely not. Well, we're professional, but we're not that level of professional.
We're like pro-am.
There we go.
John is professional.
Yeah. John is a lot more
he's
professional.
He's got to babysit
I'm professional in software engineering, maybe. So, well, I see Chris Conowald, who has the our winners from the day and the well-known quaff of our winner, Oliver Neighbord. So take it away, Chris.
Yeah, Oliver, you were able to hold off numbers 2 and 3. We got Luke Giglio right here, who's going to come over and talk to us in just a second. But for now, tell us how it feels to start off the season with a win.
It feels really good. It's a really good start for the season. Yeah.
Yeah, and so you're looking forward to the season. Are you going to run in any other classes, or are you just going to dominate in this one?
I'm definitely going to dominate X30 Junior and this one also.
For sure. Well, let's bring Luke Giglio over here, who might have something to say about that. Luke, you were right there in second place, and it's our for some of our viewers, it's our first time seeing you out here today. So tell us where you're from.
I'm from Orlando, Florida.
From Orlando, Florida, and okay. And so you're going to be second place up on the podium today. What can you tell us about today's race?
It was really good. I was right behind Oliver. I almost gave him the push. Going into turn 2, I kind of got the cart slid, and he was able to get a gap. And by the last lap, when we went past the checkered flag, I was right behind him, but it was checkered, and I ended up getting second.
So you just ran out of road, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, congratulations to both of you. You guys are going to be on the podium in just a little while, and so we'll see you up there. Any shout-outs to moms, dads, sisters, brothers, cousins?
My dad, he does my cart and everything, and I would like to give a thanks to Mike Beeson because he came over and did some stuff to my cart when it wasn't good.
Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to send it back up to the booth now. We'll see both of these young men on the podium a little bit later.
All right. Thank you, Chris. So once again, the winner of our KA Junior race was sweeping the day, Oliver Neighbord. Mikey, you could see his hair flowing in the breeze.
It was a majestic mane.
Yeah.
Or what did you call it?
I said the word quaff was the
Quaff.
word I used in there.
I'm going to add that one.
Definitely has to be good to get the helmet off and just let the air flow through. And
it was kind of
cool
like
off.
a commercial. He took a helmet off and it was like it just perfectly flowed out.
What's what's the guy's name? He used to play for the Steelers that does the Head and Shoulders commercials.
Troy Polamalu.
Troy Polamalu.
Yes, that's the kind of commercial I picture.
Yeah.
Just the way he throws
Oliver
his hair.
Neighbord the shampoo commercial deal.
The gig. That's right.
Send him the video.
Okay, so the next group, as we've said, the KA Senior Division. In earlier action in the pre-final, Mateo Rubio Luengo was the winner. He'll be looking to get the broom out and get the sweep. He won in that division, was close in, I think it was tag.
This was the division
senior.
that we said it was kind of like his revenge tour. Like he had the incident in the one division, and this is the one he was like, all right, I'm going to put a hurting on the field. and just won by multiple seconds. So
we will see what happens. But as you said, we're 6 features down, 6 finals to go here in round 1 of our championship series here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Definitely want to encourage you to give a follow to AMP, whether it's on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, I'd even say YouTube. A lot of great content comes out. The crew will be back in action next week, but they won't be here. They'll be traveling south to Lamar County Speedway to cover round 1 of the Georgia Karting Championship Series. The series consists of 4 races, 2 down at Lamar County Speedway in Barnesville and 2 right here at AMP. Now we see one of the cars over on the main track. Mikey, a video I saw posted to YouTube recently, they had video from the main track of a GT car, and then they had a NASCAR truck, and the truck was getting outrun by the GT car. But what really struck home to me is, since it was an in-car cam, you really got a sense of the elevation change. When the cars went from turn 2 up towards the carousel where the water tower is, how much they climb, and then they come around that turn and they drop basically all the way back down towards turn 6.
And I think the best point of elevation that on the main track is turn 11. When you're at the bottom of that hill going towards turn 12, it's like you're on a roller coaster and you're up on the up part of a roller coaster. It's you just see the sky.
Well, and then when you go through turn 12, which you turn to the right and start to go downhill, there's a point there where all you see is sky because the track drops away from you, and then turn 13 breaks back to the left, still downhill. There's a brief moment in there where you're just trusting that there's ground beneath you.
I hope the track's still there.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
All right, so the course marshal is trying to get this field woed down here for our KA Senior Division. 17 drivers look like they're staged up. And will we get a first go here?
No.
And our race official is saying no, you're right. Maybe a little too quick there to the staging lanes. Who had the worst? Was it the Masters? Were they on the 4th try?
I think it was the juniors.
Okay.
I was thinking, you watch sports now, and they give you, like, the DraftKings, like, plus 100 on whatever thing. When are we going to start putting the odds for, like, how many false starts?
The under-overs?
See, you can't do that because the race director may be putting bets in, and then he's just calling it his way to win the bet.
Well, that's like the Super Bowl, like, prop bets with, like, the Gatorade color.
Yeah.
It's going to be
like,
orange.
that guy's making bank if he knows.
It was like this year, the guy with the streaker guy.
Yeah.
And green flag is out. That's the color of the day here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Our KA seniors.
Oh, we got one going way off.
Using that new runoff as well, but you're right. Out in the Georgia red clay for a bit. Don't know which driver that was, but lost wholesale positions on lap 1.
Yeah. Somebody made contact somewhere within that little bunch
Christened
of 5.
the new part with some, Georgia clay. As we'll get, some timing and scoring when they get around, but I think that's Mateo still up front. I don't think he lost the lead.
So our field getting single file after that Odyssey out of turn number 1 on the opening lap. That's a place on opening starts we usually see some I will just say hijinks happen. That's really been the first we've seen today. A kart going off into the clay and then using the runoff. So they're going to sweep down and put 1 lap onto the board. Our first lap leader, Mateo Rubio Luengo, Christian Foster in second. Then it's Michael Succo, Andrew Hamill, and Cameron Estes rounding out your top 5. But those top 2 have opened up some daylight as now there's a battle for 3rd up the hill. We're going to follow that battle 3rd through 6th as they sweep past our vantage point. We're going to fly along with them. Killboy running in 7th here as we see our top 6 heading off towards turn number 9.
Yeah, I always love that shot down the backstretch. Feels like you're almost like in a
making
Mario Kart
contact
view.
right here.
Tell you when you're in the rental karts, it's that one point on the track, other than the front straightaway, for a moment it feels like you can just breathe.
It's the only time you get to breathe, yeah.
But the other turns, they're just coming at you, and you're on the brakes, you're having a turn right, and the things just hit you faster here in a class like this where you're not topping out at 55, you're topping out probably closer to 70, 75 miles an hour. Everything comes at you quicker as our 2 leaders have opened up a 2.5 seconds on 3rd place Andrew Hamill. Great battle still here in 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Shadows starting to get a little bit longer as we're coming up on 4:40 Eastern time here in Dawsonville, Georgia.
So what is the sunset for today? What do you know time?
I can look that up. With the time change, which just messed me up all week, we get that extra hour of sunlight in the evening. Sunset here is 7:46 in the evening. Don't want to get on a soapbox, but people that think we need to stop time zone changes and go to daylight savings time all year round, that would be horrible for us here in Atlanta. Because in Atlanta, what that would mean is around Christmas time, the sun would come up at like
5 a.m.
No, it'd come up at like 9:15 at Christmas. Because it makes it. We're very far west in the time zone. It makes our sunrise very late. Our sunset would be late, but our sunrise would be late. And on those short winter days.
This is interesting because everyone I ever hear online, they all complain about having to do the switch. This is the first opinion I've heard the other way.
I'm not saying don't do the switch, but people are saying we should just go to permanent daylight savings time. And a historical fact, in 1973, the United States said, let's do an experiment. Let's go daylight savings time permanently for 2 years as an experiment. And it was so bad, as we see a great battle here, almost getting 3 wide in the field, it was so bad they stopped the experiment after a year.
Okay, I didn't know this.
Because what they found was kids were going to the school bus stops in the morning in the pitch black, especially here in Atlanta. So when the time changed, our sun is rising here at about 7:30. If you project that back into December, our sun would be coming up at like 9:15. That's awfully late in the day. Your whole commute to work and getting started would be done in the dark.
Oh, that's how mine is anyways.
It's because you're just waking up early, though.
I mean, I leave my house by 4 o'clock in the morning.
That's a you issue there,
that's
brother.
A you, yeah.
Speaking of someone not having you issues, Mateo Rubio Luengo leading from the get-go. Christian Foster in second. And then they have about a 1 second advantage over Andrew Hamill. So we will watch as that continues to develop. Our leaders streak down through the U-turn, and they'll head back up the hill. Mateo in that number 6 placard cart.
It says we have Christian Foster is scored as the second-place cart.
That's right. They're working down through the kink. Just out of the camera shot there is Andrew Hamill. And he just flashes into view as they get on the brakes in turn number 9.
They're going to work their way towards that crossed flags, meaning halfway to go. Through this final turn, we'll get a view of the starter.
We talk about the shadows growing longer there. You can see the straightaway from 14 to 16 almost completely in the shadows now. When we started our broadcast, it was in the sun, and then at one point I said there's just a little bit of shade coming in now, almost completely in the shadows. So, Mikey, it's not hard enough for the drivers dealing with the hill. Now they have spots where they're going to go into the light, they're going to go into the shadows, then they have to come back out into the light, making it even more challenging for the drivers.
Yeah, you got to think it's these like little like flashbangs going off as you're going through like the leaves, especially on the edge of those shadows where they're uneven. You're just like getting hit with random shadows and beams of light.
Not quite coming out of the tunnel at Monaco, but still a difference between day and light. So there the drivers flash into the shadows and then poke back out at turn 16. So they must change how you see your marks. In qualifying, the shadows were honestly, not there, almost going the other way across the track. As the drivers once again charge down into turn number 2, 7 laps on the board. Rubio Luengo just holding a comfortable advantage over Christian Foster. Foster, at this point, I have to think, is waiting for a mistake to be made by Rubio Luengo. Doesn't seem like he has the power to get up alongside that leader's number 6 card.
Yeah, about a half a second back. You would need Rubio Luengo to, like you said, make a mistake.
Which can happen as the race gets longer, those 2 extra laps. At this point of the day, drivers get tired, maybe just a moment of brain fade. You miss your marks. It can happen. So it's in Foster's best interest to try to keep as much pressure
now,
on.
Andrew Hamill ran the fastest lap of the race.
You're right.
So he's kind of closing in on second place of Christian Foster. So Christian Foster, he's looking forward to try to hunt down Rubio Luengo, but he also has to keep in mind that Andrew Hamill, he's not out of this yet.
Well, he has 4 more laps to try to make things happen as they streak down the back straightaway, slithering with the little turns that comprise that straightaway. Luengo smooth around that corner. You can see the wheel. He's not sawing on that wheel. Seems very steady like a rock as he rolls through those corners. That's always a good sign, Steve, for a driver. When you see a driver having a saw on the wheel, it means it's not handling well. He just seemed to point it and roll right through.
Yeah, if you're sitting there working the wheel very hard, you definitely got some issues going on there. But if you smooth like butter, it's gonna be a good day.
That also makes it easier on your equipment. Your tires will stay under you, and you just roll off the throttle and roll back on it as you see him work up the hill. Now, 9/10 of a second, so it seems like Foster fading back into the clutches of Andrew Hamill in what could become a battle for second.
Looks like it's heating up here coming into the backstretch. Looks a little bit of a
he's
peekaboo there going on.
Oh, when he's going to look on the inside.
A late attempt there from Hamill on Foster. Not able to make it work. Be interesting if we had Al Edwards here, what he would have thought about the racecraft. A late shot like that might have cost him more than it helped him.
Yeah, I mean, you can maybe make the argument that he's just trying to maybe scare him or, show that he's there and get him to think about something else. But, yeah, I'd have to agree.
2 laps remaining. So that time around, 1.1 seconds the advantage for Rubio Luengo. So he's starting to head off into the distance here, into the North Georgia mountains. The battle for second is where we'll focus. Foster holding off Hamill. Let's see if Hamill can make a run down the back straightaway.
There he goes.
And now he's getting alongside.
And I think he's going to that was close.
They're side by side all the way through 9
Gets it
and
done.
10. But you're right, he's able to make the pass. So Andrew Hamill will move him up to P2, and that pushes Foster back to third.
It's not over, though. A couple laps to go. Well, white flag this time by. So Foster, he can still get this second place back.
Well, we'll see what the gap is this time around. 2 seconds the gap. So the battle between Hamill and Foster really costing them a track position to our leader, as already Rubio Luengo is up the hill. There's our battle for second. Let's see if Foster has anything to respond to Hamill. They're going to head down into the kink. Let's see if Foster can get one final run on this back straightaway.
They're already on the podium, but, yeah, they want those extra points
Oh,
for
a
the
late
season.
send.
Whoa.
Going late.
Ooh.
Crossover, though.
Double crossed.
Yeah, so you could see Foster sent it so hard into 9, he overshot the entrance to 10. Maybe one last shot up the hill here as Hamill playing a little defense through that corner.
He's still there.
Yeah, you're right. He is still there. They're going into turn 16. Up front, it is elementary at this point. Rubio Luengo wins for second. Looks like, did they get a lap car involved there?
I think they did get a lap cart involved.
Andrew Hamill was able to get into hold on to second.
He held it, yep.
Barely.
Christian Foster
There was some
third.
contact made with that lap cart.
I didn't even see the lapper. All of a sudden came from seemingly out of nowhere.
It's like he was parked up somewhere over there and pulled out in front. Like
a gravel truck coming on the highway, I guess. Okay.
It's like when you're in downtown Atlanta when, you're just cruising and all of a sudden somebody whips out of one of those parallel parking spots.
So Mateo Rubio Luengo, he was second earlier in our tag senior race. He advances to the top of the podium in our KA senior final.
And he ran a pretty good race. I mean, he dominated that pre-final and was able to comfortably win this final here. So we'll see Mateo on top of the podium. Andrew Hamill able to keep the second spot. Christian Foster says he's up here, up 3 places, so worked his way into a podium. Can't be too unhappy about that.
Maybe thinking what if, though, where he really went for the dive bomb at turn 9 and just not able to corner quite correctly through 10 to hold off the crossover move. Well, we see Carson Craig, one of the drivers, who has just stopped up in the top for a moment. He's going to be suiting up for LO206 senior racing a little bit later. The seniors was the class that had, what were we, 32 karts on track? Seemed like a
32, 34.
like
I can't
a
remember.
NASCAR feature.
I don't know,
Yeah,
man. There was a lot of karts out there.
So Chris Conowald is on location. He is getting all the details. So why don't we send it down? Chris, you're in victory lane with, I imagine, a very happy Mateo Rubio Luengo.
You got that right. He is especially happy. He says he gets an interview. He gets top of the podium. What's going through your mind right now? What do you want to send out there into internet world?
I mean, I'm ecstatic. I mean, from crashing in the pre-final in X30 to getting second there, it's a bit of a disappointment. And then shutting this one out, it's like, you know that you're good. You don't, it's not just, it was just a one-time thing, and just push for more.
Yeah, for sure. But it was quite resounding, your victory. And as the first race of the season, what can we look forward to as we progress on?
Well, just more of the same. Hopefully the same thing that happened today in K can happen in the future in X30, and we have a little less bad luck, and we can fight for first place in the X30 championship with Danny, who of course won the last one. He's over there chilling. But just more of the same in both classes.
Excellent. All right. Before we send it off, guys in the booth, you got questions for Mateo?
Yeah, when Mateo mentioned that it was at the E30 class, is that what we call the LO206?
E30 class. LO206, same?
I don't know. I don't think I'm running LO20 this
sorry,
season.
tag. Those are the tags.
Yeah, tag. I'm just gonna hope for the same.
Gotcha. Okay, very good, very good. Well, beautiful kart, great run. We're going to see you top of the podium. Congratulations, my friend. All right, guys, back up to you.
All right, thank you, Chris. That was my mistake. It's the X30. That's one of the engine platforms in the tag senior class.
Well, you said E30, and I'm like, that's a BMW.
Yeah, I didn't know
I
where
was
that
thinking
came
the same
from.
thing, too.
Mateo was like, I don't know. I just drive.
And he did well at
Yes.
that this afternoon.
He excelled in that part.
And I'll tell you, always good, no matter what the sport is, always good to book a W.
Of course. As the green flag is out here in Tag Cadet, we'll start the Tag Cadet final. We'll get you some scoring information here as it becomes available. Who won the pre-final, John?
Bowen Green picked up the win in the pre-final, so he is starting on the pole. We'll see how things settle out. Just looking back at the results from earlier in our Tag Cadet, Bowen Green was the winner, also set quick time. Emma Schumann was second, then Evan Fry, Ryan Perez was the top four.
They're already spacing out at a decent space between the first driver and the second driver.
Yeah, if I remember, this is the one Bowen Green. He won pretty handsomely, right? It was a pretty dominating performance. I think at one point Emma Schumann got close.
Yeah, he was about 4.5 seconds ahead in the 10 laps.
Yeah.
You're right, though. Emma held on for a few laps, and then there was a point where she just couldn't, and all of a sudden Bowen was, 2-3 seconds and pulling away.
Is it cross the line here? Yep. Bowen Green, first place. Emma Schumann, second.
So once again, a beautiful day, almost to the point where there's barely a cloud in the sky, just some high, thin clouds, but plentiful sunshine here for a beautiful March Saturday here in the North Georgia mountains. Much better than what we sort of had last weekend. We had some heavy rains over the course of last weekend, wiped out most racing in the state. Today we're getting to enjoy plentiful sunshine, plentiful number of karts, and some great racing here on track.
It's pretty much the perfect conditions for driving, so I agree.
Well, while we are enjoying our Tag Cadets on track, once again, we're going to welcome into the broadcast booth Al Edwards, the proprietor of Will Bite Racing. So, Al, what are your thoughts been on the afternoon? I know you must have been excited. Lincoln Massey picked up the win. He's one of your drivers. But who was the other driver that was part of Will Bite that won
That would
today?
be Aiden Courtney. Lincoln Massey, Aiden Courtney. Right now, Chuck Teasley has a chance for Legends. So we've got a lot of winners.
Well, I got to say that you must be excited for Aiden. His first win here.
His first win on the Eagle Kart. He switched platforms and bought on the Eagle Kart from me late last year and has been training and tuning and learning the platform, and that has really worked out well.
Well, in addition to that, at one point, for most of that race, he was running in fourth. One wild attempt through the grass. He was able to he wasn't doing that, but he capitalized on that, and all of a sudden he had a chance and a push at turn 9, takes the lead, and then behind him, I think it was Talon Laney.
Yep.
And they were just battling so hard behind that it just seemed like Aiden, kept his head down and just focused on his work and was able to open up a safe lead.
Yeah, he sure did. Aiden really has the competitive spirit. He's got a great career ahead of him. We're really looking forward to seeing how he progresses.
All right, do you have any dog in this hunt here, anyone in this class?
No, we don't have any. Also, I'm sorry, Jose Garcia was under our tent.
Okay.
And so wanted to give a shout-out real quick to John Wareheim. John Wareheim's working with me this season, and he has helped he helped Aiden. He's helped a lot of these guys get further up in the pack or achieve a win. So big thanks to him.
Speaking of further up in the pack, top 2 in this race, Bowen Green. Then it's a couple seconds back to Emma Schumann. You're watching a great battle on track here. Ryan Perez, Arthur Nahapatean, Evan Fry, and Kyan Ayer are 3rd through 6th on the track. Ayer just becoming a little bit unhitched, but still a good 3-kart battle. And now they're side-by-side. Fry looking down to the inside. Excuse me, that was Nahapatean looking to the inside of Perez. And they're still side-by-side.
Oh, knocked off.
Way out.
Yes. That little extension there of the runoff, there's some new sod there, and he mowed the lawn on that one, so I think you're going to have to revisit that sod.
One of the earlier races on the first lap, somebody went out and mowed it and ended up in the runoff.
Oh, no.
And they were lucky the runoff was there in the past. You
Yeah.
would have just been in the grass.
Yeah.
So they're side-by-side down into 9. There's your battle. 3rd, 4th, and 5th on track. You're not missing anything up front. Bowen Green, 3+ seconds ahead of the field.
Just an absolutely beautiful day today, even though the leaves aren't on the trees yet. Just unbelievable.
They're getting there. Down in the little bit lower elevations in Atlanta, you're starting to see a lot of the trees bud out. I don't know all the trees, but whether it's the maples or the cherries, you're starting to see a lot of the flowers come through. So
all the pollen alerts are going off now.
Yeah, that part. That's the
Juniper
downside
and cherry
of it.
and oak.
We talked about that earlier, but definitely.
Oh, here we go for a pass
beautiful
on the
to
outside. Look at this. Nope, checks up a little bit. Says, no, that one's not going to work. That dog's not going to hunt on that one. So that's Bowen and Emma Schumann just going at it. Here we go. It looks like
Bowen's already through turn number 9 and 10. Emma's just going into turn 9. So that's
Emma and Arthur.
That's Arthur, Evan, and Ryan all battling for 3rd, 4th, and 5th position. I believe the leader there, I'm trying to get a look at the number 30. So that is Arthur Nahapatean with Evan Fry and Ryan Perez. So Arthur is in the red cart. Looks like a white helmet. Al, a question that we had pondered on for a while. The day is growing late. The shadows are getting longer, especially down into turn 16.
Right.
How does that impact a driver where at the start of the day, all the marks were clearly visible, and now you're coming from light, going into the shadows, and then coming back into
real
light?
Quick, I'll answer that question. Look at this. 2, 3 wide. An over-under attempt, an over-under success.
Arthur lost 2 spots up that hill there.
Wow, they are really going at it. To answer your question, it's the bottom line is you really do have to adjust. Your depth of field changes, especially with that turn 16 wall that you have to deal with. So, it really, that turn 16 can be an optical illusion at times, and a lot of people get lost. And they'll overshoot, and all of a sudden, bang, they're in the wall. And that's happened a few times today.
But does it get worse as they're now in the shadows and back out?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. Especially if you don't have a tinted helmet. And, if you have a clear helmet, it gets bad. That's a big transition going from that bright track to all of a sudden almost into a tunnel.
And does the tinting help that just your eyes are almost a little calmer in the bright?
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely. It helps the transition.
I think that's gonna be an interesting thing once we have the lights up here to see the transition from day to night.
Yes.
Do you go with a clear visor or do you go with a tinted visor?
It's really funny. You'll probably go with a light smoke visor, and the reason being is the lights are going to produce an enormous amount of glare off of the asphalt surface, because our asphalt surface is old, right? So now all that aggregate is starting to pop up, and it's white. So you get this shimmery white in the lights. It's definitely a unique thing that we're going to have to face when we deal with it.
Out front in this race, we're 7 laps in. Bowen Green 6.4 seconds ahead. So he is just, as they say in the motivational world, chopping wood and carrying water.
That's
Seems
right.
like he is on his way to victory. He led every lap in the pre-final earlier. There we just saw Emma Schumann flash by, and there's 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Evan Fry, Arthur Nahapedian, Ryan Perez, and Kyan Air.
Yeah, it looks like Bowen Green. He's running like a second faster laps than the rest of the field. His fastest time was a 56.8.
Yeah, he's hooked up.
So
that's for sure. He is hooked up. He's basically pulling a Lincoln Massey when Lincoln Massey doesn't have who is that chasing him?
Stowers?
No, not Stowers. Lincoln Massey, and just today. Sorry, I missed the name, but they really had a close battle. Over and over and over again.
Yeah, that was one of our good battles.
Was that
out
Bowen
on
Green?
track.
Or
yeah, that was Bowen Green.
Yeah, Bowen Green.
second
Yeah,
in that.
okay. I figured Bowen was doing 2 classes today.
Yeah, Lincoln Massey is one of those that once he gets going, he can just disappear.
Yeah.
Well, we've had Lincoln come up here in past races, and he's pretty much said, I'm going for the track record today. A day where it's good for, I think it's a cool weather day where you get that dry air,
Yeah.
the engine really gets a lot of power, and he's like, I'm going for the record,
What
as
was
opposed
that?
to the swampy summer
Right.
where you're wallowing out there. It's humid air, it's greasy track because of the heat.
With Lincoln, it's like in Major League, where he points
Yeah.
out there. He says, I'm hitting the home run out here.
Did he get the record that day when he came up here?
I don't think so.
He got close, right?
He got
We did
really
have
close.
last year. We were using a different timing and scoring, and occasionally there was a race where it's like records were flashing in.
Yep.
Jennifer over in scoring was was annotating that certain laps
Yep.
were having records. Once again, if you want to follow the live timing and scoring, you can download the Race Hero app and follow along as we are here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. So 2 to go. Bowen Green, his lead yawing open to more than 10 seconds. Best battle you're watching right here, Evan Fry, Arthur Nahapedian in that red cart, sitting second in that group. Not able at the moment to pull in on the orange-suited driver, Evan Fry, who's in 3rd. Al, you missed the shot that somebody had where they lumped up coming out of the kink. Really, a driver ended up down in the grass and chunked up a good amount of Georgia red clay up onto the track. I imagine that has to jar the driver when they're sitting in, behind the wheel.
Mm-hmm, it does. Talk about jarring. We had the number 404 is under my tent. Ty Clements, unfortunately, into the wall after contacting someone's rear tire with his right front tire and literally launched him into the wall. He's like, I think I just made a bad decision. I was like, no. That just shows you how much centrifugal force there is. And here we go. White flag is out.
Yeah, white flag in the air. I believe Bowen Green already in the distance at this point.
There he is,
there
coming
he
up the hill.
is. Okay, that 104. Excuse me, no, that's Emma.
Oh,
that's second place
Emma.
there. By this
Bowen
point,
Green might be in his trailer already.
Bowen's probably already made the out turn and is headed back to the clubhouse at this point. There's Bowen. Haven't seen much of him in this race, and that's no fault of his. He has just put in a dominant performance this afternoon. Bowen Green probably sweeping off of turn 17 right now as we're watching 3rd place here. There we see checkered flag in the air. Bowen Green, our winner this afternoon. We'll see what the time is, almost using the sundial here, Mikey, at this point to time the gap. Emma Schumann is going to flash across. She'll take home 2nd place. So congratulations to Emma. Evan Fry and Arthur Nahapedian and Ryan Perez rounding up the top 5. Seemed like Evan was closing in on Emma at the end, just ran out of time.
Evan had a pretty good drive. I think he started farther back. So cool for him to get up into the podium.
All right, so Al, we've been talking up that we have these Georgia championship karting series coming up.
The GSKA?
Yeah, the GSKA or GKCS, Georgia Karting Championship Series. Are you or any of your teams partaking in that next week? Are they going to head down to Barnesville?
No, so it's quite frankly, we've got such a large team, and a lot of these guys have pretty packed schedules, and so I think Barnesville is going to end up being we'll miss this race, and the reason being is because in 2 weeks we have another club race here on the 6th of April, and then right afterwards we're going to the CKNA event, which everybody wants to be prepared for. We want to make a really good showing and earn one of these CKNA events back. I got to say that again, the staff here did a great job in courting them and getting them on board, and then managing to kind of cherry pick that from another track.
Well, and we're not the announcers. We're not familiar with CKNA. Is there a tour? Like, how does that work? How many races are in a season?
The Cup Karts North America is a national series, and they say North America, they mean all of it. So they're really big in Canada.
Okay.
So at Charlotte last week, we had 93 entries from Quebec.
Wow.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. It's, don't you know, it's really funny. And so a
No,
lot of French.
They don't say that in Quebec. It's a French there.
Yeah, there was a lot of French being spoken, but so here we are. It looks like we've got Bowen Green there.
So we're setting up for the start of Tag Rookie on track. Let's see. They're going to get staged up. We're going picture-in-picture. You have drone cam on the picture-in-picture. You have our steady cam as the field sweeps through. Now we have a view down in victory lane. So let's take it away, Chris Conowall.
All right, appreciate it. Listen, we've got 1, 2, and 3. You guys are all going to be on the podium. Mr. Green, you were way, way out in front, just cruising. You had how much of a lead did you say?
14 seconds.
14 seconds. You could have been back in your trailer if you wanted to, if you didn't stick around for the interview. How are you so fast today?
I just kept my head down and tried to be as consistent as possible. We made a few changes to my line, and it worked, and I was able to take off with it.
Well, take off indeed, you did. You're going to be top of the podium. Let's move here to Miss Emma, right? Going to be number 2 on the podium today. How did it feel, and is this your have you been up on the podium before?
No, this is going to be my first time on the podium.
Well,
I'm excited.
Yeah, congratulations. You're going to get yourself a medal, and so we're going to look forward to seeing you more out here, and I'm going to move it here next to Mr. Fry, right? So, Evan, you it was a close battle there at the end between you and Emma. Have you been on the podium before?
3 times.
3 times. Excellent. So today you're going to be taking the 3rd spot. Who would you like to thank here today? I see you've got lots of family.
I would like to thank my mom, my dad, my grandma, and my whole team, DPC, for support. Let me think.
DPC and of course your family, and you guys, we're going to be doing some champagne a little bit, or splashing the bubbly out on all of them. So congratulations to each of you, and we'll see you guys up there in just a little bit. Congratulations to each of you. We're going to send it back up to you guys in the booth.
All right, thank you, Chris. And we'll momentarily send our focus to our Tag Rookie race that is on track. Bo Stowers, your leader. He was the winner in the pre-final earlier today. Ryder Thompson second, with George Cruz running in 3rd. And Stowers coming around to put lap number 2 into the book. So, Al, back to the CKNA event that's coming up. Like, what is a typical season? Is it 10 races? Is it 40 races? What's a season look like for these teams?
They have several divisions. They have Cup Karts Canada, East and West. They have Cup Karts South, Cup Karts North, Cup Karts West. Now, all of those are regionals, and those regionals have their own schedule. South, we have 4 races. Okay. And then we come together twice, so it's a total of 6 in the season. We have a Spring Nationals, which we just had in Charlotte, and then we have the Grand Nationals, which this year is going to be at Newcastle in Indiana.
Okay.
And it's all LO206, all 4-stroke. It's considered the biggest series, quite frankly. It's larger than WKA. We had over 530 entries at Charlotte.
Wow. All LO206s.
All LO206
My
from
goodness.
Kid Kart all the way up to Legends.
So there's 4 races for what we'll call the South region.
Correct.
And then you said there's the 2 other races. But where does this race fit in that's coming up on the 13th and 14th of April?
So the 12th through the 14th is going to be the Cup Kart South round number 2.
Okay.
And then we have round number 3. Right now it's scheduled for Bushnell. And Bushnell is just to the southwest of Orlando.
Okay.
But rumor has it that it might end up in Daytona. That's the rumor that's going around right now. So we're hoping that's the case because everybody really likes Daytona. Daytona's just a really great facility.
It's Daytona.
It's Daytona.
It's Daytona.
Yeah,
okay.
it's unbelievable.
So while we say it's a national event, really it's a southern regional on this national tour.
Correct.
Okay. Does that mean we'll only see drivers from the South, or will we see, like you said at Charlotte, there were a lot of Canadian competitors who potentially could be here?
As long as we don't have any kind of a conflict with Cup Karts North, we have no idea. People come from Wisconsin, people come from Quebec, they come from all over. And so we already know that we've got a lot of guys coming from North Carolina. One of their leaders, Todd Barron, who runs in Legends and Masters and sometimes Heavy, he is a real force to be reckoned with. He's been karting as long as I have. He has national championships dating back to 1979, and so he will be here. And so it's going to be great to have our seasoned racers race with him. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I can't imagine that they just unleash all of these karts at the
No.
same time. You said there's divisions. Is it ages like we have, or
Yes.
there are other ways to break the
Yes,
field apart?
So actually, if you look at our LO206 schedule, we have matched up both on the
as we're watching on screen, Bo Stour is already working his way through lap traffic, coming around to put lap number 5 on the board. Stour is over 4 seconds ahead of Ryder Thompson. Then it's about another 10 seconds back to George Cruz. So action continuing here in our tag rookie race. Coming up after this, our LO206 Masters and the new Legends division. So, Al, you said we've aligned our LO206 with the National. So I imagine that means there's an LO206 Junior, Senior, Master, Legends?
Correct.
Okay.
And they actually do break it up because they get so large. So we'll have, for instance, Senior Light, Senior Medium, and Senior Heavy.
And now light, medium, and heavy, is that you're starting to it's not the age. Is it the age in the group, or is it the weight of the car?
It's the weight. And so Senior Light's 340 pounds, Senior Medium is 360 pounds, and Senior Heavy is 390.
And is that different from what we have today, where we just have all the seniors together, correct?
Correct. Yeah, our class just isn't big enough, even though it's 36 cars strong. You know, when we're talking Charlotte, we had to cap it, so they capped it at 100 entries.
Whew.
So we literally, the final in the feature race on Sunday was 50 carts on this track. And this track's longer than AMP. It's Charlotte's about 1.2 miles.
Okay.
So
that's
it
still a lot of carts when
man.
you thunder down to the green flag.
Yep. And it was a big time. AMP had a good showing there.
One driver who is thundering down the back straightaway here continues to be Bo Stowers, who is over 4 seconds ahead. Ryder Thompson rides in second. Maybe a little bobble there through number 10, but that is seemingly to be no issue. Bo Stowers was the winner in the pre-final, and he is on his way to the final victory, but he still has to log about 5 1/4 laps.
Yeah, I was so happy to see Bo Stowers back. I mean, I thought maybe he was done after his accident, which was a practice accident last year, and I was so disappointed. But he took some time to recover. He also he plays soccer, and his family's really active, and so.
And we have to share with the viewers, these are kids. Rookie is 7 to 10 years old,
Yep.
so a lot of these kids, they're going to have school, they're going to have other sports, other activities outside of the seat of one of these carts.
Yep. And the Stowers family is right here from Dawsonville. They're well known. As a matter of fact, there's Hugh Stowers Road over off of 53. So these guys really truly are local and live right around the corner from the track basically. And so again, great to see Bo out and doing so well here.
Steve, you have any questions for Al as we're just chatting during this tag rookie race?
So Al, we were talking in the booth earlier about switching up the tire pressures with the changing of the track. Is there anything else you can do besides tire pressure adjustments?
Oh, absolutely. For track conditions, there's track width, there is axles, there is support bars. We have somebody off the track here. It looks like we have a spinner.
We're going to try to get a number on what cart that is.
That's number
Looks like
5.
number 5. So that was
Grayson.
That was Grayson Wyatt.
Grayson Wyatt, who was running in 6th when that happened. He was able to get pushed and get back underway. So, boy, it seems like trouble can find you at any point around this track.
Right.
Okay, so back to the changes. You said not just air pressure, track width. Does that just mean you put a spacer so your tires are out wider?
Yep, spacers in the front and just the hubs slide on the axles in the rear. And so, you're doing that to try and get the chassis to rotate. You're trying to find the balance. You're trying to get to the point where when you turn in that you have a smooth weight transfer, that the cart just sits, rotates, and then sets and does not drop that rear axle. So what you're trying to do, because the rear axle's solid, you're trying to get that thing to tilt up and lift the inside tire for long enough so you can rotate through the corner, and then when you get it back on the power, all of a sudden it drops back down. So that's what I say, if I turn in and it immediately understeers, well, you're not lifting that rear tire. You might need to add some caster. These things have full front-end adjustments, caster, camber, toe, everything.
So these adjustments, to change air pressure, you could just take a gauge and in a couple seconds you've adjusted it. If they had to change track width, how much effort is that for a team?
5 minutes.
Oh, so you could easily do that between pre-final and final.
So with Aiden Courtney, we were reconfiguring his cart all day long, and we finally found that setup that really brought him to a win. And he said the thing was just so balanced, and it was actually funny because it was opposite from what one of our tuners said to do, but he said it just felt better. And sometimes you're actually just tuning for the driver, right? Not necessarily for the cart and what in shall we say in theory works well, but what works well for that actual driver.
Speaking of what's working well, Bo Stowers, he's 2 laps to go, so he is about 7.5 seconds ahead of Ryder, or out to 8.7 seconds now ahead of Ryder Thompson.
So Bo's really out for a Sunday drive. I hate to say it there.
So this setup about Aiden, I know in stock car racing, teams have a notebook where they keep notes on certain tracks. Will Aiden come back to this track with that setup, or will he have to completely change it as the season gets hotter?
So you write it down.
Okay.
You write down your track temperature. You write down your ambient temperature. You write down your humidity. You write down all those settings that you have. And then you also write down all the changes as the day went on. You do that every single race.
Okay.
And you should have a very thick notebook full of notes that you can just refer to. I like to put it online. I have an Excel spreadsheet where I track it.
I think Steve, a book nowadays is it's a concept as opposed to an actual book.
Hey, but let me tell you something. Comment car. Hey, it's the last lap.
White
flag is out, and Bo Stowers out for his Sunday drive is just going to relax, and he's going to finish this race
Well, might
first.
have one obstacle, one lap car to get around as he heads up the hill.
Not a problem. Look how fast he's gaining on that guy. He's just going to cut to the inside, and he is through it.
Sweeps on by. And then into the shadows of our building, back downhill. They'll go through the kink for one final time. The shadows starting to cover more of this track. The building, you can see some shadows through the kink as the day is growing late. We're coming up on 5:18 local time Eastern as Bo Stowers works through the S's. A beautiful day here in North Georgia. Al, I don't know how it is for the teams when it's like this, but for fans, this is picture-perfect weather. Just some light breezes, otherwise sunny, more shadows through turn 16. Bo Stowers, he just needs to keep it between the navigational beacons. He sees the checkers in the air. Bo Stowers is your tag rookie winner this afternoon.
Congratulations to Bo Stowers. I know the family is jumping up and down right now.
A dominant performance.
Yeah, it was great.
Now, El, you're kind of like our resident Larry McReynolds is what I'd call you. I mean, you have a plethora of knowledge in karting.
Well, thank you.
How long did it take you to obtain that knowledge?
I've been karting since I was 8. And my dad was a NASA engineer, and so he taught me about taking copious notes and things like that. 7-0. Well, yeah, I got my walker. Can you go get it, please?
Al's having a few sidebar comments.
Sorry.
With our general manager here, Lucas Arnett. Some, I believe, some good-natured ribbing. I think
Absolutely.
it was good-natured.
Yeah, it's taken a long time to do that, but karts have changed drastically since the 70s and 80s. I mean,
well, I have to think last year we had one of those races where they had the vintage karts, and they were like, I'm just going to say tubular steel out there, very different look.
It was
thick.
awesome to see on the track because there was, 15, 20 of them?
Yeah.
At peak.
So those guys run the old flathead Briggs & Stratton. Speaking of Briggs & Stratton, we just heard those Masters fire up.
Yeah,
we can feel it in our feet.
Yeah, we want to let you viewers know the building has come alive as they fired up the engines. The LO206 Masters and Legends, more than 20 of these karts are in that building, and now you see them start to head down the hill.
You
for
see
their
the
parade
camera
lap.
somewhat shaking. That's actually shaking. It's not being done by our camera operators.
For Arrive and Drive karting, that's where they house the karts that the patrons get into. Here they sit in the at least they get a shaded and some air moving through with some fans to get their game face on. Then they fire up the engines. They'll head down that hill, and we'll see if they can get lined up. Now, Al, in the earlier race, we noticed that the Legends seem way behind. Were they starting them separate to give them a race within a race?
Yes, and you got to look at them and score them separately. This is the way you should do any split class, is you should give them enough time because they're lighter. They have the same engine, but they're actually lighter, so they should.
How come they make the Legends lighter than the Masters? Usually, our experience is the weights have gone up as you get older.
I
guess they hit that inflection point, and Steve, it's all downhill.
You're older and fatter and weaker.
I can relate to that.
I hate to say it that way, but that's really the reality of it. Is that when you're talking about your 55 plus, we might have someone who's 70 years old. They don't need to be hauling.
Yeah, we're getting a green flag on
green.
the first
Here we go.
start. Hunter Hulsley waves that green flag, and our Oklahoma Land Rush of LO206's head down into turn number 2. That's my little tribute to Ken Squire, one of his lines.
And here's Matt Lassiter right there on the tail of Danny May coming through turn 2. Danny May has already started to pull away just a little bit. We'll see how this turns out. Danny May put a really commanding performance on earlier today in the pre-final, but Matt Lassiter kind of reeled these guys in, and I think he started 5th, and he ended up 2nd. He got the interview, though, because Danny ran away like a scared squirrel.
Who was the one that started 15th? I think that was Nick Laferdo in our next race, and we encouraged him to start 15th again, and he
said no.
He politely declined, we'll say, at that point. Put on a good show in that pre-final, but we get to enjoy Masters and Legends. Masters is 40 and above, and the Legends class is 55 and up. They didn't check for an AARP card, but I guess they're doing it somewhat on the honor system here. So the Legends not in the shot. They started farther back. And Al, as you said, they're lighter. They should gain. I do like where they give them the separate start, so you're not intermixed right at the start. You get to settle things out before catching a different
We have 3 people in the Legends class there. You can see that it's Frank Baldozier in 1st, Chuck Teasley, I believe it looks like he's in 3rd, and Chris Kellett in 2nd. Now, allegedly, Chris Kellett came off the track and said, oh, there's plenty of places I could have passed you guys, and he was 20 pounds overweight because he thought he needed to be 390. So we'll see what happens with that.
Now, when we talked about changing karts, I imagine you could also move weight around on the kart as well, right?
Yeah.
Not just the amount, but just move it to different points on the kart?
Correct. And we do that. We weigh and balance each kart. Generally the rule of thumb is 57% in the back and 43% up front, and then a 50-50 cross.
Okay. Is that you want more in the back so you get bite for the drive of the tires?
Correct.
Will bite racing, right?
100% rear weight,
yes.
right? Yeah.
Well, so Danny May's really starting to pull away here. Let's see if Matt can kind of come into his own. But Matt is also running basically by himself at this point. Then we have Grant Lockwood in 3rd and Adam Phillips in 4th. And Adam Phillips, told me in the pits earlier, he's like, I think I'm just going to try and hold on to my 4th. But that's not the way Adam rolls. He's going to try and get by Grant when he possibly can. And
whoa, one going off
yeah,
in the
one going
lawn
off.
there.
Whoa,
two going off.
Whoa, two.
Couple of
three.
carts going down
They
through
mowed
the
the lawn on that one.
So they'll have the blowers out after this race. One cart got wide off 5, and then they got crazy down through 6 and 7, which is officially the kink. So up front, Danny May has no drama at the moment. He has a 0.6 second lead over Matt Lassiter. Then it's Grant Lockwood, Adam Phillips, and Paul McElree rounding out your top 5.
That's right. And Paul McElree, again, he changed platforms. He went to the Coyote platform, and it seems to be working quite well with him. He was in Charlotte with us last week or 2 weeks ago.
Back in the, do you want to update the legends? It is Chuck Teasley's leading that race within a race. Frank Baldozier second, and Chris Kellett is running in third.
Love to see it. Now, Chuck Teasley, you know, again, he started just last year, and he's been in Jacksonville, and he went to Daytona with us, and, you know, he's been all over the place.
You could see that special flag. Look
Yeah,
at
look
all
at
the
that.
dirt that's been
Wow.
pulled onto the track. That second time today that Georgia red clay has been pulled onto the track. Fortunately, Steve, that looks like a spot that drivers don't want to go through. If you could imagine sand in the middle of turn 16, that would be chaos.
I mean, I understand we're doing all these updates and, you know, construction around here, but I don't think that was necessarily meant to be during the race.
That's not enough. Yeah. That's just someone driving off into the lawn.
Someone's cart turned into a bulldozer for a minute there.
Yeah, we had rain yesterday, so that's probably soft out there, easy to get down in some bumps and drag it on track.
Yeah, look at Danny May. He's just pulling away here. He's really got his cart set up set. And he runs really well by himself.
It's
and
like Matt, the Cookie Man, Lassiter might have a drafting partner.
He does. Grant Lockwood's coming up to him here, but I think Matt's got a little bit on him.
Lockwood's Dossard might be hanging off the back of the car.
It looks like it is, yeah.
When he comes around, looks like that number flipped down. There's no penalty for that, is there?
No, it shouldn't be. Shouldn't be. It's a non-critical piece. Even if the number plate came off, it's a non-critical piece. It's not a safety-related item.
So our leaders, there you see Danny May, and then followed by the quartet of Matt Lassiter, Grant Lockwood, Adam Phillips, and Paul McElree. Let's see if 4 can reel in 1. But right now, Danny May holding strong in first. He's been the leader. We're on lap number 5 of 12. And Steve, these are the races where we really get to savor those 2 extra laps between our LO206 Master and then coming up next, our LO206 Senior Division. 30-plus carts on the premises today, so an absolute barn burner staging beneath us as we speak.
Yeah, we had some pretty good incidents there in the last race, and hopefully we don't repeat that performance.
But we didn't see the incidents. We just saw great racing up front.
Because we were only focused on the first 5. The incident, you know, field that large, the incidents happen and they're over by the time the other guys come around, so we never see it. We might hear it on the radio.
So the second, or that group of 4, not really eating into Danny May's lead right now. He is scored.
So it looks like Matt Lassiter has a long gear or a longer gear. He does really well in that backstretch, and then when he starts climbing the hills, these guys catch right back up with him. So he might have needed a little bit taller of a gear in order to keep up. I know Danny runs a mini gear, and it does really, really well for him. But, you know, Danny's also got a lot of advantage in the fact he's very tall. He's got a long torso, and that really helps put a lot of action into the cart.
Now, you're talking about gearing. What's the most common gearing used out at AMP?
Well, typically it's around 3.35 is where we start. A 17 in the front and a 57 tooth in the rear. And look at these guys bunching up, you know, just one after the other. You could sing a song about these guys. You know, they're 1 by 1 or 2 by 2 or 3 by 3 or whatever it is. Noah's Ark, I guess.
Well, they're not side by side.
And here we go. We got a little bit of a pass. Paul McElree looking on the inside there of Adam Phillips. And
decided to tuck in and not this time around. In one of the earlier races, Al, we saw a driver make a late lunge into turn 9 and then pull back.
Yep.
And to me, it seemed like it cost him more than it gained. Is that a case of a driver, as we see Lockwood look into the inside of Lassiter?
Oh, wow.
Pushes Lassiter out. Now Lassiter has the inside. Let's see who pushes who here.
It's going to be a late break, and he's going to get it. So the bottom line is
seems
Lassiter
like somebody's
runs a
gonna be
little
a double
bit wide.
pass.
Now it's going to be a drag race. You got Adam Phillips on the inside of Grant Lockwood, and it is a drag race here. And Paul McElrea's just hitting his bumper trying to say, go, go, go. But they decide no change whatsoever. And
the winner out of that was Danny May.
That's correct.
The field is not getting organized behind him, so Danny May still has that safe lead.
15 kart lead at least, and he's basically checking out here in the final. So it looks like Danny May, unless he has a mechanical or his kart tightens up in the later section of this race, Danny May's got it pretty locked up here.
So that car yo-yoing off this group of four, that would be Ian Drennan in the 96 kart. He is running in 6th. He got close there, but now he seems to have unhitched once again, as nobody has anything for Danny May today.
Grant Lockwood gives Matt Lassiter a hard bump there going in up to David's Bend, and he's right on his tail. Seems like Matt Lassiter's kart might be tightening up just a little bit, and there's Grant Lockwood. He starts looking to the inside, doesn't decide to execute, and that's okay because that's a really risky maneuver. We're not even halfway through this race at this point, and they're starting to
Actually,
make
we're 8 laps down,
8 laps.
So we got 4 left.
Sorry,
once again, the shadows are growing long here in this race.
Tires are starting to get hot and greasy. It's late in the afternoon. The drivers are tired, and so this is the race that really separates the men from the boys. And it looks like Danny May is being the Iron Man, as he always been known for. So. I just, really the race here is for 2nd and 3rd. 4th and 5th have broken away a little bit, but they're going to come back here in the S's, and we'll see how this thing works out. Grant Lockwood really is putting on a good performance. He really has something for Matt Lassiter here.
So I guess though we have to think in 4 weeks when that CKNA event is here. We're going to see this on steroids, I imagine. It's more LO206s and it's more top caliber drivers from across the country.
That's correct. It really is going to be the best of the best.
So, Steve, that is something to look forward to. We're going to you call them the LO206s of mayhem, and it's going to be national level mayhem coming up. That's Saturday, April 13th, Sunday, April 14th, and we hope that you're able to join in for the broadcast of that event.
I'm honestly probably the most excited about that than anything else going on this year.
Right. It's a huge win for AMP, that's for sure. And here we go. Danny May has got 30 kart lengths now at this point. He has checked out. But
1.2 seconds the last time around.
The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th are in a freight train right now, and they are nose to tail, really going at it. We got Adam Phillips now. He is in 4th place. And Paul McElrea going in the inside, making a challenge to Adam Phillips. And Adam Phillips not having it, just give him a little nudge there. Adam Phillips is going to have to pull back in. They actually touched, and it really cost Adam there.
Yeah, a little bit of a little argy-bargy there for a moment.
Right. So Adam Phillips is going to give it back to him, most likely coming off this, if he can get his draft and get a slingshot around him.
2 to go as we have the popsicle sticks in the air here in our LO206 Master and Legends race. Do you want to give an update on the Legends portion of this race within a race? Chuck Teasley continues to lead Frank Baldozier. And looks like Chris Kellett may have, I'm seeing if he might have dropped out of the race, but Teasley leads Baldozier by about 0.4 seconds. So we'll see how that develops.
That's a pretty decent lead there.
But up front, Danny May 1.4 seconds ahead. You can see the gap there. So 1 is being chased by 4. Right now you see Lassiter in that blue and red kart. Behind him, Lockwood in the light green.
Lockwood's going to go for it. So, oh, no, we got Paul McElrea trying to go back and forth. He's trying to find a hole. And here comes Paul McElrea on the outside. Is he going to nope, he's not going to make it stick. So we have 1 to go here. The white flag is out.
So the tension is ratcheting up here. You see that white flag in the air from our starter, Hunter Hersley. Danny May has just about 14 more turns between himself and victory. Behind him, matters remain to be settled. Matt Lassiter, Grant Lockwood battling for second.
Yep, and Danny May is like, okay, I just need to take it easy at this point. I've got enough of a lead that I don't have to push it really hard. You just saw him check over his shoulder as he was going up the hill there at turn 3. So here comes Matt Lassiter. Matt Lassiter has got a gaggle of karts behind him, but there's been a little bit of a split up here with Adam Phillips. Adam Phillips looks like he is going to get a run, and he's going to take a late break there to try and catch this pack and make a challenge here for try to get Paul McAree's position back.
Out front, you get that zoom in. Danny May looks like a cool customer in that number 9 on his way to victory. We're going to focus in on second. Lassiter blocks to the inside, might get a bump push on the outside.
Oh, there's a challenge there. Grant Lockwood going to the inside and Paul McAree on the outside. Grant Lockwood takes it in there.
Oh,
my gosh.
The wall.
Lassiter crashes
into
on
the
the last
wall.
lap. Able to get it straightened out. In the midst of that, Danny May comes across the line as your winner. Paul McAree scored in second. Grant Lockwood third. Adam Phillips in fourth. Ian Drennan in fifth. Matt Lassiter fades to sixth. We'll have to see how the stewards call that. The one thing we have no doubt about, Danny May is the winner.
That's for sure.
Matt took a nasty hit right there.
Are we going to get a replay on that?
That would be worth a replay there.
Yeah, it sure would be. We really need to take a look at that one.
I couldn't tell if it was from under or above that contact happened.
This is that time of day. Once again, we want to give thanks to our director today, Michaela Denny, and our producer, Ethan Denny, for keeping things flowing during our streaming broadcast. Would love to see a replay of that. He seemed to come out of it a lot more quickly than I would have thought, but definitely seemed like he got 3 wide and just shuffled to the outside, and that wall comes up at you mighty quick off 16.
It does. Once you hit that paint, it really is hard to hang on to it, and you either have to completely back out of it and hit the brakes, or, it's wishful thinking. Maybe, nope, not going to happen.
And then once you hit the wall, you're going, it's
over.
going to suck you in
Yeah,
at that point.
Totally does.
So once more, a great view here as we sweep by our post-race inspection area.
Matt kept on going. He didn't stop. So
No, he hit the wall, nosed it in a little bit, and then bounced right back off and just kept going.
Yeah, well, good for him because
I'm not exactly sure where he finished.
Back in our Legends division, Chuck Teasley was the winner. Frank Baldozier second. Tim Clark came home in third.
Looks like we got a little bit of a
tussle here. All these guys got to remember when you come off, you're on camera, and all the eyes are watching you. So it's really important to kind of calm your adrenaline down and calm yourself down.
Which is easier said than done because emotions are running
totally.
so high, and then things don't go your way, and you're seeing red at that point no matter what happens. So it's an emotional sport.
It is.
In racing. Great view of the patrons here on the sky deck of our AMP Kart Racing Center. They're enjoying a great show. Karts sweep right under their vantage point through turns 4 and 5.
Yeah, everybody out there on the deck, give us a wave. There we go.
There's a couple of you that heard that.
That heard that, yeah. They're not paying attention.
Maybe they can't hear.
Hey, there's Brant Estes right there. Hey, Brant, give us a wave.
All right, we're going to go down to Victory Lane. Looks like a happy Danny May with our own Chris Conowall.
That's Paul
Actually, this is Paul McAree, but Danny May wanted me to shout out to his sponsor, the Blazers Hot Wings. He's in the next race. He literally jumps out of the cart and runs and gets in his next cart so he can start the next race. But we're here with Paul. Paul, the finish on this thing, that was something else. But you're going to be on the podium there, number 2. What would you like to tell us about the ending there?
It was just a really tight race the whole way. My cart kept getting faster as the race went, which is always good, and I just kind of sat back and waited for the opportunity, and it came there in the last turn. So really happy, and thanks to all the guys that I run with for a clean race, and really appreciate the day.
For sure. Now, where do you hail from? Since it's the first race of the season, we're getting to know each of the drivers. Where are you from, Paul?
I'm from Atlanta, Georgia.
Excellent, excellent. Well, glad to have you out here. Have you been up on the podium before?
I never have. This is my first time. So.
Well, congratulations to you, Paul. That's excellent.
Thank you.
We'll see you up there. All right, gents, we're going to send it back up to you.
All right.
Way to go, Paul.
Thank you, Chris.
You betcha.
Get ready to do some investigative reporting because we're about to unleash the Kraken here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Upwards of 30 LO 206 seniors. Steve, I know this is the race you've been looking forward to all afternoon, our penultimate race here in round 1 of our championship series.
All I have to say is sit back, buckle up, and enjoy it, because this is going to get wild, and it's going to get wild fast.
I don't think you'll be sitting back.
Oh, no, I'm not sitting back in here.
Well, you know how excited I get. So.
Yeah, Al likes to jump up and down for some of these races.
Yeah.
The building once again shaking here as we have all of those Briggs & Stratton 4-stroke engines giving that wonderful, like, deep rumbling sound, shaking this building. And now they get the signal. The parade lap is underway for our LO 206 senior final.
Something that we really haven't mentioned a lot today is the spectator areas. For these races, the spectator area is the fullest I've seen it in about 2 years. And it's a good sign for what AMP has to offer.
They're up on the balcony here. We see them in that sort of island between down towards turn number 2 and then off towards the start-finish line. So some of the viewing areas as the field weaves back and forth, trying to get some heat in their tires. All right, Al, for a lot of these drivers, we did talk with Alyssa Vasquez. It's easy if you're out front in some way. When you're mired back in all this traffic,
yeah.
How does that change what a driver has to do?
Well, you have to be looking ahead. If you're not looking ahead, you're going to get into an incident, because with all these guys in varying experience levels, and they're all trying to be, up at the front, and so, there's going to be some contact and things are going to happen, and we've seen this over and over and over again. So you got to really keep your eyes up. That's for sure.
Man, that's a pretty looking grid.
Ooh, already some
they're already
accordion
bumping each
action
other.
there. Wow.
Boys, the green flag ain't dropped yet.
Nope.
There's Danny May there.
You could see that happen. Alyssa Vasquez on the
She's in the
inside, and
middle.
that pink
Yep.
kid, I'd say about row 9. And, yeah, you could see them all bumper carring up through the field. Let's see if we will get a start. The green flag is out, so unleash the thunder down into turn number 2 here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
We already got, looks like a challenge for 3 wide.
Yeah, it sure is.
Midway through the pack.
Here they go, up the hill. They're 2 wide, 3 wide.
Somehow they all made it down through the U-turn.
Yeah, now we have the turn 4, treacherous turn 4. Have a lot of guys side by side going through the kink right now. Sure enough, look at that side by side right over the curb. And they are just drag racing these guys right here. That's 4th and 5th, and this guy's getting freight train. There's no getting back in now, unless he bullies his way, which he just did. That was actually really good. Now
some of these guys getting
somebody
pushed
spun
back.
in turn 9 just as
sure
at the
did.
back of the field.
Yep.
Looks like they were able to get back underway. So I was going to say we were clean up to that point, but one car did spin around. So 3 lead 4 here early on in our LO 206 senior final.
It is very easy to get shuffled back in this division.
It sure is.
Everybody is pretty much right there with each other in competition. But, if you get pushed back, it's you're going to have to work really, really hard to get back up front.
And it's the front 3, again, broken away here. It looks like Ryan Curtin, Nick Laferdo, and
Sam Evrutsky, your top 3.
Yep,
And then
Sam
it's a
Evrutsky.
melee behind them up the hill, getting side by side there. So there you see our top 3 flash by. And
so here's the thing. Those 3 have a commanding lead now. They are a good 20 kart lengths ahead of the 4th place driver. Their best option right now would be just to sit back, relax, and work together and open that gap as far as they possibly can.
So we'll probably see Ryan tapping the back of his head, suggesting, hey, let's work together and settle it in the last lap or 2.
But there's one little piece of dynamic. In Charlotte, Ryan ran Nick wide into the wall.
Oh, okay.
Ended Nick's weekend. And so what I'm really hoping, that's number 211. That's my arrive and drive guy. He's definitely had a problem, a mechanical, it looks like. It's unfortunate.
Just looking
possibly
down the
a chain, but the way he's looking.
Yeah, he looks like he's looking at his chain.
Don't see a 211 in our timing and scoring. Of course, they could be scored as a different number in there.
His name is Lucas Lima.
Okay. And there's nothing you can do during a race for a chain
you're
being
done.
off.
You're done. Once that comes off, you're done.
So you're saying there might be a little tension between our top 2 because of what happened last week at Charlotte.
Yes.
And drivers have long memories, Steve. That's something I know. Drivers seem to never forget. Now, stuck in the middle of this, Owen Lloyd running in 4th. No help from ahead, no help from behind. So, Al, what does he do in this?
He's going to have to do it all. He's going to have to do some really creative driving to try and catch that draft and get back with these guys. again, that'll happen if they start racing each other. So the best thing to do would be for the rest of the race, just nose to tail, relax, unless someone really bobbles it and messes up, and you can do that clean. But right now they've got this massive air pocket behind them, and they're taking full well advantage of it because they keep on pulling away.
So Lloyd running in fourth does have the fastest lap of the race, although that was on the lap number a little bit earlier. So he's hoping to maybe catch a wisp of a draft from up of that lead trio, but right now not happening. Just that lead trio, Ryan Curtin, Nick Laferdo, Sam Evrutsky, as they work down through the kink into the back straightaway.
Yep, and they've just started just splitting up a little bit more. And so first, second, and third, Sam got a little behind there, and now it's just Nick and Sam's making it back up here. But it looks like Nick and Ryan are starting to get away for a little bit. You see him; he's back and forth, back and forth. Doesn't help you, Sam. You just got to sit back, relax, and drive that kart.
So the shadows growing along almost all the way across the track there into turn 16. We started earlier in the day. You could see just a little bit of shade as we're coming up on 5:45 Eastern time. Great battles back through the pack. Let's see if they're able to make anything happen down in that signature U-turn. There's our top three. Just holding station. Sam makes a move there.
Sam's gonna look to the
Faded back
inside
in.
there. That's not going to work. Not through the kink. Let's not do a bulldozer again. You see that cost Sam. And you see he got pulled away from a little bit there, but he late braked it there going in there, picked up the draft again, and off he goes.
Owen Lloyd still not able to make ground forward, but not getting any help from behind, stuck in a virtual no man's land out there on the track. As our top trio continues to be Ryan Curtin, Nick Laferdo, Sam Evrutsky. Al, at this point, is it who has their cards on the table and who's bluffing at this point?
You know, here's the thing. Well, Nick, I'll tell you, Nick's just evaluating right now, and that's the level of skill that he has. He's just trying to see where Ryan's weak spot is, if he has one, and he'll exploit that as soon as he can. But, you know, the bottom line is, you know, Nick's being smart. He's just relaxing, and he's pushing Ryan along here, and they're working that draft, which, quite frankly, it's not going to be a lot of switch-ups, we hope, but if that's the case, then we'll see some really good racing. Otherwise, these guys are just going to bump draft until the end of the race, and then they'll really start racing each other.
So so Nick can sit in second and watch and look for weak spots. What can Ryan do as the leader? He can't exactly see what's behind him.
Well, what Ryan needs to be doing is he's driving very consistently right now, but then he needs to start changing it up a little bit, changing his line, changing his braking points, and surprising Nick.
Which sounds like it would be the opposite of, hey, let's work together and pull away from the field.
That's right. But the thing is that you're not going to do that until, you know, the last 2 or 3 laps. And otherwise, again, it's just a matter of time before Owen catches these guys because he's right up on them now. And so they're starting to get a little tired. They're looking behind them. They're trying to evaluate where everybody is. Now it's a 4-car race.
And we are halfway through, so 6 more laps remaining. Race fans, coming up after this, the shifter carts will conclude our day of racing here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Let's see, we still get 6 laps of pulse-pounding action in our LO206 senior division. Once again, this is drivers ages 15 and up, so it could be high schoolers, college students, borderline professionals out there on track.
Now, if we could actually talk about Sam Evrutsky for a second, according to the timing, it's showing he has jumped 30 positions.
Seems, I'm going to call that one sus.
Yeah, I would say that's kind of suspect.
But there is, it would be 20-something.
You know, that time around, you could see in the middle of turn 16 and 17, you could see where the wall was deformed from
that
Lassiter's hit in the last one. There we see Evrutsky getting it on with Owen Lloyd, as I'm wondering if Lloyd made a pass there, because I thought Evrutsky had that very red driver's suit.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to figure out on the way back, but you see they're starting to open up. It's a 2-kart race for the front now. 3rd and 4th kind of by themselves. We'll see if they can suck back up here, doing some late braking, which they are here. They're going to run through the S's. They're going to get right back with them.
So trying to catch a number on 3rd and 4th. It does look like the 119 of Owen Lloyd is the one sitting there in third. So he was able to get by Avrutsky. Took him seemingly forever to catch this lead trio, and now he was able to make a quick pass to third. So coming up, they're going to put lap number 8 onto the board. Curtin leads Laferdo, and then now scored in third. We have Owen Lloyd and Sam Avrutsky. Then it's a couple of seconds back to Michael Gay running in fifth.
Oh, and it looked like, yeah, and I see why he did that. Nick looked like he was going to dive bomb there going into 2 and start that late brake maneuver, but he was defending. I think he knows that Owen is behind him, and he's looked, and he knows what's going on. So Nick is starting to look to the outside. He's starting to do what he typically does. He's really starting to push and try and make Ryan look behind him and race the race behind him and not the race in front of him.
4 laps remaining here. The pressure ratcheting up with each lap. We have our lead trio followed by Sam Avrutsky in that 144. He was running as high as third earlier, got past, hoping to restore himself to the podium. But for now, maybe we'll see the shadow boxing and the head games begin as our lead trio sweeps off turn 16 and 17 down the front straightaway. Once again, staying single file. Let's see if Owen Lloyd makes a move down into the U-turn. He does not for now, so our top trio still nose to tail.
Yeah, there's Ryan giving just a little look over his shoulder. He knows that Nick's touching him.
Leaning on each other, urging them to go faster
wow,
down
looks like
through the kink.
they're coming up on lap traffic. This could change things. This is where Nick might be able to strike. If Ryan doesn't do this right, Nick is going to pass him here with this lap traffic coming up.
And it seems like the second car always has an easier time with lap traffic.
That's
Marshall's
exactly right.
will probably have the passing flags out. Let's see if the 46, he's looking back, so he knows company's coming. Let's see if he'll heed the way. Not
Let's see
yet.
what happens here.
There
we go.
Late
Side.
getting out of the way.
Wow. And then Owen tried a late break there, looked to the inside, and that wasn't going to work. So here we go. We got 2 to go. They got the football goal up.
Popsicle sticks or
There you go.
bullhorns up in the air.
Oh,
Curtin has led from the get-go. Laferdo looking inside and outside through the U-turn.
Now take a look at Nick. He's actually stuck his bumper up and underneath.
And here comes Lloyd, a stout and steady third. Look to the outside briefly. So our top 3 masters of their craft this afternoon, looking to settle it in the waning laps.
Oh my gosh! And so here we go.
Right down to the inside of that
And
straight.
It looks like we're going to have another lap car.
Yep. And Nick is going to go for it. Nick has just stuck his nose in, and oh, boom,
Here
there's
comes
Ryan.
Lloyd with it.
Ryan's sticking with it, but no, Ryan's now been shuffled to third. He might get shuffled to fourth. He's not having anything of it. That's Sam Avrutsky next to Ryan.
So Avrutsky moves up to third. Yeah, Ryan's able to get third back for the moment up front. Lloyd now looks to the outside of Laferdo's. Laferdo blocks to the inside. They're side by side into 16. A lapper up in front.
Wow, they're starting to race.
This is going to get dicey right here at the end.
It is. And you know what? Here's the thing: is that that little maneuver just gave Ryan Curtin a lot of momentum with this lap traffic coming up. Oh, they have to just kind of slow down a little bit. Lap traffic. Ryan Curtin is getting right back up here. Look at this, and we have Sam Avrutsky trying on Ryan Curtin.
Oh, Laferdo has a problem on the last lap down into the grass.
No.
I think he lost his chain.
Heartbreak for Laferdo. So out front, they're going to settle it. Owen Lloyd, your leader. Curtin in second. Avrutsky
And
in
Curtin's
third.
going for it. Curtin is making a pass, driving down in the turn 9. Oh, my gosh, it's going to be late braking. Side by side through turn 9. Side by side.
Lloyd's
oh, my gosh.
holding it all the way through the S's.
And here's Curtin. Curtin might get freight train. Watch out.
Lloyd with a bold move on the outside
sure
at 9
was.
and 10.
And here we go. He's going to go to the inside. He's going to
This
try
is
and
the money
slingshot
pass.
beside him. Here comes Ryan Curtin to the inside, maybe.
Look at the
yes,
defense
here he
by
goes.
Oh, we're going to have a 3-wide
There's the defense.
finish.
He's going to over-under him. Is he going to over-under him? It's going to be a drag race to the
Getting
finish
excited here to the stretch.
Drag
To
race
the
to the finish.
stretch.
To
And
the
rewind.
Oh,
my
what a
gosh,
finish.
Looks like Owen Lloyd got it.
Too close to call.
Owen Lloyd. Timing scoring.
Timing and scoring says Owen Lloyd was your winner. Ryan Curtin second. Sam Avrutsky third. 23 thousandths of a second.
What
from
did
first
I
to
say?
second.
Yes.
3 thousandths of a second from between second and third place.
See, our Atlanta tracks are great at having finishes this year.
The But let's not forget the heartbreak of heartbreak for Nick Laferdo. Was leading on the last lap, and he is officially scored, dropping down to 25th spot on the scoring.
Right.
Appeared to be the chain came off that cart. You could see him come up the hill and just go to the inside and even hand signal to the other drivers. Heartbreak for Laferdo.
That one's gonna hurt.
Yeah, they're just pushing it off right now. You can see the look on his face. He's not happy. Tough luck, buddy. I hate to see that for you.
It's a cruel sport.
It really can be. And Nick and I have been wheel to wheel a lot over the years, and I really enjoy racing with him.
That's got to go down as one of the best finishes at AMP.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, while.
I tell you, one of the best was me and Nick. We finished 17 thousandths of a second away from each other.
Was that last season?
No, that was like 4 years ago. And his dad, it was funny because his dad came up and said, hey, Nick just he's never been so excited to lose a race. Oh, man. So it looks like Nick's back in the tech area there.
Our drivers just going across the scales, make sure that they meet minimum weight requirements. Yep. Just want to recap the top 5 coming home in 5th. Michael Gay, Harrison Browning was in 4th. Sam Ifrutsky recovered for 3rd. Ryan Curtin in 2nd. And Owen Lloyd comes home the victor. Al, early in that race, Lloyd was stuck in 4th. Had no help. It seemed like it wouldn't go his way, but now he will get the interview with Victory Lane. We'll send it down to Chris Conowall.
That's right, here with Owen Lloyd. Owen, they're calling it one of the most amazing finishes here at AMP. What do you got to say about it yourself?
Great run. I had kind of a bad start, so it took me a little while to catch up to the lead pack. Once I got there, I was going to try to just chill out and let it battle. And so I got in a good spot and just happened to have a good run off the end.
Yeah, and Ryan Curtin, number 2, he's back over there. We're going to interview him in a second. But you guys, I think, what did you guys say in the booth? 23 hundredths of a second? Is that the split?
23 hundredths of a second between him and Kurt.
23 hundredths of a second, and you are going to be number 1 on the podium. So where do you hail from, real quick?
Waycross, Georgia.
From Waycross. Well, it's going to be waiting right up there for you, my friend. Congratulations on your win. I'm going to go check in with Ryan Curtin. Where's Ryan? Here he is. Your earlier assessment was spot on, my friend. The carts went round and round. You were out there in front, and then there was some late moves, and then Nick, of course, had a chain. And then how did Chris fare there at the end in second place? 23 hundredths of a second.
Sounds like Chris should have hit the gas a little bit harder.
For sure. But in all sincerity, great race. As I was telling Mr. Lloyd, one of the most exciting finishes here at AMP. You always, bring the joy to the field here. So congratulations to you. What would you like to say to the folks in the booth and all these folks here filming you?
Well, so my friends are cool and all, but I have to personally thank Al Edwards for his air that he let me borrow that I will be returning later. Without Al's air, I could not have done any of this. So thank you, Al.
Al, anything you want to send back down in return?
Al's probably headed down to get to Ryan's pit, but we'll let him know that Al was the wind beneath your wings.
The wind beneath your wings, they say. Yep. Congratulations.
Yep, quite literally.
Very good. Okay, I'm going to send it up. Ryan, congrats. We'll see you at the podium, my friend.
All right, thank you, Chris. So Owen Lloyd, hailing from the home of the Bubba Burger, Waycross, Georgia, the LO206 senior winner this afternoon. One more race coming up for our viewers on Kart Chaser. It is the apex predators of the karting world. It's the shifter class. So we see them in the staging lane. They'll roll downhill in a moment and then prepare for a standing start, and they'll race 12, I imagine, very quick laps to close out our program.
Yeah, and they will do a pace lap also to warm up the carts before they...
Do they get an extra pace lap?
I think they do.
Okay.
Well, I think they'll do an entire full lap as opposed to the half lap that most of the carts do.
Okay. Yeah, they need that to warm up the tires, get the fluids all up to temperature, and then they will be ready to unleash all their power from a standing start. Well, viewers, we do encourage you to tune in next week on Atlanta Motorsports Park's YouTube and Facebook channels. We'll travel south to Lamar County Speedway to cover round 1 of the Georgia Karting Championship Series. The series will consist of 4 races, 2 at Lamar County Speedway down in Barnesville and 2 up here at the technical, challenging Atlanta Motorsports Park. So we'd love to have you, YouTube or Facebook. Give us a follow or like so you'll get notifications when we go live. And hey, if you want to rev up your passion for speed, you want it to be with the Dusterhoff Racing, the authority in late model performance. Offering tuning, packages, and parts, Dusterhoff Racing is there with you from track to victory lane. Their expertise fuels your journey to greatness. Experience the thrill of domination. Join the Dusterhoff Racing family today by visiting dtracing.com. That's dtracing.com. You're right, Mikey. They are getting more of a full, lap plus parade lap here just to get the tires warmed up. I imagine that's so important on these soft tires to get them warm so they're able to grip at the start. Otherwise, I imagine they'd drop the clutch and
yeah, I think we'd have a much different start than what we'll end up getting here. The standing starts, one of the 2 divisions that do the standing starts, the other being the kid kart. Although
the fastest and the slowest.
Yes. It is the fastest and the slowest.
The Alpha and the Omega. The kid karts, it's just for coordination to make sure they get a fair start. The shifters, this is the only time that they will really use the clutch during the race. Otherwise, they can just blip the throttle and pull on the shifter stick with their right hand to go up a gear or push it away to go down a gear. And Mikey, as you've said, seems lunacy to be going as fast as they're going and just take a perfectly good hand off the steering wheel to do something else.
Hey, it's like a look ma, no hands, but for real.
Look what I can do.
Yeah.
The clutch is operated with the left hand. There's a little bar there that they can pull in. Then they'll get the gear settled into first gear. And with a little bit of hill on the straightaway, I imagine they then have to use their left foot to engage the brake so they don't roll back. Let's watch the start here. You see the plumes of smoke. The RPMs come up, waiting for the green flag to fly. It's in the air. We're underway in shifters. And zoom, they go up the hill to turn 1 and then downhill to turn 2.
Looked like it was a little better of a start. I know in the pre-final there was 1 or 2 karts that actually had trouble going, but all of them underway pretty efficiently there. As they'll come in front of the building here, that high winding sound of the shifters.
Turning, I can only imagine, up at maybe 12,000 RPMs out of these 2-stroke engines. Water-cooled for better performance. They seem to have a slide on the side of that radiator to determine how much air is allowed in. As the temperature comes up, they can open up a little more. But, Steve, I imagine, like NASCAR, you want to close it up to ensure proper operating temperature and aerodynamics when you don't need the cooling.
Exactly. You're probably going to put a little bit of race tape on there, depending on how cold it is or how warm it is.
Ooh, you could see that second-place kart seemingly get loose into the corner. I don't know if it was the light or, as we say, they back up the corner and really turn early so they can square up to the next straightaway and get the power down to the ground once again.
I mean, we touch on it all day. There's so many technical turns here, and with these shifters, it's like you said, you're setting up the next turn while you're going through the current turn, and then you just basically do that for 17 turns.
Easy.
Easy.
You know. Just ship it.
Well, it's like Alyssa was saying. She's like, yeah, just go faster and win. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I wish it was that simple. But this,
tweet it, right?
Yeah.
It's easy.
Yeah, this track was specifically designed, in my personal opinion, for the shifter class. This being a Tilke design.
Formula One design.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yes, it's specifically designed for this type of racing.
Billy Musgrave, your early leader. Jake Fetter, second. Oz Cheek runs in third. Already 2 laps in the books.
2 laps down, 10 to go on our final race of the day. It feels like the day's kind of just blown by. Like when we started earlier, we had so many groups ahead of us, and I mean, here we are already at the end.
I mean, it's actually a little earlier than I was thinking. It's just a little after 6 now.
Maybe we get
Eastern
an encore
time.
going. We tell the drivers, run it back.
No, we need burnouts. That's what we need. Shifter kart burnouts.
I don't think they want to burn their clutches.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We got way off. Way off.
That is turn number 12. and made it almost to the wall there, the safety barrier.
Well, they carry so much speed that, yeah, if you go off there.
I'm not sure if
that was our leader. That was Bill Musgrave, who was our leader.
Oh, wow.
So for the second time today, a leader runs into trouble. Musgrave missed the entrance to turn 13 there. Unexpected result for sure.
We kind of missed it. I don't know if he had any help getting there or if that was a unforced error.
Looks like he's gotten start back. Could be wrong.
Is trying to see if he has any time. I guess we'll get a look here when they come back around. He is, I think they're off track. I think they pushed him off. Yep, he's a lap down, so he didn't complete that lap.
I have to imagine you'd be concerned about damage. You wouldn't want to run the car back onto the track and get up to speed. So there you can see him once again, just right up against the retaining wall. Day over for Billy Musgrave, who was the winner of the pre-final. So we're going to see a different winner in victory lane. And right now it looks like Jake Fetter, followed by Oz Cheek and Leonardo Oliveira.
Oz Cheek does have a reputation of closing very, very quickly.
You see the times and the scoring there. Most of these karts in the low 49-second range. Occasionally we'll see a driver get into the 48-second bracket.
Yeah, before he went off, Bill Musgrave, he had a 48.9. Was the fastest lap of the race.
So our field working through 5 laps already in the books. The shadows definitely long here as we are past 6 o'clock. In the Eastern time zone, we are just outside of Dawsonville, Georgia, one of those historic places for racing, more known for NASCAR, but becoming known for the karting action you're seeing here. Thanks for joining us in the broadcast today as Jake Fetter leads Oz Cheek, and then Oz is in a good battle with Leonardo Oliveira and Jacob Hughes, all right there, 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
You mentioned Oz Cheek. He's kind of a closer himself. Doesn't have, well, he's got about half the race to catch up.
Yeah, they're coming down and they see the cross flag, so 6 down, 6 to go. Oz is in that red kart, running in 2nd overall. Oliveira right behind. You wouldn't think of shifter karts as drafting, but they almost seem to be doing it. Oliveira takes a look up the hill. Let's see what he can do with that extra shifter power. And now tries the inside. Oz Cheek slams the door.
This is letting Jacob Hughes in the 4th spot get close. So Jacob Hughes now
within striking
distance of a podium.
It's probably also letting Jake Fetter expand his lead out front. So now this is the point where the drivers might start to feel physical and mental fatigue, might make a mistake, an unforced error that could cost them a podium spot today.
Yeah, Jake Fetter checked out. The battle is those 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place karts battling for the remaining podium spots.
And that time around, Fetter about 3/10 quicker, so he's going to the good. Behind him, it is still this 3-kart battle for 2nd. Mikey, I can't recall a time we've had good battles like this in shifters, so top to bottom today, our class is putting on a show for our viewers.
Yeah, and it's, every once in a while we'll get a field where maybe 1 or 2 will be competitive. But, yeah, this is quite a treat to have 3, 4 karts be so close.
And it's tough for the viewers to see when these drivers shift. What they do is they just very quickly reach down, shift up, and then bring their right hand back to the steering wheel. In qualifying and in practice, you could see it off turn 17, but it's very quick, just a couple of quick upshifts. A little different than driving your old shifter where you just keep your hand resting on the stick over
tight right there.
And we see a pass up the hill. And a
crossover.
crossover.
In front of the building right here. What a place to make a move.
I don't think I'd do that.
I mean, I probably wouldn't try to make any passes.
I think that was Oliveira going into 2nd place there.
We'll get a good look here when they come around with the numbers.
Well, Oliveira definitely has more orange on the front, where Oz Cheek was that mostly red valence on the front. So I think we have a new rider in 2nd place out front. It's been Jake Fetter since misfortune caught Billy Musgrave on lap number 2. So Fetter, your leader. His lead has expanded out to 3.9 seconds.
Yeah, Oliveira to second place.
And there's 3 laps remaining. Up the hill, they zoom one more time. Once again, Mikey, these shifters seemingly erase that 3-story climb, just like it's flat land.
Yeah, zoom is the right word. They treat that hill like it's nothing.
I imagine that's the point where they're in their lowest gear as they go through that corner. Don't know if that's, say, second or third for these drivers.
9 laps complete, so should be getting a 2 to go here. Jake Fetter probably already has gotten the 2 to go.
Now there
he is right
coming
here.
down. Would see the 2 to go, and there's second, third, and fourth on your screen. Oliveira, Cheek, and Hughes. Hughes starting to get unhitched, but maybe Cheek has one more arrow in his quiver to get back to second place. As they're going to charge up the hill there. You see Cheek just about 2 kart lengths back, so he's well within striking distance.
And we mentioned in the pre-final that the striking distance in these karts is a little bigger just because of how much torque they have.
Looks like there's another pass for second with
Oh,
Oz.
he thought about it, and they're still going.
Still thinking.
They're still holding on.
Yeah, he's made the move through the S's, so move Cheek back up to second. Oliveira not going away immediately. Trying to battle back on the inside up through turn 13. So Cheek back in second, and here comes Jacob Hughes in fourth again. Has an opportunity to get his name onto the podium.
Yeah, when they battle, it opens the door for Hughes. He closed right back up.
Things happen so quick here in these shifters. Fetter, a 4.8 second lead, so he looks like he is on his way to the top of the podium. So we're going to focus once again here on second. Cheek, Oliveira, and Hughes, second, third, and fourth. They gobble up the ground to that long back straightaway. On the brakes through 9, you can see Cheek sawing on that wheel. Earlier, Steve, we talked about how some drivers just set the wheel and forget it. You can see these shifter kart guys having a battle multiple times through every corner.
And it looks like the checkered flag is coming out on Jake Fetter.
So Jake Fetter, your winner in the shifter class. We're going to battle to second here. Cheek comes home in second, and Leonardo Oliveira gets the final spot on the podium for our racing today. Jacob Hughes comes home a close fourth place.
Yeah, and heartbreak for Bill Musgrave. He was running fast laps. The 2 that he ran.
And then we don't know what happened. We don't know if a brake failed or, shifters are the most mechanically complex karts out there. Something could have broken, but it just seemed like he just went to turn and nothing happened into turn 13.
I'm not sure if it was, like you said, a brake failure or chain. I mean, it could be a combination of all of those things.
And that's a portion of the track. I don't think we've called out trouble in turn 13 at all today. It's 9, it's 16, it's in the U-turn at 2. Rarely has turn 13 played a role in the story of the day.
You had actually mentioned it earlier in the day that turn 13, 14 for the shifter karts, they slide through that turn so aggressively. You saw the second he went off, he needed all of that runoff plus the grass and, still almost hit the wall. That just shows you the speed that they carry through that turn.
Well, for our viewers, this concludes the racing portion of the day. You can stay on. We're going to have our podiums coming up at the conclusion of our racing, and we would enjoy you watching that with us. If not, our next race here at the kart track will be Saturday, April 6th, round 2 of our championship kart series, and then we'll have the big CKNA event doubleheader on the 13th and 14th of April.
The schedule it's so full of so many events for the whole year. It's super exciting to be here. Can't wait, especially for that doubleheader.
Mikey, any closing thoughts?
Another great day of racing. What can I say? It's like a perfect spring day.
As we get a view down into Victory Lane with, once again, our intrepid reporter, Chris Conowall.
Yeah, I'm here with Jake Fetter, and it's funny, during pre-final, it was Jake that came to me and said, hey, you know who that is? That's Billy Musgrave. that guy's a legend. And so when he came off with a win, I said, well, you beat him. And what did you have to say about that?
Well, I don't know so much about that. I think he just kind of lost it up in David's Bend there. I don't know exactly what happened, but yeah, no, sometimes it's just better to be lucky than good, I guess.
Yeah, and AMP is lucky to have him here as well, just as we're lucky to have you. And you're going to take the number 1 spot here today. And so tell us where you hail from, just getting to know you a little bit here.
Yeah, sure. Originally from southeastern Wisconsin, a town called East Troy. I've been living down in Lawrenceville, Georgia here, though, for the last almost 3 years.
Excellent, excellent. Is this your first podium here at AMP?
I've had a few wins in podiums in other classes, but I think this is the first win here in Shifter, so yeah.
Well, excellent. Congratulations, Jake. I'm going to run over and check out numbers 2 and 3. We'll see you at the podium.
So Chris is going to venture off to get our second place finisher, Ozcheek,
Ozcheek.
and third place, Leonardo. So take it away once again, Chris.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Ozcheek, taking also you were hanging out with Billy at the end of the last race, and there was a spot for you to move in to second place. So let's hear a little bit about it from you.
Man, it was a great race. I thought that Billy had checked out, and I was trying hard to get on the podium, and Leo was driving hard, and we had a pretty good battle going. It was a lot of fun. So, absolutely, and of course, no stranger to AMP here. But for those watching who aren't familiar, where you hail from? So we hail from Huntsville, Alabama.
Excellent, excellent.
4-hour drive to here.
4-hour drive. Excellent. Well, congratulations on number 2. We'll see you at the podium. We have Leo as well. You're going to be third on the podium. What can you tell us about that run? And Oz says you were running hard, and it was a nice finish for you.
Yeah, it definitely was. I can say that was easily one of the funnest races I've ever had here at AMP. He was awesome to race against, a clean racer. This is something very new to me, the world of shifter. I definitely have to get a little bit more physically prepared. It's definitely very heavy on the body. Those last 4 laps, I felt like I wasn't just fighting everyone else. I was also fighting myself physically, but first of many, and I'm very happy with the result.
Well, thank you for that perspective. They were talking about it. You truly have to be an athlete in this sport. So thanks for that explanation. We're going to see you up there on the podium. Congratulations to you. All right, guys, I'm going to send it back up to you. We're all done down here in Victory Lane. We'll see you at the podiums.
All right, thank you, Chris. So once again, podiums will be coming up there. You see a zoom in on the podium, and some of the drivers will be able to enjoy some bubbly and spray some bubbly. So, Mikey, closing thoughts on this great day of racing activity here today.
Yeah, just like I was saying, 160 drivers, a beautiful spring day. The weather stayed away. Great on-track action. Last-second passes, photo finishes. What more can you ask for?
Steve?
Mayhem.
Yeah.
Mayhem, and I love it. I'm looking this is the most excited I think I've ever been for a series to come to AMP. It's the first series to ever come to AMP, but this is already looking to be the best season in AMP history. 160 drivers in the first round of a 10-round series. If this is any indication to come, we're hitting 250, 300 by the end of the season.
Well, and then a national level event as well coming up with tons of LO206 drivers. So, Steve, once again, it's Liberty Racing Review. If people want to go on social media, give you a follow. If you want to give me a follow, Georgia Racing Podcast on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter for racing news about Georgia. And if you're looking to try dirt, head on down to Sonoy Raceway some Saturday evening where you're not up here going left and right up on the asphalt here at AMP.
We'll be going down there to go left here in a couple of weeks.
That'll be a lot of fun. So once again, as we've said, the podiums will be coming up soon. We're just going to get prepared for that, get outside, and start to enjoy the celebrations that will happen up on the deck. For the staff that we have had here, we do appreciate you joining in. Once again, our executive producer this afternoon, Will Rigdon, our producer, Ethan Denny, and our director, Michaela Denny. Camera operators, Blaine Hensley, Christian Kwiatkowski, and Tiana Melvina. Drone pilots, Daryl Cannon, a.k.a. Killboy.com, and Jeff Farver. So for my partners, Chris Newbold, Michael Lane and Chris Conowald. I'm John Matthews. We'll be back shortly with our podiums.
Testing. Alrighty, our podium ceremony will begin in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Podium ceremony will begin. Please turn in your transponders before you leave. You will get a ticket if you don't have your license. Please bring me the transponders. Please bring me the transponders. Make sure you turn in the transponders, please. It is illegal to drive home without a license. I still have Milan and Logan Kalsaki. I have your license. And Mr. Thomas Stowers, I have your license. You have my transponder. And Nicholas Laferto. And Buick Anthony. Podium ceremony begins in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. We are giving out some trophies.
Tristan Garberine, please return your transponder.
It's illegal to drive home without a license.
Attention, it is time to give out some awards at our podiums for round one of our 2024 Championship Series. Starting with the winners in our LO 206 Junior Division. Coming in third place, Meyer Lewis. Second place, Ryan Sukina. And picking up his first victory, Aiden Courtney. Once again, congratulations to our LO 206 Junior podium. Next, we will honor our LO 206 Cadet winners this afternoon. Third place, Ryder Thompson. Second place, Bowen Green. And our LO 206 Cadet winner this afternoon, Lincoln Massey. Another round of applause for our LO 206 Cadet podium. Advancing to our LO 206 Senior podium. Coming in third place, Sam Avrutsky. Second place, Ryan Curtin. And our LO 206 winner this afternoon, Owen Lloyd. One more round of applause for our LO 206 Senior winners. Next, we will recognize our LO 206 Master Division. Coming in third place, Adam Phillips. Second place, Paul McElree. And our LO 206 Master winner this afternoon, Danny May. One more round of applause for our LO 206 Masters. Moving on to our LO 206 Kid Division. Third place, Matthew Perez. Second place, Holden Gargis. And our LO 206 kid winner this afternoon, Harrison Marintish. Next, we will honor our Comer Kid podium this afternoon. Coming in third place, Alex Schumer. Second place, Luca Valdez. And our Comer Kid winner this afternoon, Arlo Stowers. More round of applause for our Comer Kid podium this afternoon. Next, we will recognize our LO 206 Legends. A new division this season. Legends are for drivers 55 and older. Coming in third place this afternoon, Tim Clark. Second place in LO 206 Legends, Frank Baldozier. And our LO 206 Legends winner, Chuck Teasley. The winners in our shifter class. Shifter third place, Leo Oliveira. Second place, Oz Cheek the third. And our shifter champion this afternoon, Jake Fetter. Moving on to our KA Junior podium. Third place, Gabriel Lopez Velarde. Second place, Luke Giglio. And our KA Junior winner this afternoon, Oliver Neighbor. Sound. Check. There we go. We're back on our KA Senior 100 podium this afternoon. Coming in third place, Christian Foster. Second place, Andrew Hamill. And our KA Senior 100 winner, Mateo Rubio Luengo. We do have one driver to recognize as the winner of our KA 100 Masters division this afternoon, Rusty Lookabill. Our tag rookie podium, third place, George Cruz. Second place, Ryder Thompson. The winner of Tag Rookie this afternoon, Bo Stowers. Our tag cadet class podium for the afternoon. Third place, Evan Fry. Second place, Emma Schumann. And the tag cadet winner this afternoon, Bowen Green. One more round of applause for our excited tag cadets on the podium. Moving forward to our tag junior division. Coming in second place, Leo Kozlowski. And our tag junior winner, Oliver Neighbor. Recognizing our tag senior podium, third place, Kellen Spears. Second place, Mateo Rubio Luengo. And our tag senior winner this afternoon, Danny Perez. Our final group to recognize this afternoon, our Tag Master Podium. Placing third, Kyle Clark. Second place, Brant Estes. And our Tag Master winner this afternoon, Jose Garcia. Race fans, thank you for coming out for round 1 of our championship series this afternoon. We encourage you to follow along or to join us down at Barnesville next Saturday for round 1 of our Georgia Championship Karting Series. And the next event here at AMP will be Saturday, April 6th, round number 2 of our 2024 Championship Series. So on behalf of the staff here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, from my announce partners Chris Conowald, Mikey Lane, and Steve Newbold, I'm John Matthews. Thank you, and have a good evening.